Oh, hi, people. Oh, Lord. Should have done that before I turned the camera on. That went live. Hey, my peoples, what's up? Today might be my last live. My water breaks today. I'm out. Okay. Y'all see me after I have the baby. But happy Thursday. What's today? Friday. Today's Friday. Oh, Lord. Y'all been so sleepy. Ooh, I've been so tired. I couldn't come outside. But I have a little bit of energy. So I said, okay, let me come outside today. Happy Friday. Today's Friday, you guys. Pray my water breaks tonight. I usually like my water breaks usually at night for both of my sons. The other ones, it was nighttime. So hopefully tonight something magical happens. And then tomorrow I have this baby. Hey, Ruby. I have this baby. Okay. All right. Okay. So why are we here, Marlene? Yeah. Just to be outside. Okay. We're here to be doing a whole lot of talking. All right. Let me see if I can share my screen. I know he's almost here. Yeah, I know, Susan. Susan, you're a Gemini. Fumi's a Gemini. You're both May. You both are May Geminis. Isn't that cool? Hey, Janet, what's up? I tell you, I attract a lot of Geminis. I don't know what it is about me, child. I don't know, but they do love me. They're all around me. Like, it's crazy. Hey, Queen. Yeah. So here we are. They are so funny. They are really funny. I still have to do the Diddy thing because Diddy's getting sued again. She said, your favorite Libra is here. I still have to do the Diddy video, but then Diddy's like, he's getting sued every day. It's a lot. And it's very dark. I don't know. That energy is just so dark. Ooh, need a break. So we are here today to talk about Felicia Horowitz, right? So come to find out, I don't even know. Somehow people found out that this man, I know the man, I didn't know his wife was Black or if she identifies as Black, because, she's very light. So I don't know, maybe she identifies as Creole. She identifies as biracial. She identifies as Black. I don't know. There's a cultural tendency to jump the gun and just want to call people Black without asking, like, do you identify as Black? I think people should ask people like, hey, especially when somebody could be biracial, you might want to ask them like, hey, do you identify as Black? Oh, and Kim, are you a Gemini also? And Kim, I like the flex right there. Dr. Azu, y'all. And Kim used to be so self-aware, I don't know, embarrassed of being a doctor. I'm like, girl, you have a PhD. You better flex. Okay. So I was like, child, yes, another Gemini baby. Oh, what's your birthday, Income? You didn't tell me. I tell you, I attract a lot of Geminis. It is not a joke. I don't know what it is about me, but Gemini people seem to love me. I promise you, if I never have friends, like if I lose everybody, the people I will keep in my life will be Geminis. I don't know. There's something about me and these people. They're too funny. Hey, Marley, what's up? They are just hilarious. They're just too funny. June 4th. Oh my gosh, your birthday's coming up. Aren't you glad you don't have the same birthday as Kanye, though? Oh, Lord. Aren't you glad you don't have the same birthday as Kanye? If you were born on June 8th, I'm like, oh my gosh. I have another friend, Kumba. Kumba's born on June 8th. I said, girl, you're Kanye's birth twin. Yeesh. She said, I'm glad you're having a Gemini baby. So what we say from your reads, you people are crazy. You are. I was like, I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, is it that Gemini people are confusing? Or is their goal to confuse you? I was like, Lacey, I'm good. I said, I'm good. I was really thinking about that. I was like, is it that Gemini are confusing? Or they just want to confuse your ass? I said, I think they want to confuse me. I was like, yep, that's what it is. They know what they're doing, but they want you to be confused. I was like, hold up. I will not be confused. So I was like, well, I attract a lot of Geminis. I've realized that. I was like, it's kind of interesting. June 4th. Well, hopefully I'll be here doing the live, child. Okay. So you have this man. So her husband is a multi-billionaire. He has a company called hold on. Child. Henderson and Horowitz. Yeah, that's their venture capital fund. They have so much money, y'all. It's ridiculous. They have so much money, it don't make no sense. Okay. These people have so much money. So it seems like they have $42 billion. Of course you can't. They seems like they have $42 billion in asset management, right? $42 billion. They make a lot of money. I even feel like the girl from Glossier, Emily Weiss. I feel like Emily Weiss also got funding from them. This is really important, you guys. This is really, really important. Let me see. Yeah, she did. Hey, okay. See, I know my stuff. Y'all know Glossier, right? Because that's why y'all, we're gonna get into it later. But if you know the brand Glossier, and their founder, Emily Weiss, right? This other white girl right here who's like a multi-million, she's really, really rich. And they try to position her as this boss babe and boss chick who had a blog, and she was doing all this beauty stuff. And, she's worth a lot of money now, right? But the thing about her too, like, that's why I don't take white women and their successes seriously. She's Jewish, right? Weiss. Weiss is short for Weiserman. Okay, let me tell you something. Well, I feel like when it came, don't quote me, but that's how it kind of, I think it is, right? When it came to post-war, like post-World War II, and all these Jewish people from all these European countries, like, let's just say European Jews, because I think sometimes there's this tendency of believing that Jews are only white people. It's like, no, there are all kinds of Jews around the world. You have Black Jews, you have white Jews, you have Semitic Jews, right? All kinds of Jews, right? But we have a tendency of using Jews for white people interchangeably. It's like, no, these are European Jews. They come from Europe. So it does seem like after the war, during the war, after the war, hey, be safe, enjoy yourself, take good pictures, and be critical. Okay, right? Many of them, they fled all around Europe, America, you name it, Latin America, you name it, right? And so even in what they call modern day Palestine, okay? So some of them, I think some of these Ashkenazi Jews, right, to kind of fit into like, I guess, mainstream Anglo-Saxon and French culture or white culture, some of them chopped off their names, right? So it's like if their name was like Weiserman, like I'm serious, like her name Weiss is actually Weiserman, right? So I was like, girl, when I saw her name the first time, I was like, this girl's Jewish. So it makes sense why she would get all this funding. I'm telling you, a lot of white women who have businesses and make a lot of money and have these like crazy startup tech, and they've raised like 20 million, 30 million, 40, what the freak? What is she doing that is so different? Oh no, because she worked so hard. She worked so hard and she had a blog and she was really tuned into what the people wanted. Yeah, right. She's Jewish. She went to see her Jewish people and they cut her a check. Okay? That's how they do it. Jewish people look out for each other. Now, they might use the whole PR route and try to sell you on some, because it's hard work and because she did this job. Bah. Okay? If you were Jewish too, if you were white and Jewish, you probably do very well. Okay? So because she went to school at NYU. She went to school at NYU and she majored in like furniture or like interior design, like some goofy stuff like that, right? Some silly stuff, the stuff that sets you up to be a housewife, right? And then after that, she went to Vogue. She had an internship at Vogue. It was like her, Olivia, all these other white girls, like they were at Vogue. And then your girl, Candace, was also at Vogue. That's why I say sometimes I understand why Candace maybe had like post-traumatic stress disorder and just decided to like compete with these white girls in her own sick way to make it. Because Candace was a Vogue, and Candace did not have the same results that these white girls had, right? So I could see how that could cause you to have PTSD. And so she couldn't afford her last semester of college. Like Candace had to drop out. Candace doesn't have a bachelor's degree. Okay. So she goes to NYU. She studies interior design or like furniture design, something really silly, like the stuff that like pretty much like basket weaving, right? And then she shows up, right? She shows up at let me show you this picture so you can see, right? So this is the Anderson, another Jewish boy. He has the most funniest shaped head I've ever seen in my life. Like it's like he's from like a sci-fi movie. Like there's the cone head. Is it what's that boy's name? Oh my gosh, the movie that Beyonce did. Oh my gosh, I can see the movie. What's that guy's? Oh my gosh. Dun, 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 dun. Austin Powers. Okay, it's like he has the this is the Anderson of the Horowitz, right? This dude has the funniest shaped head. So she goes and sees because he's also Jewish, right? So he's Jewish. Horowitz also is Jewish. So these are two Jewish boys who are running this whole money thing, right? But when people say that Jewish people control the majority of the money, they be like, "Oh my God, why would you say that?" It's so true. Hey Lisa, right? So she goes see her Jewish kinfolk. They write her up a check, right? If you're Black and you go see them, they're like, "Oh, what experience do you have? What qualifies you to run this business?" You know, da, 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 da. You know what I'm saying? They see a white girl, they see their Jewish cousin with a basket weaving major from NYU. They write her like a 30, 40, she got like a 50, $60 million check. Okay? Because you like, have you ever looked at Glossier and be like, yo, like these people are just selling Vaseline? Okay. Okay. Have you ever looked at Glossier and felt like this is just like overpriced Vaseline? Like, girl, there's nothing special about your products. Like, the what? Hey, Soul Baby. Like, girl, you're just selling Vaseline to people you have, right? Okay. But they don't ask her like requirements, how many years you've done this and this and that. Da, da, da. They don't ask her that. They write her a check. Like many of them people, right? So me, when I found out, let's go over here, right? When I found out that his wife was Black, because somebody wrote a quote somewhere. You'll see, we'll get all into all of that. They wrote a quote somewhere that a lot of these white girls be scamming. They be scamming. Like child, you look at this white girl, you be like, girl, you're not even qualified to handle all this money. Like, what? Because you're Jewish. That's where the money's at. The money resides where the money resides. The money resides in the Jewish community, y'all. Right? So when I found out his wife, because I've always known about this Horowitz dude, right? And if you know his name, you know he's Jewish. Like, okay, he's Jewish. He's a Jewish man who manages the money. Okay, sure. There's nothing new there. So I thought, okay, his wife was Black. So the post was going around saying that Ben Horowitz was saying that, Black women are for billionaires, Black women are for grown-ups, like, you know what I mean? It's grown-up business, right? And so these Black girls were going like, "That is crazy." So like, Marlene, look. He has a Black wife. I said, first and foremost, hey, Kima, what up, my love? Right? I said, first and foremost, y'all need to make sure this lady identifies as Black. Y'all love to run up behind somebody and give them an ethnicity or give them a race they didn't even ask you for. Okay? Wait a minute. All right? You need to really ask yourself if this woman identifies as Black, because she kind of looks like she could be Tina Knowles' cousin, especially in this picture, right? This picture right here, right? She looks like she could be Tina Knowles' cousin. So she could be Creole. I don't know. I don't know what she identifies as. She could identify as Black. She could identify as Afro, whatever. She could identify as biracial, Creole. Yeah, like y'all need to make sure first and foremost she identifies as Black, because people have a tendency of just jumping the gun and want to call everybody Black because they want to have some type of relationship, connection, lineage to them people. Wait a minute, because she looks like she could be Tina Knowles' cousin, doesn't she? Auntie Tina, come here real quick, right? Because look at her. Look at Tina Knowles, right? Look at Tina Knowles real quick. Make myself smaller. Look at Tina Knowles, right? And then look at Miss Felicia. They could be cousins, right? And if you remember the one time we watched a video about Creole people, they did say that some of the Creole people moved to California because she's from LA. She's actually from LA, right? So she could be Creole. I don't know. She could be. It's not that far-fetched. Kima says she looks like Kamala Harris. Yeah. So that's why I say, like, you got to really make sure that you ask somebody first, like, what do you identify as, you know? Because I don't think it's fair. I'm like, you got to really go ask someone. But so I was like, okay, you need to make sure that she really identifies as Black. Because I don't think it's fair to jump the gun and call somebody Black because she might feel like she biracial. Okay? Like even when it came to Meghan Markle did not identify as Black, okay, until she went to the Europe, and the real Europeans told her, "Girl, back, you biracial," okay, because her whole life, especially here in America, Meghan was accustomed to having a white woman experience, right? But when she goes to Great Britain, the land of the Anglo-Saxons, the land of the racist creation, okay, because who came up with this whole race stuff? It's British people, right? It's the British. What's your boy's name? Darwin. I think Darwin was British, if I'm not mistaken, right? Darwin came up with this. Like this whole segregation of people based on complexion, it is a brainchild of the British people, of the Crown of England. So here in America, she was able to finesse and pass as a white woman. But when you actually go to an actual European country, you go to the land of the Anglo-Saxon, you go to the land of the creators of the concept of racism. They're like, wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, you ain't white. And it hurt her feelings. Okay, so once her feelings got hurt, she needed something to help her out. So now she wants to wave the Black woman flag because she knows Black women are so desperate for validation. Black women are so desperate to be oppressed. They're so desperate to be hurt. They want to claim everybody is Black, so they have a reason to feed their hysteria, right? See, me, Marlene, I never bought into this whole Meghan Markle grift. That's a girl by you, a grifter. Okay, this woman about, oh, I didn't even know who he was. You didn't know who Prince Harry was? Go sit down somewhere. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay, I've been from Africa to America. Okay, born in Africa, raised in America. Okay, even I know who Prince Harry was. Everybody know who Prince Harry is? Are you insane? You grew up, you didn't know who Princess Diana was. You didn't know that Princess Diana, Lady D, had 2 boys. The oldest one is William. Oh my gosh, I used to think I was gonna marry William because my middle name is Willie. And he's William. My dad's like, girl, you're Black. They don't marry Black people. I said, oh, what is wrong with this man? Okay. That is a lie. That is a lie. You don't know who William was. You didn't know who Harry was, but you have pictures of yourself in front of Buckingham Palace at 16, but you didn't know the people who live up in that house. Girl, shut up. Girl, shut up. Like Harry dated Rihanna. You didn't know that he dated Rihanna. Okay. Girl, be quiet. This is Prince Harry we're talking about. Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? Okay. Like, even like, let me just say this, right? It's not to be messy, but I even feel like one of the reasons why people always like especially back in the day, why people were so obsessed with Patricia Bright and her husband, Mike, because Mike favors Prince Harry. You know what I'm saying? Like the red hair. I was like, Mike, you kind of favor Prince Harry, right? So I was like, girl, shut up. Okay. We all know who Prince Harry is. Like at one point, he was the most, yes. What the heck? Like Prince Harry, at one point, he was the most eligible bachelor in England. Okay, he was the most eligible bachelor in all of okay, in all of Europe. How dare you say you don't know who Prince Harry was? Girl, shut up. Take your gold digging ass way somewhere else. This girl right here, I don't buy into her. Yes, Mike does look like Prince Harry. Mike does. Mike does. Mike looks like Prince Harry. He does. Look, this boy. Yeah, I think this boy looks like Prince. Let me see if I can find him. Child, I used to always feel that way. I was like, her husband looks like Prince Harry. Child, Patricia got people out here writing all this kind of stupid stuff, right? But I always felt like Mike gave a little bit of Prince Harry. Okay, what y'all think? I always thought he gave like our YouTube version of Prince Harry a little bit. You know, his little red hair self. Okay, so girl, be quiet. Be very, very quiet. Okay, talking about you don't know who Prince Harry is. Girl, shut up. Girl, you know the funny thing about it, because I get a lot of messages. You'll be like, "Oh, Marlene, do you think?" Because I think the way Patricia be posting her content. You know, that's though, because I don't want people to come for me, right? I think the way Patricia creates her content, the picture she takes, the caption she writes, you know what I mean? Patricia is like, it's like she wants people to feel like she's about to divorce Mike. And I'm like, girl, you might want to think about that one. Because I'll tell you, Mike, if Mike is single out here in these 31 Downing streets, if Mike is single out here in these Oxford Circus streets, okay, it's going to be a problem. Because Mike has gone through his Black woman phase, I guess. So he understands what's needed. Mike is gonna be a problem. So, girl, you might want to think about that carefully. you might want to think about that carefully, because there was a season Mike was very nerdy, but there's like a season where like Mike is very like Mike has had his whole black woman transformation type of stuff. I said if Mike is out here single in these 31 Downing streets, it's gonna be a problem. Because another woman's trash will be another woman's pleasure. Okay? Don't do it, sis. Don't do it. Because y'all like to let these internet streets lie to y'all. Oh, Mike has had his black wife affair effect, okay? Mike is a problem. Mike is and it's always the quiet ones. Because I'm like, girl, Aquarius, you might want to chill and pipe down, okay? Don't do it, sis. Don't do it. Do not do it, because you're going to be the one to cry. Because I think sometimes, like, with these girls, they don't realize that, like, a man decides marriage. Like, look at Tia Mowry, right? Okay, look at Tia. Okay, she's the one who went out there. She divorced the husband. Now she wants to hug the husband. Now she wants to journal about the husband. I'm like, have you heard the husband talk about Tia? No. No. He don't talk about her. He does not mention her. He's not posting content on social media back to back to back to back to back. Girl, bye. Okay? Because I'm like, when this man gets remarried and has more children, don't cry. Don't be coming in the streets starting crying. I don't know what happened, child. Oh, no, go ask Patricia, child. But Patricia has a way of posting. She has a way of posting that makes people write stuff like this. Okay? She has a way of posting that makes people write all kinds of weird stuff like this, right? But my thing is, when it comes to your boy Mike got it going on. And Mike has had his black wife transformation. So, if you leave this man and he outside on the 31 Downing streets, the Oxford Circus streets, the Piccadilly Circus streets, what other streets y'all got? The nice bridge streets of the London? Okay, don't come back over here crying. Because a man can get remarried, and white people don't have a problem getting remarried. You know that about them people, Chad. Okay, yeah. And Mike got a real job. Mike has a real career. He ain't them dusty, crusty ass bottom shelf bread we be seeing on the internet. Okay, Mike is like in medicine or something like that. Mike got a real degree. He got a real career. He got real money, and he has real charm. And he's British, yeah. Mike will get snatched the F up. People need to tell people, because sometimes people think that, oh, I'm the prize. I'm a woman. I'm the prize. Girl, nah. No. Okay. Mike, come on, girl, you do too much. And it's like the people who are quiet are the people you got to watch out for. You too excited, sis. You move a little too much. Okay? All right? Because she, like, it's the same thing. I'm telling you, I see this all the time. They listen to the comment section. The comment section be gassing them up. And sometimes what they don't realize is the comment section is full of hyenas who want your man. They want your man. Yeah. Mike is a problem. Because I always felt like he looked like Prince Harry. So my thing was, girl, when it comes to Meghan Markle, shut up. Let's shut the hell up, okay? Shut up. I can't stand this girl, okay? You're not about to sit here and tell me that you didn't know who Prince Harry was. Shut up. Like what? Like you don't know who the grandson of the Queen of England is. And we're really supposed to sit here and believe that crap. Like I drink water through my nostrils. Like you're really crazy. Mike's a cutie. Mike is a super cutie. And he has grown, like he's grown well into his sexyhood. So good for him. Oh my gosh, they want your man so bad. You guys, I remember, y'all gonna make me go take this conversation somewhere else. I remember when Adam and LaToya broke up. Woo! The aunties, you know how LaToya calls her people aunties and crazies? Pop. Okay. All right. When I tell you, even Elaine, okay, Fast Elaine, she couldn't run fast enough. When I tell you that Sha'Carri couldn't even run fast enough. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. So here you have go somewhere. Let me ask you for you. Okay. Right? When I tell you, even Elaine couldn't run fast enough. Okay. The aunties, whatever you call them, they call themselves Okay? She could run fast enough. If it was an Olympic, hey, Aja, if it was an Olympic battle, okay, the way the aunties, the crazies, the way they ran to go follow Adam, no, yo, it was crazy. I said, them people are ish. Okay? Elaine Thompson ain't got nothing on these girls. They have a speed of the lights. You couldn't even like catch the speed. It's so damn fast. Okay? It's so damn fast. LaToya's followers, the way they ran. She's a runner. She's a track star. The way these girls ran to go follow Adam, I couldn't believe it. And they were all up in the comments. Yo, when I tell you some of them girls started speaking Swahili. Adam was like, yeah, he's about to start selling like some beard oil. Okay. She said, well, it's good that you stopped yapping by Kelly Rowland. Well, guess what, Jenny? Since you want to be cute and disrespectful, right? Since you want to be cute and disrespectful, look at this. Look at what I got for you, baby. Look at what I got. Boom! Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. Play with me if you want to. Think I'm your friend. I don't know you, sis. I'm not your friend. Tell me I'm buzz yapping about Kelly Rowland. You go for my channel. You've been banned. Next. Anyways, y'all, like, what the heck? You gonna tell I'm yapping, but you're back. Get going. You're banned. Anyways, because Adam was saying that he's coming out with a beard oil, you guys. Hold on. If you had seen the comments, these girls were like, he was like, oh, what do you guys think I should name the beard oil? These girls will talk about Malaika, talk about this. They were using words in Swahili. You had black girls in there speaking Swahili. You had white girls in there speaking Swahili. You had Asian girls in there speaking Swahili. I said, where'd y'all learn Swahili from? Like, what is going on? What in the Tanzania Dar es Salaam is going on in this comment section? You guys, and I was like, there is no way that the majority of these girls are not coming from their main channel. Where does Adam get such a huge female audience like that from? Oh, Lord. Lord. I said, no, these streets, man, these streets are perilous. What's Adam's name? I don't even know Adam's. What's his last name? Ali? Oh, yes, Ali. That's correct. You guys, I don't know if I can find a video. Let me see if I can find a video real quick. Hold on. Play with me if you want to. Get blocked. Y'all, when I tell you what video was it? I don't know. But girls, the people were in there, like they were talking Swahili. I said Swahili. They were like, yes, you should name it Big Daddy Energy. You should do X, Y, and Z. You should use this type of name. Y'all, the comments were crazy. Let me see if I can find some of the comments.
If you're over...
Y'all, these comments were insane. I can't remember what video it was. I will be messy. I'll go look it up for y'all. I'll be messy one day and take my time. Because he was like, he's releasing a beard oil. So what should he name it? Y'all, these girls were all up in the thing. I was like, there is no way. There is no way. There is no way that these girls are not coming from their main channel. So they've been waiting. They've been waiting for a moment like this. Child, they were in there speaking Swahili, Lonnie. I wouldn't even lie to you. I was like, how y'all speak Swahili? All these girls were speaking Swahili. It was like the United Nations. You had black girls, you had white girls, you had Indian girls, you had the Asian girls. They giving him like Swahili names. I said Swahili. Malaika, nakumpendeo malaika. I said, no, we are not speaking Swahili. I was just screaming. I said, LaToya, these girls have been waiting to get your husband. Oh my gosh. These women in the comment section, they need something else. They are something else. Okay. I'm like, yeah. Oh yeah, she's banned. I just blocked her. I banned her from my channel. Like, what the heck? I was yapping about Kelly Rowland. We've been yapping about what? But why are you still here? If you feel like I yap, why are you here? Go. You're not wanted here. Go find somebody else who worships Kelly Rowland. Why do I owe my life to Kelly Rowland? Like, seriously, I should pay my bills. You go to Cannes to because you're invited for a perfume line, not even because you're there for a movie. Okay, for perfume. You're supposed to do what? Oh my gosh, Kelly Rowland. No, I don't worship people because they're black. I don't worship people because they're black women. Get off the red carpet. Nobody owes you nothing. Bunch of mad people. They're just mad. The black collective. They're insane, these ladies, like the sisterhood. Yeah, Whitney. Her subscriber took her husband. I mean, I guess he wanted to be took, but nonetheless. And I promise you, like when it came to Whitney, I promise you that girl, she probably didn't even have no hair. She probably had like bald patches. She probably had like bad edges, right? And she consumed all of Whitney's content, and her hair started to grow and her hair started to flourish. Then she took the mane and went and seduced the husband. Them evil people. So anyways, let's get back to Miss Felicia. Because if you leave it up to me, we're going to be here for hours. I'll be all over the place, right? Exactly. I'm like, girl, bye. Oh, please. Whatever. They want to be oppressed so badly. I'm telling you, like, there's a sickness. There is a pathology. There is a sickness with Black women in the West, right? They want to be sad so badly. They want to be hurt so badly. They want to be victimized so badly. They want to identify with pain so badly, right? That's why when it came to Meghan Markle, they just jumped on it and allowed her to claim that she was Black. But she, like, her whole life she lived. Okay? A whole life that she lived. Her whole life that she lived, right? Did she ever claim Black people? Did she ever claim that she was Black? No. She didn't care about Black people. She lived her life as a white woman. Okay? Her husband was white. All her friends were white. You never seen her do anything to say, oh, yeah, I'm Black. I'm a Black woman. No, it's not until she goes to a really, really white racist place and they make her feel like, damn, like, you're not really white. You might be biracial, right? But you're not white. You're not really one of us. How dare? How dare? So it's like then she got her Negro wake-up call. Okay, it's on her. But I'm not about to call her pain and be like, oh, yeah, this is how they treat Black women. No, nobody would look at this girl ever think she was Black. Unless she opened her mouth and said that she identifies as Black, I'm not going to throw Black on her because that's not fair to her. She might identify as biracial, right? We want everybody to say, oh, they Black, they Black. No, people should be able to say I'm biracial because they're mixed. You have a white mom and a Black dad. You have a Black mama or you have a white daddy. Why you can't claim them both? You know? You have the right to claim both of your parents. Why do you want to erase another parent? You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if your child is like, if a person is white and the other person is Black and the child says, oh, I'm only Black, you know? Like, how's that fair? How's that fair? Hey, Nessa, how's that fair to the other parent, right? Or like the white mother who carried her biracial child, you know, to say that, oh, the child is just Black. How's that fair to the mother who carried her baby for 9 months? You're biracial, right? You're biracial. It's okay. You're half and half. Wumpty wump wump. It's okay. No, we want everybody that has a drop of Black to say, oh, yeah, I'm Black, I'm Black. They're not Black. They are biracial. And I don't think it's okay to do that to people. I'm just saying, like, you know, you're biracial. It's cool. Like, but it's like if you carried your child and people completely erased you genetically from your child's genetic makeup, how would that make you feel? Like, no. So that's why I say you can't just be jumping the gun and just calling people Black. You need to ask them, like, okay, do you identify as Black? Like Miss Felicia right here, I wouldn't just say, oh, yeah, she's a Black woman. She never told me she was a Black woman. She didn't tell me that. Okay? Because like I said, when I look at her, you know, she does give me Tina Knowles. But Miss Tina, you know, she is Creole. She's the light-skinned Creole people, right? And she chooses to identify as Black. So that I know that for a fact, right? That's cool. But when it comes to Miss Felicia over here, I don't know this lady. And I don't know in terms of ethnicity, I don't know how she identifies. She could say, oh, yeah, I identify as Black. I identify as biracial. I identify as Creole. I don't know. So I'm not just going to like say, oh, yeah, she's a Black woman and I have to claim her. Stop trying to claim everybody. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like it's just weird. Like they don't want them to be free. Like it's like they have parents who are mixed. You know what I'm saying? Like that girl, Make Me Sweat. What's her name? What's the little girl name? What's her name? Tyler. Okay. They're mad. Like some people are mad at her because she said that she's not Black. But I'm like, duh, she's not Black. Okay. She identifies as colored because in South Africa, the way it works is if you're mixed, they call you colored. So in her country, she would not be Black. Okay? Like Fumi is South African, right? And like in Fumi's country, like Fumi will be classified as Black. She's Black and she's Fumi, are you Zulu or you Xhosa? I forgot. Okay? But Fumi be Black. But this girl, Tyler, because she is mixed, like I think one of her parents is like her mom is Indian, right? I think her mom is Indian. So like, yeah, she's considered to be a colored. That's where she comes out of. She's not from America. So she's not going to look at race and color and ethnicity the way you do. She's going to look at the way it comes out of her country. In her country, she's considered to be colored. Her mom is like Indian. So she's colored. So I'm like, and it's okay. She's not saying she doesn't like you or she doesn't like black people. No, she's colored. Oh, okay. See, but her dad is Indian. Yeah. So she colored. That's how they do it out there. If you're mixed with black, in South Africa, you're called a colored. That's how they do it. And if you're not mixed, like if you're like Bantu, yeah, you a Negro. That's how they do it. So that's how she was raised. So I'm like, why are you mad at her because she doesn't call herself black? You know, the way you do stuff here in America, that's not how they do stuff in South Africa. But it doesn't mean that she doesn't appreciate black people. It doesn't mean that she's not aware that she doesn't have black roots in her. She knows, right? She knows. See? But Fumi, for example, even though Fumi's light skinned, but Fumi will be considered black and Kosa. So that's where she's going to sit her little butt. That's how they do it out there, right? That's it. But it's nothing personal. So I'm like, you got to stop jumping and trying to, hey, Val, yeah, I'm outside. Because today might be my last day of being outside, though, right? So, how you been, Boo? Missed you. I read your comments. I replied to your comments, right? So, like, you can't just assume. Like, I've really gotten to, just like even when it comes to Kamala Harris too, right? This whole trying to label her a black woman. I don't know. Me, I have an issue with that because she's not African American. You know, like you could say like way back out there, she has African roots, but it's like Kamala, her mother is Indian and her dad is Jamaican. So one thing about Kamala Harris, though, you could say she's like Afro-West Indian, right? But to make it seem like, oh, she's an African American, like what part of her from Africa? It always confuses me. I'm like, what part of her is from Africa? Right? Like maybe years ago. Yeah, sure. But I think something like a better classification for Kamala Harris is like she's Afro-West Indian. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that makes more sense. Like her people from the West Indies and her mom's from India. You know what I'm saying? But somebody who grew up eating curry, to call somebody who grew up eating curry, she had breast milk from an Indian woman, to call that a black person, I'm like, I don't know where y'all get that from. That's just weird to me. But I would never look at her and think, well, that's a black woman. No, she's not. She's not. See, even me, Marlene, though, I was born in Ivory Coast, right? I was born in West Africa. I was born in Ivory Coast, right? But it's like, if you were to call me African American, actually, it kind of fits. Like, it literally fits. I'm from Africa, and I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. So, like, yeah, you can tell, yeah, Marlene's African American, or she, you know what I'm saying? Or she identifies as, like, yeah, you can tell Marlene's black. Yes, I'm from Africa. Like, for real. And I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. So, what that make me? Okay? West African American. Bum. Okay? Like, you never have to look at me and be like, I wonder what she's mixed with. It's giving Negro. Okay? Like, it's giving real Negro. When you look at Kamala Harris, it doesn't just jump at you like, oh, yeah, she black. Where? Y'all want to turn everybody black for no reason. Stop doing this. And it's actually really, it's first of all, it's insulting. Number two, it's very narrow-minded. Okay? A lot of people have a very expensive cultural background, and you should allow people to honor that. Her mom's Indian, her dad's from Jamaica. So technically, she's Afro-West Indian. That's what you get. And there are many Jamaicans, there are many people in Jamaica who are mixed with Indian, they're mixed with Chinese and West African. Okay? And that's their cultural background. Like when you see that girl, Shinsia, what's that girl at? Where is she? Shinsia, come over here. Okay? Like this girl right here, a lot of them, that's why they look like this. Okay? A lot of them too. Jamaica is very diverse. Jamaica is, and it's not like diversity here in America. Like America, they'll use diversity, but honestly, nobody talks to each other. Okay, like Chinese over here, Indians over there, whites are over here, blacks are over here, right? They're not really friends like that. Okay, but it's like when you look at the cultural makeup, like the genetic makeup of Jamaica, they're really out there smashing. Okay, Chinese smashing black people. Indian is smashing black people smashing Indian, Chinese. Okay, so like when you look at Jamaican people are very mixed. They are very, very mixed. And I don't even think it's fair to say, oh, they're just black. I don't think so, because many of them have Chinese in them. A lot of these black people who live in these islands, many of them got Chinese. Okay, Mr. Lee, Mr. Chung Chung Ching from the Guangzhou, they have his DNA. Okay, like even in Africa, Madagascar, a lot of people from Madagascar are mixed with Chinese. Not the movie, y'all. The real place. The island. Okay? because I grew up with some in Malgache. Okay, many of them people, child, they are mixed with Chinese because the people went there and they were smashing. Okay, they were out there, they were smashing. You look at even the Mauritius. That's another island too. They're not far off. They're not far off from Madagascar also, right? They have the genetics of Mr. Lee from the Guangzhou. Okay, so Jamaica, they mix. Jamaicans are mixed with Chinese. They're mixed with Indian. They're mixed with West African. Many of them, their West African part is Nigerian. Okay, they're very mixed. They are really, really mixed. But it's like, to me, I feel like once you come to America, oh, I just identify as black. No, you could be many things. You're mixed, and it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, people don't have to be black to understand the struggle. Like, stop doing that. Stop doing that. So I'm like, yeah. But Shenseea, when you look at her, but you look at Shenseea, you can tell. You can tell. You know, she looks like Nicki Minaj too. And the same, I think it's almost the same thing with Trinidad, right? Trinidad and Tobago, they are very mixed people. You have West African, you have Chinese, you have Indian, you also have like the native Indian people. Like, so you have the folks from India that they brought to the islands, but then you have like the regular Indian people too. Just like in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, the Taino people, right? Those are like the native Indians from that place, right? But they're mixed. They're very, very mixed. People are really, really mixed. So we got to stop saying, oh, you black, you black. Did she tell you she identifies as black? You might want to ask her first before you just assume that she wants you to call her black. Because, child, I don't assume stuff. I just ask the person, hey, Miss Felicia, how do you identify? Right? So anyways, let's get back to this. So the people found out that allegedly, well, not allegedly. Yeah, it's very mixed. It's very, very mixed. You'll see Trinidadians that look Indian. You'll see Trinidadians that look black. You'll see Trinidadians who look Chinese. You'll see Trinidadians who look like they mix with everything. You know, because they're very, very mixed. And it's two islands, right? You got Trinidad and Tobago. So you got two different places. But even you look at Nicki Minaj too, you can tell that she's mixed with a lot of things, right? You can tell. You can look at her mom. You can look at her. You can like, oh, wow, like you can see it, right? So people are mixed. But it's like, I feel like in America, like you're forced to say, oh, no, I identify as like one thing. It's like, no, you can be many things. Hey, Ace, right? Sounds like you need to ask Miss Felicia if she identifies as black. Ask her first. But anyway, so you know what they do. They claim Miss Felicia. They forced her into the black box. And then like, oh, yeah, because Miss Felicia has a... Yeah, truly. Yeah, but she is really like, they're really, Trinidad is really, really mixed. Hey, Erica, Trinidad is really mixed. They are truly, truly mixed. It is not a joke. And it goes to show you like Chinese people, because, you know, white people will have you believe that they were the first to travel the world, like with Christopher Columbus, Magellan, all these people, but it's not true. Because the first world maps, okay, were Chinese. The first people to really travel the world were Chinese people. So when white people tell you things like, oh, Christopher Columbus discovered the Americas, he didn't even discover America, actually. If I'm not mistaken, Christopher Columbus actually went to the Dominican Republic. Okay, but they knew where they were going because the Chinese had been there first. You see, that's why this whole like tech revolution and you see Chinese people taking over and things like that, right? Because Chinese were always ahead of the Europeans. It's because at one point they closed themselves off because they were tired of the savagery of these Europeans, right? But the first world maps are written in Mandarin. These people traveled the world way before the Europeans. That's why if you ever look at people from like Bolivia, if you ever see Bolivian people, look very carefully in Latin America. Look carefully in Latin America. People from Bolivia, child, if you didn't know no better, you would think they were Asian. Sometimes even Mexican people. You have some Mexican people, they look Filipino. You have some Filipino who look Mexican, right? You even have like Filipinos who have Spanish last name, right? But if you ever see people from Bolivia, let me see if I can find them. Hold on. You're like, what the heck? Are you Chinese? Right? Let me see if I have like a nice bigger picture. Right? If you ever see indigenous people from Bolivia, you'd be like, what the heck? They look like they mixed with Chinese. Right? Because they were there too. They probably went there too, and they probably started smashing. Okay. Like the people who had a hard time. Look, when you look at the world, like when you look at world history and people mixing with other people from different cultures and different countries and stuff like that, the one people who had a hard time smashing people and try to be very picky about their food was white people, especially British and the French. They were very picky about like, oh, do I really want to sleep with a black person? Do I want to sleep with this person, right? But everybody else, they just ate whatever was on their plate. They had no problem smashing. Okay. They had no problem smashing. I think it depends. I think with Jamaica depends where you are in Jamaica. I think it depends. Because me growing up, because like that's the thing, like growing up, I was very exposed to Jamaican culture and things like that. It would depend. You would have some people who are still jet black, dark skin, very much like ebony complexion, like you could like, yeah, you definitely black, you from Africa. Okay, like nothing went through you. But then you also have a section of Jamaica, like where some people who are Jamaican too, who look very mixed and they're Jamaican, right? So I think it depends. Like what part of Jamaica faces more towards America? What part of Jamaica faces more towards the Europe? What part of Jamaica faces more towards the Caribbeans, right? Because based on what you face, that's probably who you're probably to encounter. But you can have a variety of Jamaican people. But they come in all hues and complexion, like, and they vary in phenotype. But all them people be some yardies. You're like, oh, that's crazy. That's really, really crazy, right? But the kind of stuff we got, like I remember, like growing up, the kind of music that we got, the content that we got out of Jamaica, whether it was like Benjou Bonton, whether it was like, I want a romantic call. What's my girl's name? I'm talking to my baby boy down the yard. Patra, right? We had Patra, we had Benjou Bonton, we had Shabba Rex. Oh my gosh, like you know what I'm saying? Like Shabba Ranks and them. He always put dark skinned people in the video. So we knew like, yeah, he black. Okay, but Shabba Ranks is very dark skinned, right? So we had like, this is who we had. Yeah. Mr. Lover. Okay. So it's like for us, like if you had Shabba Ranks, for example, like you knew, like, yeah, this is probably like the predominant face of Jamaica. I would say dark skinned people who look West African, right? That's like predominantly the face of Jamaica, right? But it's not the only one, right? So we had Shabba Ranks, Benjou Bonton. Can you make my day if we stay? Yeah. The real love you do that man. Okay, y'all, who did y'all grow up listening to Benjou Bonton, right? Can you make my day? Yeah, please stay. Yeah. Okay, who we at? Patra. What the heck? I want a romantic call. I'm talking to my baby boy down the yard. Okay. So like, yeah, I feel like in terms of like being exported, right? Like this was the predominant face that you saw out of Jamaica. Who else? I feel like I'm missing some people. But then you can't forget Bob Marley though, because Bob is not dark skinned. He mixed. Okay. Aquarius, come here real quick. Okay. Bob Marley's very mixed. Where'd that come from? Okay. Very mixed. The nose, the eyes is giving Chinese, y'all. Okay. I mean, hello. Look at the man's face carefully. Look at his phenotype carefully. Okay. Okay. But look at his eyes, though. Like, he's mixed. You know what I'm saying? He's mixed. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Look at his nose. Okay, would you be surprised if he had the Chinese, the Mr. Lee from the Guangzhou in him? Okay, Mr. Chen from the Shenzhen in him? No. Okay, I'd like, because if you ever see, let me show you something. You'll see. Let me see if I can find some. You see? Look at this. Can you make my day? These are Xhosa people. So these are Fumi's people, right? Xhosa people, they're from South Africa too. But it's like, look at their eyes too, though. Look at their eyes. I'm like, you cannot tell me that Chinese people did not stop by and smash these people. You cannot tell me this. Okay? Look at their eyes. They have Asian eyes. Like their eyes are very, very slanted. Sometimes they look at you like, are your eyes closed? No, their eyes are wide open. They're just way too slanted. Let me show you. Like, it's the eyes. And that's usually how you can tell that there's Chinese DNA somewhere. Can you make my day? Oh, please stay, yeah, yeah. The real love you do to me. For some reason, they don't have good pictures. They even have the koi people too, if I'm not mistaken. Child. I don't know. I can't find no pictures. But let's go back to Uncle Bobby right here, child, right? But it's like, I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I would not be surprised. I would be look at his eyes, y'all. Look at his eyes. I would not be surprised if Uncle Bobby had the bloodline of the Mr. Lee from the Guangzhou. I wouldn't be surprised. Because I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Look at his eyes. You can see it. He's mixed. And that's Jamaica. It's a very mixed people. Like, that's what I call real diversity, child. Everybody out there smashing. They're not picky eaters. But then you have girls like Elaine coming through with the complexion, like, you'd be like, yeah, she West African black. Like, it's giving that. That's Jamaica. They're very mixed. They are seriously mixed. If I'm not even mistaken, wasn't Rachel also? Wasn't Rachel? Y'all remember Rachel? Yeah, see, Rachel. See, and that's another face also of Jamaica. Y'all remember Rachel from back in the day? Rachel from BET. She was so pretty. Rachel also is Jamaican. That's another face of Jamaica too. I'm like, these people are really mixed. They are truly, truly mixed. Like, it's like, damn. But all them people. Oh, his father was white. But he could still have Chinese from his mom. He could still have from his mom. They're very mixed. But y'all remember Rachel from back in the day, right? Rachel was on BET. Rachel was so pretty, right? Remember Rachel? Rachel. Okay. She used to host a show on BET and all these guys used to be crazy about her, right? Rachel was very pretty. Rachel was very, very pretty. Oh, yeah. Rachel was very pretty. But see, she could look African and still have, I think, like, that's what I understand. She could look African and she could have recessive Chinese traits. Not everything comes out. Like, there are kids who are mixed who will come out dark skinned. Like my cousin, he is mixed. When I tell you we have the same complexion, you wouldn't believe it. Because some traits in some people be recessive. But then when you have a child, you'll see things that come out of you in your child. Like, well, I didn't even know I had this in me. Right? So the mama could look, I'm telling you, his mama could look black like me, just like me. You might not believe it though, but I have Portuguese in me. Right? Because the people who came to my dad's place, in the Ivory Coast, people who came to my dad's place, they were Portuguese. In my dad's native language, there are a lot of Portuguese words in there. Now, you might look at me and you might not be like, oh, no, there's no way Marlene could be mixed with Portuguese. Of course, because you see the black. You're like, oh, no. But you got to think how long it's been, though, right? But I do have cousins who are light-skinned. I do have cousins who are super red. Like, they're like albino looking. I have uncles who have super curly hair. It's like, what the heck? Where'd you get this from? Like, the curl pattern is not giving Africa. Okay? If you saw my dad's dad, he is super light. And his mom was even lighter. That people smashed. You like a lot of genes can be recessive in one person and be dominant in their child. And certain genes can be recessive, but when you have a baby, it becomes a dominant gene in the baby. Yeah, they're very mixed. Jamaican people are very, very mixed. But there's a predominant picture we have in our heads when we think of Jamaican people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yeah, and it's more like the, people like Patra, for example, like, yeah, that definitely gives Jamaica. That's the face of Jamaica. Like, Grace Jones also is Jamaican, right? But I'm saying, like, all of Jamaica is not just dark-skinned people. Where we at? Buju Banton. Oh, we used to love him when I was younger. He had this hit. Can you make my day? Oh, please stay. Yeah. The real love you do to me. Right? Oh, yeah. That was it. 1993. There you go. He was so cute. He was so cute back in the day. Yo, they used to play the song all the time. Can you make my day? You please stay. All right. So, okay, now it's time for us to leave Jamaica real quick. So, big shout out to Jamaica. Pop, 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 pop. All the yardies in here. Okay, love y'all. Okay. So, like I was saying, when it comes to Miss Felicia, you might want to ask her if she self-identifies as Black. I think that's the new respectful thing to do. Yeah, the same thing happened to me too. So I'm like that. Even me, because my husband's very light skinned, but I still felt like I was dark skinned enough to take over. You know what I'm saying? But my kids are all light skinned. So I was like, wow, it's crazy. Like, it seems like what's dominant for me when him and I guess, did the whole nasty and conceived these children, right? His light skinness took over. Because I swear, even my firstborn, he looks nothing like me. It's like the boy just ran through me. But maybe one day when he has kids, they could come out dark skinned. They're like, oh my gosh, why are you dark skinned? Your dad's so light. But the grandma is like hella dark. Okay. So that's just how it goes. That's how it goes sometimes. That's why I say you got to really ask Miss Felicia what she identifies as. Because she might not. She might not. But one of my main questions was, when I found out she was Black, I wasn't excited per se, because I'm like, okay, what does her joy got to do with me? Girl, you have not seen us out here, child. If James and I were to go like this, yeah, I am pretty dark. Okay. By myself, I'm not that dark. Next to him, I'm like, oh, damn. But the kids is like, they're all light skinned. Like, what? This is crazy. I'm the only dark skinned one in this family, actually. Even my dog is blonde. Okay. Shushu's blonde. Okay. What'd I tell you, child? They be out here discriminating. Even my dog is a blondie. Shushu's blonde. Okay. Make sense, right? But the thing that really concerned me was like, well, if you are quote unquote a Black woman and you are married to a multi-billionaire, what have you done for Black people? Okay. Because that's another thing too about being Black, right? To me, it's like if you identify as Black, okay, if you identify as Black, to me, if you really feel like you're a Black person, if you identify as Black, I do feel like your money will go towards helping Black people to some extent, right? And I'm like, this woman right here, the way her husband is so rich, the way her husband spends so much money on his Jewish community, it's kind of weird to me that I've never really heard of her, or I've never seen her invest in Black people, in Black women, in Black businesses, right? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Because what's his net worth? Hold on. What's his name? What's his net worth? Let's see how much her husband is worth, right? Okay, see? Her husband is worth $35 billion, right? So I'm like, okay, Black woman, your husband is worth $35 billion, right? How have you taken some of his money to invest in Black people and Black causes? Because that's a crap load of money. $35 billion, right? And I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I don't think she really identifies as Black. I don't think so. I think she lives in her husband's bubble. Okay. And most likely she identifies as Jewish. Okay. Because if your husband is Jewish and you want to marry him, most of the time you're going to have to convert to Judaism. Because I don't think Jewish people are allowed to marry someone who is not Jewish. So you have to convert to Judaism. And when we'll read more about her, you'll see. Right? That's what she does. But I'm like, y'all so quick to claim someone based on complexion instead of also asking yourself, well, since you have so much proximity to $35 billion, how you brought the bag to the community? Okay? Because I'm sure, I'm like, you see, I hope she knows. Maybe she doesn't know. I don't know. But it's like, I would think if you know a lot, if you see how your husband invests, most of his investments are into his own people. He puts a lot of money into his own people, right? I would think that you would also urge him to put some money into your people too. Like, what about your in-laws? What you gonna do for your in-laws, boo-boo? Right? So I was like, child, please. Just because a Black woman marries a rich white man, just because a Black woman marries a wealthy Jewish man, and in the bigger scheme of it all, it might be completely irrelevant. Okay, it might be irrelevant. If she does not find a way to take the bag from that man and bring some of the money over here to help Black people, or to show us how they do things over there so we can catch up with them people, to me, it's irrelevant. It really is irrelevant. Do that make sense, you guys? It's irrelevant. It really is irrelevant. If you're gonna become a Jew, you're gonna turn into a Jew. You're gonna start going to the synagogue and living like a Jewish woman, be involved with Jewish people. Then that's who you are now. Hey, Rochelle, right? Because you don't like. I'm like, he's not investing in Black people. And so for you to be his wife and to be connected to a man who has $35 billion, and you don't kind of apply some type of pressure that if you're gonna hit the poom poom, you got to feed my people. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Esther, right? Like Queen Esther, she allowed the king to smash because she's trying to save her people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, she was like, you're like, yeah, that's a real Jewish woman right there, because a Hebrew woman, because she giving her body to this Babylonian, but she got a plan for all her people to eat. Okay? Like, I'm going to surrender this poom poom, but by the time I'm done surrendering this poom poom, my people will not be killed, and we're going to have jobs, and we're going to have money, and we're going to be safe. Right? So I'm like, Queen Esther, for me, she's a real one. Right? Because she saved her people. But it's like you're married to a Jewish man, a white man, who's worth $35 billion. And we can't even feel how you've helped Black people like this. No, instead, she runs a soup kitchen. This woman is crazy. This woman runs a soup kitchen called Glide. Like, we'll get into it. I'm like, child, girl, y'all sure this woman is Black? I don't know. Because I'm like, if it was Toni Morrison, right? If Toni Morrison, but she probably never do that shit too, though. But, that's just it. Right? But if Toni Morrison, you guys, I found out Toni Morrison was an Aquarius. It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense, right? But if Toni Morrison was married to a man who was worth $35 billion, you think Black people out here be struggling? I don't think so. She take all that man's money. Okay? You must take care of my people. All right? Take care of my people. Hire some of my people. Like at Horowitz and Henderson, how many people who work there are Black people? Right? How does she use her proximity to her husband to create opportunities for Black people? She doesn't. She does social crap. She does NGOs. When have you ever seen non-for-profits make a difference? Right? Yeah, in the Bay Area. That's it, a soup kitchen. And the thing is, too, the thing I find, that's just me. That's me. Right? The thing about Glide is they help everybody. You're Black, you're white, you're Asian, you're this, that. So it's like, once again, it's for everybody, right? But I'm like, if you're Black, and you identify as Black, and you understand what it is to be Black in America, you would have something very specific for your own people. I'm not saying don't help everybody, but everybody in America don't suffer the same. Everybody in America don't suffer the same. And I would love to know how many resumes of Black people she gave to her husband. Like, you need to hire these people, right? I wonder, when it comes to all these fancy Ivy League schools, how many resumes she don't pulled up and told her husband, Ben, hire them people, Ben. Hire them, right? I want to see more Black people at your company, right? I bet she did. That's why I said, stop calling everybody Black. Stop calling everybody Black. Stop doing that. Because a lot of people, their heart is not for Black people, right? But they will bamboozle you with this whole like, oh, I'm this and that. No. Because her husband, he does a lot financially for his community. I'll show you how much he gave to Glossier. So let's read this little article right here. Let's read this right here real quick, okay? Because I was trying to see, because when I looked her up, it doesn't seem like she's educated. I don't think she has any degrees. So maybe she graduated high school. That's about it. But I couldn't see like where she went to college. I couldn't see if she had a graduate degree. I couldn't see it. But I definitely saw that she's into the arts. Okay. So she's into the arts, y'all. She likes to sing, I guess. I don't know. So let me make myself smaller. Oh, Lord. Y'all, I am tired. Okay. Make sure y'all can see this. Okay, so Felicia Horowitz gets personal about philanthropy, family, and fashion. Okay, growing up in Los Angeles, Felicia Horowitz, I don't even know what her real name is. What's her maiden name? I don't know. Dream of appearing on the Johnny Carson late night show, talk show. So I guess you want to be an entertainer. To ready herself for the top billings on his stage, where she imagined belting out to a beat tune like the Heat Waves, Boogie Nights. She would head to the nearby Senior Citizen Center and perform for a captivated audience. Okay. being able to entertain the residents and have them in turn support my talent or lack thereof fed into my fantasy. So here we go. She recalls. At some point, though, she had an epiphany. I was blown away by the impact that me just showing up and singing had. In the moment, it was my gift to them. But this gift was from them to me. This community of senior citizens changed the trajectory of my life. My story is that most important gift is showing up, living with intention, valuing others people's lives. Okay, sure, whatever. All right, so this is how she lived, y'all. Look at her mindset, look at her psychology. Okay, cool. Last month, Horowitz did find herself front and center on a stage. She wasn't performing. However, during the Glide Legacy Gala, she presented the Janice Mirikitani Legacy Award to international speaker and communication strategist Mumpi Nobiva. So maybe that represents Indian. I don't know. A member of the first graduating class of the Oprah Winfrey. Oh, so they're the little African kids. Okay. So a member of the first graduating class of the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls. Okay. So once again, when she does stuff for Black people, it's the Black people that other rich Black people have sanctified, right? Oprah Winfrey. And you'll see like those pictures of her with Oprah, with Gail. She hangs around like a bunch of rich Black people, like the Black Boule kind of thing. Okay. Okay. Mumpni, like Jen, experienced tremendous heartache and obstacle and also fought her way through using her brain as a tool to change her destiny. Says Horowitz, who was honored in the same award in 2016 for her humanitarian work. Sure. While her activism and altruism reach far and wide globally, Horowitz is involved with the American Jewish World Service. Ha, 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 ha. Ah, so this is where she cares about. So see, she's involved in the American Jewish World Service. Okay? Things to make her husband happy. I was going to say, you cannot just be claiming people Black. Oh, she Black, she Black. No. Hold up, wait a minute. Okay? Wait a minute. That's why I feel like she has converted to Judaism. I don't think he would have married her if she was not converted. International Rescue Committee and the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Okay. How do these things help Black people again? I don't know. You tell me. Glide is near and dear to her. Headquartered in San Francisco, Tenderloins neighborhood, the organization offers a range of services such as free meals, child care, legal aid, and health care. You know, there's a clip where Kanye said, we want representation instead of wanting like wealth empowerment. That's how I feel, you guys. That's how I feel. Okay. And healthcare. Let me take myself off the screen. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. She was introduced to its husband and wife co-founder, Reverend Cecile Williams and Janice Mirikitani, a dozen years ago. Since then, Horowitz has become a regular at the church Sunday celebration, not led by Marvin K. White, that's a Black man. He sings for them. And she has contributed her time and resources to various Glide programs, including volunteering to prepare and serve lunches. All right. Now be mindful, right? This woman, her husband is worth $35 billion, right? Her husband is worth $35 billion. And she thinks she does the most by volunteering. Volunteering. All right, cool. People are funny. People are seriously funny. Okay. Let that sink in. Okay. By showing up, I let them know that they are seen and that somebody cares about them. By showing up. Okay. She says, adding that Glide's mission of unconditional love says that everyone deserves to be seen as individuals and that no one is left behind or left hungry. And that resonates with me deeply. Horowitz and her husband, Ben, co-founder of Mellow Park-based venture capital firm Anderson and Horowitz, are sponsors of the Glide annual holiday jam, its biggest fundraiser aside from the eBay auction for lunch with financier Warren Buffett. The most recent went for $4.57 million. Slated this year for November 14 is an event that represents the joy of Glide, says Horowitz of the Rollicking Gala. In his 2014 book, The Hard Things About Hard Things, Ben recounts meeting his future wife on a blind date, okay, when they were in college. So where did he go to college? Let me see. Where did he go to college? Because I don't know where he went to college. I can't remember. Okay. So his education was, he went to college where? So he had a BA in computer science from Columbia University, that's New York, and then he has his master's in computer science from UCLA. So when did they meet though? Child, I'm outside a little bit. I'm outside a little bit. Okay. So something about this is a bit off. Okay. So he said, what? Meeting his future wife on a blind date when they were in college. How? She was in LA. You were in New York. So is he lying here maybe to not make her feel bad? Okay. His second book, What You Do Is Who You Are, comes out this month. And I agree. What you do is what you are. If you're Black and you commit to Jewish people, that's what you are. Early on in their relationship, she tells me, he was a bartender and she was working the graveyard shift on Brinks. Okay. They wed in 1989. So where is he then? Hold on, you guys. I just had it right. Child, what's... Oh my gosh. I just had it. Yeah, something is off here. Because you see, he got his computer science degree from Columbia in 1988. And so they got married in 1989. And then he got his computer science degree from UCLA in 89. So maybe he was a grad student by then. But anyways, it seems like she worked at a bar. It seems like she worked at a bar. I don't think she went to college. I think he's just saying that to be nice to her. I don't think she went to college because this is weird. Okay, so they wed in 1989. So right now he's doing his master's in computer science at UCLA, right? So he's not in college, he's in grad school. So she was not in, I don't think she was in school. I think he's being polite because I couldn't see anything about her being enrolled in college. Okay, they wed in 1989, raised 3 kids, and have called Atherton home for the past 11 years. She jokes that the secret to their 30-year marriage is that Ben knows how to cook his butt off, giving a special shout out to his grits and collard greens. So he makes grits and collard greens. Okay, sure, whatever. He's also expertly helmed the grill during the backyard barbecues, and couple have become well known for hosting. Mariah Carey, Gayle King, your boy Diddy, Kim Kardashian West are amongst previous attendees. Okay. I first met Horowitz three years ago through a mutual friend who says, you're going to love her. She's such a soulful person. People always say that about rich people. That descriptor I've learned is spot on. During the Gazette photo shoot, I asked how one of her looks came together. White shirt by Shatanu Nikhil, gold brocade vest by Maison Margiela, and Rachel Caesar strip skirt plumped up by Tulle. Cotton stems adorn her hair. My question seems simple enough, but her answer is profound and profoundly complex, right? So she says this. Y'all, this part was just crazy to me. Cotton remains a strong symbolic representation of when my ancestors were enslaved. Okay, so here she talks about her ancestors being enslaved, but you can see this woman, right, when she dedicates her time and her money, is for causes that help everybody, every individual, all people. Okay. All right, let's go. Horowitz explained, later in the 1930s, my great uncle Roy was kidnapped, shackled, forced to pick cotton at gunpoint. This horrible experience went on for half of his life as they kept Uncle Roy locked in a barn during the night, only to force him to pick cotton at gunpoint during the day. Finally, Uncle Roy dug his way out of the barn one night and made it home safely. You can imagine the fear that ran through my family for decades, knowing that could have been any of us. So therefore, you would assume, right, if this is the true story of Uncle Roy, why doesn't she give money to the African American Museum? Right? Why don't you give money to the NAACP? Like real cause. I'm not saying don't help the GLIDE people, like feed all the people in San Francisco. But it's like, if that's really your legacy, that's part of your family history, why won't you have specific, right? Thank you, Val. Thank you, Val. Let him in. Because Val, imagine. This is why I said just because somebody, that's why I don't, complexion don't do nothing for me. Complexion don't, it doesn't mean, oh my gosh, she's black. No. What is her psychology and where does she spend her money and where does she spend her time? Right? Because for me, it's like, if Uncle Roy, if you talk about their slavery, my people were enslaved, da, 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 this is a very horrific story. This is not a story that applies to Chinese American. This is not a story. Chinese people were used also to build the rails and the roads and the rails into California, right? They suffer too, right? But the story about picking cotton and all that kind of stuff, being in shackle, enslaved, da, 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 that is a story that is specific to African Americans. Okay, it is very specific. So it's like, to me, if that's part of your lineage, that's part of your history, that's part of who you are, Uncle Roy, you live for Uncle Roy, you should also have specific donations, specific volunteering hours, specific checks should be written to organizations that work specifically for the betterment of African Americans. And you should stand behind that. When her husband has things for Jewish people, he don't hide, right? He stands on business because he's Jewish. But you, when you practice your philanthropy, you practice a philanthropy that is all inclusive. Oh, because when you look at Glide, it's for everybody. Right. And I'm not mad at it. If you want to help people out. But my thing is, there's $35 billion, right? So you should also be able to help everybody, but you should also be mindful to be specific about doing a little bit more for your people. Because the kind of pain and struggle and racism and slavery that African Americans have endured in this country, it is very, very, very different than anybody else out here. It's not the same. It is not the same. Right. And I'm like, and I can see why people can say what they want. Right. They can say what you can say what you want. But there's no way you can really be pro-Black and have a white husband or a white wife. That's why I don't trust. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't trust it. I don't trust anybody who can be Black and marry a white person. You're like, but Marlene, isn't your brother also married to a white person? Well, there you go. Right? Because you can never be your true self around them because they will feel some type of way. You understand me? Because that's like, to me, it's crazy. No, because the same way you stand for your Jewish people, it's the same way I will stand for my Black people. Right? I know I said a lot of times, I don't worship Blackness. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I have your back just because you're Black. No. But on a more civil, yeah, right? On a civil scale, on a legal scale, yes. If I'm a billionaire or I'm married to a billionaire, I have an obligation, right? I have an obligation to take care of my people, right? Now, does that mean every Black girl who goes on TikTok and cries racism, I'm gonna stand beside her? No, because some of y'all, you go look for your own problem, right? But our children need better, like better schools, better teachers. You know, we have serious problems here. The stuff we see on TikTok or the stuff that makes it mainstream, honestly, is foolishness. Okay, I'm like, you're just crazy. All right, sit your ass down somewhere because you went and looked for trouble. But there are really big problems, though. Make sense? So I'm like, if you feel this way about Uncle Roy, if that's the story of Uncle Roy, why didn't you write a check? Why are you not a matron at the African American Museum? Because you don't really want to be a Black woman. You understand? And that's the truth. Because once you start taking these positions, you are telling these people, his Jewish people, his whole family, that you're Blackity Black. Right? And that's the part they don't want, because it's the same thing with Candace Owens. Anytime you notice Candace can say whatever she wants to say about Black people. Oh, and then she'll be like, oh, because I'm Black and I'm just trying to do this for tough love, whatever she says, right? Yeah, right. Take your Caribbean ass somewhere else, right? But when it comes to Jewish people, Candace is always so careful. Like, oh, I have Jewish friends and my Jewish friends know how I feel. And my Jewish friends and my Jewish friends and I'm like, man, F your little Jewish friends. Okay, if by now your Jewish friends don't know your heart, then F them. Why do you always have to preface with this and this and this and this to say, oh, my Jewish friends? You know, there are Black people who put Jewish people on a pedestal. Okay, and she might be one of them. Because like you see, the stuff she's involved in are the things that pertain to his community, his faith, and the advancement of Jewish people. Right. And then when she goes outside of that, it's still organizations that help all people. And that's what I have a problem with, right? Because he's going to stand for Jewish people. I told you, Emily Weiss, he gave that little girl $40 million just like that. She has no experience running a business, but he did it because that's his kinfolk, right? No, it's true. Because to me, I don't see how you can be real Blackity Black, and marry a white person. I really don't see it. I do not see it. No, I don't know. Because it's weird. Because to sit here and to act like deep down inside, this person doesn't know that society tells them that they're better than you. Like, you're crazy. You are really crazy. You are really, really crazy, right? The fact that you have to convert to be accepted by his people. Yeah, right. Okay, they're like, oh, he makes collard greens. He makes no, we're not. We're all human, but unfortunately, we are nurtured and we're groomed differently, and that's the truth. And you have to accept it. Culture matters. If you want to sit here and pretend, if you and you're free to do that, Lexi, more power to you, right? If you want to be friends with white people and assume that, oh, we're all human, more power to you. But then don't turn the block one day and start crying because you experience microaggression, right? We're all human, but we're trained differently. We're all human, but we're groomed differently. We're raised differently. We are given different programming. The programming that is given to white people, what that's given to white children, and the programming that's given to black children, it is not the same. It is not the same, right? Because to me, if what the people, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. All right. So if you marry, hey, Lily, if you marry a Jewish person and part of his religious upbringing is to say that only Jews are true human beings and that Gentiles are going or they're called cattle or we're called beasts, that's the, it's because you don't believe in yourself. I think it's pathetic. Because me, Marlene, I could never marry somebody who thinks that based on his religion and his skin color, he's above me and I'm beneath him. This is what they learn. This is not a joke. It's only black. I think black people are really like, they scream all this confidence stuff, but honestly, they're very weak. They have low self-esteem. They're desperate to belong. They're desperate for white people to affirm them, right? They're desperate to not be included because black people just reek desperation. Even this whole obsession with, oh, black women are for billionaires, black women are for white men, oh, lobster and pasta, it reeks desperation. It is pathetic desperation. It is self-loathing at its worst. It's like just begging a white man, please make me feel like a white woman. Please give me an experience. Please make me your wife. Please allow me to carry your genetics. Shut the hell up. What's the honor in carrying white people genetics? Have you seen how white people age? Like you're a weirdo. Like you're weird. You are really weird. I don't know. Okay. Have you seen how they age? No offense to them. Right. But imagine like, yeah, it's just weird. Like me, when I think about, I don't know, that's just me. When I think about, oh my gosh, when I think about the amount of grapes, the way white men have graped black women on this land. Hey, you guys, I swear, I kid you not. Right. When I think about the way white men have had their ways with black women in this country, when I think about the way white men have graped and graped and graped and graped and graped the black women, oh my Lord, and now in me, at my big age, I'm going to willingly lay there and let a white man release his semen in my body. Hey, I don't have it in me. Hey, I don't have it in me. I do not have it in me. I don't have it in me. I cannot. I would have PTSD. Because in his genetics, even if he, like, I'm trying to tell you this, right? There's no way that the majority of white people on this land, there is no way that the majority of white people on this land do not have the genetics of a KKK member, do not have the genetics of a plantation owner, that it's in their blood. Okay? All these evil people who have done all these evil things, even though they might be dead, they live through the DNA of their descendants. Okay, so a white guy could present, he could be very nice, he could be very sweet. Okay, he could be very nice, very sweet, very polite. He will never even hurt a single black person. Okay, there are some really nice white dudes out here, right? But it doesn't take away from the fact that in your DNA, in your bloodline, you carry the genes of people who have murdered my people. You know what I'm saying? And for that, I cannot carry your seed. I refuse to carry your seed. I can't do it, y'all. I would have PTSD. I'm like, okay? I could not do it. Like, he might be a nice person. He might be really sweet, very charming, very kind. Not all white people are bad. No. You have some really sweet white people. Okay? There are some really sweet white dudes out here. But I can't disconnect the fact that in your blood, runs the blood of a hateful people. It's a hateful people. And for as much as I know my blood is good, and for as much as I know that the blood of Jesus Christ runs through my vein, it is not enough blood to make me forget. And it's not enough blood to wash away the sins of your ancestors. And I cannot bring myself to procreate with someone, okay? I cannot bring myself to procreate with someone who has done these things, or the ancestors done these things. Would you say? No, it's not all Africans. No, let's be very clear. Let's be very clear here, because people like to do that. It's not all Africans who partook in the slave trade. It's not all of them. It's not all of them. But in this land right here that you call America, the majority of white people have benefited from the exploitation, the slavery, the sale, the torture of Black people. It's very different. Africa is an entire continent. A lot of people were never even exposed to slavery, okay? A lot of Africans were never exposed to slavery. Africa is a continent. America is a country, right? There are some African, hey Peggy, there are some African people along the West Coast who definitely partook in the sale of their own people. God's gonna punish them people. And I'm sure to this day, their lineage is suffering. But when it comes to the United States of America, the majority of white people from the 1600s till today have benefited in some shape or form in the exploitation, the sale, the slavery, the enslavement, the torture, the systemic oppression, the laws that have set Black people behind. They all have, okay? They all have. So no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Okay, that's number one. Number two, marrying into a religious cultural group that believes that they're the only ones who are human beings and everybody else is a goyim or you're an akum. Like I forgot, you are an akum. What is it? Right? I forgot this. Oh, they have there's a thing we found that one time. Non-Jews are forbidden from studying. Child, it's too much, right? But there was one thing we found about what does Talmud say about non-Jews being less than dogs. Y'all, when I read this, I couldn't believe this. Kasher, and if you are in South Africa, they have a name called kafir. Kafir is like the N-word. It's like the N-word for Black people. Okay, but it's a book. It is a book. It is a book that really does tell them the way they're raised, the way they practice their religion, right? Is to believe that they are at the top. They're the real human beings. They're not just God's chosen people. They are real human beings. That's why they have no problem doing what they're doing in Palestine. They have no problem because the way they're raised, the way they're groomed, the way they're nurtured, the way they're brought up is that everybody else is an animal. Oh, thank you, Zane, right? Everybody is an animal and they are the only real human beings. I wish I could, I wish I could find the thing I found last time. Hold on. Let me see. It was Akum, right? How you spell it? I was like, what the heck? Who you calling Hakum? Jab. They probably had the end wiped out. Oh God. Was it? Hold on. We will find this thing. I will find this stuff for you guys. But thank you guys, right? She said, but Marlene, more Blacks have done worse to other Blacks throughout history. No, more to you, according to you, based on the limited information that you have, right? Because this is where the lies of white society come into play. White people have convinced us that we have done more harm to each other than what they have done to us, right? And this is how they perpetuate Black on Black crime, colorism, etc., etc. You have been convinced to that, right? You've been convinced. But please show me a place in history where black people on black people have managed to kill 12 million other black people, or sell 12 other million black people, take the stem cells from black people, steal property from black people, burn entire cities from black people, right? Show me where. Show me where, right? When you look even in Europe amongst themselves, from European to European, even what they've done to each other, we don't even come close. Like, I know sometimes we're like, oh, black people be doing too much. Black people can be our worst. We can be our worst enemy because we don't study other people's history, right? We live within our black bubble. But when you study even the Russians, from Stalin, Lenin, what they've done to Russian people themselves, even we as black people, you can't even find one psychotic African terrorist leader who has killed as many of his own people as Lenin or Stalin. These people are crazy, right? You study the wars between these Europeans, from the French fighting the British fighting the Dutch fighting the Romanovs, the Romanovs fighting these people, right? Their history themselves, what they've done to each other, we pale in comparison, right? Because we have allowed white people to make us think that we are the problem, that we are the most violent. Mobutu does not compare to Stalin. Stalin had, like, y'all, you need to study Russian history. These people are sick. They are really sick. I'm like, this is pure madness. This is absolute madness, right? Because the problem is black people globally in the diaspora, but if we want to focus here on America, right? Black people are raised, black people are educated by white people. So ask yourself, are you getting the truth of the matter? Or are you getting a narrative that fits what they want you to think and how they want you to feel and how they want you to look at yourself and how they want you to have suspicion when you look at another black person, right? Make sense? But it's like, when it comes to violence in the world, we don't even come close to white people. Do you understand? And I would even beg to argue that one of the reasons why we as black people can be mean, hurtful, even killing other black people is because of what they've done to us, right? Psychologically, what they have done to us, and also economically, the fact that white people always rob us of financial resources. So when you have a people with low self-esteem, no job, nothing to do, guess what? It's a perfect place for hatred. It's a perfect place for short temper. It's a perfect place for them to be violent. But are black people inherently violent, or are we put in a weird petri dish to become a violent people? You know what I'm saying? Where do black people learn to hate? Isn't it funny how, like I said, where do black people learn to hate themselves, right? Isn't it funny how the further away a black person is from a white people, that black person will love themselves? But the closer you put a black child next to white people, the child becomes confused. The child starts to hate themselves. They want rhinoplasty. They want slick hair. They want to be light-skinned. They want to do all kinds of weird stuff to themselves, right? Okay. So it's like, no. No. That type of the type of distrust we have towards each other, we learn that from somewhere, right? We learned that from somewhere. And they've done such a good job at making us doubtful, skeptical, hateful of each other that now they don't even have to intervene because they're teaching. They live in our heads. And we act accordingly without even them having to intervene. So you never see them. So you think, oh, my biggest issue is this person, right? Because you see her. And you don't see the person that's doing the programming for us to act this way. But compared to white people, when it comes to violence, we pale in comparison. Have you ever seen a black person drop a nuclear bomb on people? Okay. Have you ever seen black people do that? Right? When it comes to Japan, white people dropped 2 nuclear bombs on people because they were Asian. Okay. They dropped a bomb on Hiroshima. They dropped another bomb in Nagasaki. Like almost 300,000 plus people died. Like who does stuff like this? You look at Vietnam, white people again, dropping Agent Orange, destroying all kinds of human life. Like these people have a gift for evil that we black people, we're like, oh no, we don't have that type of gift, right? They're real evil. We're just reckless. When you think about the way we commit crimes out here, if you were to compare crimes of white people versus the crimes of white people, black people are reckless because we're very emotional. So we commit reckless crimes that honestly don't serve a purpose. They're just like you're just in your feelings, so you shot somebody. You're reckless. Their crimes over here are completely different. These are evil crimes. They are intentional. They're intentionally designed to inflict the most harm on people who don't look like them. And then they use their media to make themselves believe that this is what they had to do.
right? That dropping nuclear bombs on people is something that they had to do. It's the only way. It was the only way, right? Right? We do reckless crimes. We are a reckless people because we're a very emotional people. Okay? The crimes they do, they are intentionally designed to inflict the most amount of harm on people who don't look like them. White people by nature are inherently racist. Notice how every time they have an issue with someone, it's always somebody who looks different, who has a different religion, has a different complexion, does not believe in what they believe in, right? If you're different than white people, you become their enemy. The only type of diversity white people will allow is sexual diversity because they themselves have sexual perversions, right? If you want to wear a dress, that's the kind of diversity they love. Because to be honest, a man in a dress is not really that, is he really that intimidating? I don't know. You tell me, right? You understand? They love the different pronouns, the he, she, she, them, wump. But talk about your religion, you're going to see what's going to happen, right? They love sexual diversity. They love diversity of pronouns. But when it comes to truly accepting diversity, that some people don't think like them. Some people do not pray like them. Some people don't want their goofy ass democracy that is truly for sale to big corporations, right? Then you become a problem. Then they got to start bombing you. Okay? So no. Yeah. You understand? But even like in the Netherlands, they have this weird holiday, the blackface holiday. Hold on. If you guys didn't know this, right? So they have a blackface holiday. Let me show y'all. These people are sick. They are truly sick. I mean, I don't play with them people. Okay? They have this weird holiday in the Netherlands where white people think, these Europeans think, it's cute to walk outside with blackface. This is their culture, right? And Netherlands, when you say Netherlands, you're talking about the Dutch. These are the same Dutch who went to South Africa and did the apartheid on these people, okay? So people are like, oh my gosh, we're all humans. No, we're not all humans. Some people might look human, but I wonder if they even have a soul, okay? Because how can you do these types of crimes? How can you do these types of crimes, right? And it's always black people who want to sit here and try to justify the humanity of white people. Do you ever see white people sit here and try to justify or fight for your humanity and try to convince their own people that you're a human being and you deserve better? Okay, no, but it's always black people who want to be sitting here and be like, oh, I'm going to advocate for white people. I'm going to advocate for the humanity of white people. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Worry about your own humanity. Worry about your damn self. Like, I wish more black people understand this. Like, this life, everybody needs to start worrying about themselves, okay? Worry about yourself. So this is what they do out there in the Netherlands, right? They walk outside in black faces, okay? This is their tradition. And they see nothing wrong with this. They see nothing wrong with this, right? But you're supposed to believe that, oh, no, these people are not racist, okay? They don't see color. They love everybody. No, they don't. No, they don't. And when you look at it's called Black Pete, huh? When you look at when you look at what their ancestors have done throughout the world, you would see at one point the Dutch people, the Dutch Empire, they were wealthier than America. They were wealthier than God knows what, and they fell apart because just like America, they started doing these stupid wars, wasting money going to wars with people they had no business going to war. Okay, so that's how they went broke. Child, they do all kinds of weird stuff. The first time I found out about this holiday, I was like, what the heck? What is this? Right? And it doesn't bother them. Like, it's so normal to them. It is so normal to them. They even had a show, I remember like years ago, they had a show, like a musical show, like a talent show, kind of like America's Next, like America Can Sing, whatever, but the Dutch version. And this white woman, she painted herself in all blackface. Okay? Because I'm like, they don't see you as a human being. But here you are bending over backwards to try to say, oh, no, but we're all human beings. Says who? Says who? Says who? Because a few goofy white people told you that on TikTok that they see you as their equal, so you believe it? Okay? You crazy. You are really, really crazy. Anyways, let's get back to Miss Felicia over here. So, as I was saying, right, to me, it's really crazy how you want to wear a dress and put cotton all over your head and claim your Uncle Roy's was a slave, whatever. But Miss Felicia, when we look at how you spend your time and how you spend your money, yeah, it's not adding up. They are the Dutch. And they're the ones who are going to rebrand themselves because they got to act like they just like the people of the Israel, right? They have to act like, oh, they have claim to the land, right? So they have to rebrand themselves and call themselves Semites. When in all honesty, these are Ashkenazi Jews. These are Jews from Europe, right? Who fled to what was called Palestine, right? And the way it's supposed to work was Great Britain was supposed to give the land back to the Palestinians. And when these Ashkenazi Jews came from Europe, Great Britain had them at a concentration camp, right? In Cyprus. They were held at concentration camps in Cyprus. And amongst those Jewish people, those European Jews who fled Europe, you had about 20,000 people who were military people, who were part of the Haganah, right? And that's the thing I'm going to tell you. It's a militarized group who fled Europe. But for me, of all my years of studying World War II and what happened with the Holocaust, we were never told that there was a militarized faction of the Jews, of the European Jews that were called the Haganah, and that these military people were the ones who will be the settlers, right? And what will become the Israeli project. They don't tell you that part. Of course they don't, right? Because you got to make it seem like it's the Arabs that have an issue. But like, these people by themselves are not really Semites. They're Europeans, right? So when you look at these Dutch too, when you look at the Dutch, when they come to South Africa, right? And they do all these obscene things they do to these African people, obscene, all kinds of demonic stuff they did to these African people, they have to establish claim, right, to the land. So now they're going to start rebranding themselves, right, as Afrikaans. You see the perversion? So we're Africans, and they call themselves Afrikaans. Right. And they still speak Dutch to this day. So when you look at Afrikaan, the language itself, the Afrikaan language with the K, right, in South Africa, it is really it's like a Dutch Creole. OK, it's a Dutch Creole. You know what I'm saying? But it's still them. It's still them. But they have to act like, oh, we're from here. This is our land too. This is what belongs to us. And then it's like, no, it's not your land. Go back to the Netherlands, okay? Go back to the Netherlands. You're annoying behind. So it's them. So Afrikaans are people of Dutch. They're colonizers, okay? Children of colonizers of Dutch ancestry. That's what they are. That's who they are. Okay? So Uncle Roy. Okay, sure. So she talked about Uncle Roy, but she's not going to do nothing for Uncle Roy. Okay, cool. Okay, so she said, understandably, those stories stay with her from this backdrop and knowledge, she says, as a young girl, when I heard someone use the N-word, I always felt embarrassed and small. They didn't even have to be talking about me. I felt dehumanized like my Uncle Roy being forced to pick cotton. But then starting in the late 80s, some great young artists, so she's calling these the rappers, young artists, okay, began to transform that word. They dropped the ER and they added an A and made it something to be proud rather than embarrassed by. So you see, once again, you have allegedly a Black woman who's married to a billionaire Jewish man, right? And her most Blackest moment, her most proudest moment is when NWA turned the word into ninja. Like, what in the world? She's not talking about advancement in sciences that Black people have made. She's not talking about advancement in banking that Black Americans have made. Of all the things you could give credit to Black Americans for, she chooses rap music. Okay? And think about the 80s. Who was rapping in the 80s? NWA. Okay? NWA. All right? Okay? like, okay, I mean, she's from LA, so sure, whatever. But I'm like, think about how stereotypical this sounds, right? She's a Black woman married to a white Jewish man, right? And how she gonna stand up for Black people is through hip hop, and how they dropped the ER and then they start using the A. So then we went from my to my ninja. Yeah, right. Girl, bye. Child, please. I'll tell you, before you start clapping for people, you gotta go do your research on people. Don't claim everybody. Okay? So since hip hop took the power back, hip hop. Okay, sure. Nobody can make me feel small with that word or any word. So once again, you have Toni Morrison. No, she ain't talking about the people, child. Right? The people who take a strong sense, the people who take the Black Americans who take a strong stance in being blackity black, she's not going to talk about them, right? But hip hop is something that most white people like, right? Because hip hop, once again, is a bunch of Black people calling themselves the N-word. I told you, you guys, I tell you this all the time. I tell you guys this all the time. I said, when you really think about it, hip hop, right? All this hip hop rap music, who is it really for? Who is it really for? Right? Who is it really for? Because if you're really Black and you're outside like this, you probably already know this. Do you need to hear this in the music? No. It's really for white people. And a lot of Jews, don't forget the Beastie Boys. Don't forget Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys is a bunch of Jewish boys who are doing hip hop in New York. Okay, don't forget it. Okay, Ruben, who started Def Jam with your boy Russell. Oh gosh, Russell, Uncle Rush Simmons. Okay, right. So Jewish people, Jewish boys, they've always enjoyed hip hop, the violence of hip hop, the degeneracy of hip hop. Right. So it's a place where there's no confrontation because white people can buy the music. White people can use the N-word the way they want to, right? It's very violent. It's very degenerate. It's very stereotypical. I grew up in the hood. I didn't have a daddy. Today was a good day. Didn't have to use my AK, right? They love that stuff, right? White liberals love to consume Black degeneracy. And they'll convince you that it's empowering and this and that because, oh my gosh, it's so relatable. Because Black people hurting each other is so relatable to white folks. Okay? I told y'all, when I used to go to Orange Theory, every time they put a rap song on, gangster rap, you should see how fast these white girls start to run. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, it turns you on. It definitely turns them on. Okay? Black on Black crime is like grape corn for white people. It turns them on. The biggest financiers, the biggest investors into Black brutality, okay, Black degeneracy, whatever, it's always white people. The majority of these record labels are ran by who? Jewish people, okay, right? The majority of rappers are signed to who? A Jewish person, okay, all right? You will never see a Jewish person run a record label and Black people will make music that makes Black people proud to be Black. No, and no, and no, and no. They love it when you sing about how you're going to kill your own people, how you're going to load the chopper up, how you're going to make it rain, how you're going to slide on your ops, all kinds of stuff. And meanwhile, their families are protected. Their kids are protected. They live in very nice neighborhoods. They make a whole lot of money. They go to the synagogue. They have Shabbat dinners and all that kind of stuff, right? But when it comes to Black people, for you to sign to them, for them to give you an advance on your money, you have to agree to use the N-word 25,000 times, to refer to Black women and women as the B word. Hey, T. Okay, you got to agree. Do you want to talk about how you kill somebody, right? Isn't it weird now? I think it's not. Is it Interscope? If it's not Interscope, I forgot which label. No, it's not Universal. But one of the record labels out here, when they sign rappers, automatically they take a life insurance on them because they know the kind of music they make, the things they talk about, they will be unalive very soon. And today we have realized that when a rapper is dead, he is actually worth more money. Right? He's worth more money. But when it comes to their people, their community, or when it comes to white artists, they have a whole different career path, right? But it's our fault too, though, because for the crumbs, we agreed to go in there and sing about killing each other. So hear that part too. Okay? Here's also that part. So let's keep reading, y'all. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Can't even breathe. Okay, so that's why I wanted to sprinkle myself. She wants to sprinkle herself, child, in cotton and dress in corresponding colonial style outfit for the photo shoot. I wanted to remix cotton and change its meaning the way those brave artists changed the N-word. This lady is goofy as hell. She is hella goofy. This lady is silly. She's very, and you can see why he married her. Indeed, flipping the narrative is a recurring theme for Horowitz. That's what all of my philanthropic work is about. Helping people who feel less than feel proud, she says. T is like, what, T? Girl, get in here. Through her work with Glide and elsewhere in the world, such as her travels with American Jewish World Service to the Dominican Republic to visit a network of women confronting gender inequality and gender-based violence. Okay, so she can go to Chicago. You see, that's why I said before you claim Black people, before you claim people, oh, she's a Black woman married to a billionaire, I'm going to start claiming her. Are you sure she likes Black people? Are you sure she cares about Black people, right? So here you go. So when she travels with the American Jewish people, right? She goes to the DR, Dominican Republic, not Haiti. I think about that, right? Because y'all know Haiti and the DR, it's the same island. But she goes to the DR where the people are what? They're mixed. They light skinned, right? Like Haiti went through a whole earthquake. Haiti has all these problems, right? But Haiti is a bunch of dark skinned people. You fly over those people, you go to the DR. Okay? With a bunch of like mixed people, right? Where they speak Spanish also, not the French Creole, right? And then you want to go care about the people in the domestic violence. The people in Haiti, they don't have domestic violence in Haiti, right? Or even here, you couldn't go to Chicago. How many cities in here, especially in the South, you guys, I swear, I think a lot of times too, when it comes to Black America, people have a tendency of looking at places like LA, like California, New York, you know, like maybe the DMV, Georgia, Texas, you know, but like a lot of times, I don't think people really think about Black America in the Midwest and how they're truly suffering. Okay. I don't think a lot of times too, people consider Black people, Black Americans in the deep pockets of the South. I'm talking like Alabama, them remote places in Georgia. Like, no, there's a part of Georgia that's giving like third world country. You would actually think you were actually in Africa. Like, what the heck? This is crazy. How can U.S. citizens live like this? This is not okay. Alabama, there are parts of Alabama, especially like Selma. You guys, we drove through Selma. I was like, James, we got to get out of here. It reeked racism. Okay, parts of Alabama. There are a lot of parts. There are a lot of parts also in Mississippi, also where Black people are not doing well. They're not doing well. They are seriously underbanked. You know, and what happens when? Oh, y'all, sorry. What happens like when you're underbanked and stuff like that? You got to use them services. Like you got to go to Walmart to cash your check. They take a fee off your money. Okay, like you pay all these fees when you don't have access to a bank account. You're preyed upon. They make you pay, charge you pay to cash the check. If you want your money in cash, they're gonna charge you something. Or sometimes they'll tell you like, oh, just put your money on a Walmart card. That Walmart card too, it has monthly fees, all kinds of fees, right? I'm like, a lot of Black Americans are underbanked. They don't have access to bank accounts. You know, they have to use cash checking places. They have to use the Walmart services. They have to go, you got to use MoneyGram and all that kind of stuff, right? To be able to have access to your money. It is crazy. It's really, really crazy, right? And it's like, nobody talks about that. But so like, it's millions and millions of people who are underbanked. And here's her husband. He got the money. He could fix it. He could fix it, right? But she'd rather go to the Dominican Republic, right? Instead of like you as a Black American, if you identify as Black, right? Going from Black communities to Black communities and like really talking about Black issues. But I don't really think that she wants to be seen as Black. She wants to be seen as ambiguous. Okay. She really does. Y'all, sorry, my stuff, my belly. Okay. So what you say? Or she also went to India. I wonder why she went to India, because it's a lot of rich people in India now. India is a new place to go. India, to me, with a group that helps and empowers girls through education. She's thrived to uplift the marginalized. So here, you can't do that here in America, right? Can't do it here in America. You got to go all the way to India, right? But you just told us about your Uncle Roy, but you going to go all the way to India. You see? And that's the difference between, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, that's the difference between you and Thurgood Marshall. Thurgood Marshall was not out here worried about the children and the lack of education in India. Okay? This man took his own money and he traveled through the South. He recorded it because they made videos. Also, it was all recorded. He made videos to show that Black children in America were not getting quality education. This is crazy. And you will see these Black children. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Hold on, you guys. Ooh. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Because sometimes you play these videos. Hold on. Let me see if it's TikTok. Let me see if somebody has it here. You know? Because he would travel. Like, he was self-funded. He took his own money. And he would travel throughout America, and he had a videographer, so he could record in what condition these Black children were going to school in. Let me see. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, it's not just enough for your skin to be Black. Where the heck is your head at? Let me see what she's saying.
Hey, y'all. Hey, since Tennessee want to be all over the news, let's talk about their history. Did y'all know that the Thurgood Marshall almost did not make it back from Tennessee because some R-words was big mad about a KC1? Press play.
Hey, y'all, it's me, and I'm back with another episode of Why Was This Not in My American History Book? Today's topic is going to be on the Columbia, Tennessee race riot of 1946. Now, before I get started, I have to give you a backstory so I can give you the events that led up to February 25th, 1946, where it all went down. Here we have pictured a young Black lady by the name of Gladys Stevenson. Gladys had a broken radio that she took to the department store known as Castor Knott's. Now, Castor Knott's had a history of being very racist and mistreating Black customers on a regular basis. That was just something they did, especially seeing that it was Jim Crow. So he had been haggling this woman with this radio, pretending like he was fixing it. He wasn't. He was was trying to charge her extra money every time she came back for her radio. Radio still wasn't fixed. And he even went to as far as selling this radio to a white man and then telling Gladys she had to pay extra to get her radio back, right? So at this point, he didn't send this radio home. It still don't work because guess what? He didn't cut the electrical cord off the radio. So Gladys came back with her son, Jimmy. Now, Jimmy was a Navy vet. And you know what they say about the Navy vets. They got them hands, right? So she brings Jimmy down there to confront the storekeeper about the radio. Now, you know that was a no-no already out the gate, right? So they get there, they have some words or whatever, and it was reported that the storekeeper did attack Gladys, but Jimmy...
Hold on. I really want y'all to know the story of Thurgood Marshall because it is really, really impressive. I remember like me, I learned about Thurgood Marshall. It was 8th grade, right? No? Yeah, it was. It was 8th grade civics class, right? And at that time, because I came to the U.S. in the 6th grade, so I only been here for like 2-3 years-ish at that time. But you guys, like, when the teacher was like, I had a white teacher, but it was civics class, right? And when the teacher like introduced us to Thurgood Marshall and what he did for Black children to be able to have proper education, to be able to have better education, you guys, the little French little Black girl in me, like, she really started crying. I really started crying. I'm like, oh my gosh. I was like, what? Like maybe like 12, no, 13, 14, right? And I'm like, oh my gosh, like what? Just to know that this man, he didn't even have to do it. He didn't have to do it. Like he really did not. Why? He could have gone to law school, taken his little law degree, got married his mind his business. Okay, mind your business, which is what a lot of these rich Black people do, just like her. Just mind your business, do the very least, right? Or do the things that make your thing whatever. She said, well, Jewish people are being attacked, and they also attack people too. So let's not do this. They don't have a monopoly on pain. They attack people too. But it's because the people that they attack are non-white, they're non-European, so they don't get talked about, right? But Jewish people they don't just sit there and be like, oh my gosh, we're so innocent and we're getting attacked. No, they attack people too. They vandalize people too. They brutalize people too. They levy their power to get people they don't like get fired, right? So they're not innocent. They're truly not innocent. And we have to stop doing this. Oh my gosh, the Jewish people, they're getting vandalized. They vandalize too. They attack too. They brutalize too. So if you don't know exactly, so if you don't know their true history, then just say that, right? But nobody out here is innocent. Nobody's innocent. I can sit here and do a whole live about how Jewish people, especially the Jewish immigrants after the war who came to America, how they brutalized Black Americans in New York. Okay, we can talk about people like Schultz and so many of these other Jews who were selling drugs heavy in the cocaine game, and how they would kidnap Black Americans and put them in basements and tie them to beds and inject them with all kinds of drugs. We could talk about how Jewish people too kicked Black Americans out of Central Park. And today, Central Park is major real estate. It's major real estate. We can sit here and talk about how the Jewish immigrants who came after the war, okay, to find a better place in America, how they evicted so many Black Americans from the meatpacking district. And today, the meatpacking district is major real estate. Let's even talk about Brooklyn, okay? How the Jewish people, the European Jews, they gentrified Brooklyn and they kicked out so many Black Americans out of Brooklyn. They're not innocent people. But because they're white, because they're Europeans, right? America will take their side. Because in America, it has been agreed upon that anybody can abuse Black people. It's a rule here. We all know it, right? You can do whatever you want to do to Black people. You'll get away with it. And that's why even Black people have learned to hurt Black people, right? Because, if I'm Black and you're Black, if I kill you, I might get 10, 15 years, right? Killing a Black person, it don't have the same punishment as killing a white person. You commit the same crime, you have the same place, same time, same everything. You kill a white person, you might get 20 to life in prison, right? You kill a Black person under the same circumstances, you might get 10 years. And that's even if they care to solve the crimes. There's a reason why Black children in the hood, in the project, are so comfortable killing each other, because they know the police does not care. They don't care to solve these crimes. Okay, they don't care to solve these crimes. Go kill a white person in a white neighborhood. They will solve that crime in 48 hours. Okay, because in America, they don't care about Black people. They don't care. They might do these goofy ass gestures of putting a Black square once in a while, or giving you a little donation, or giving you 15% of their shelf space, right? White people don't really care. They don't really give a damn. But they will lie to you to get you to vote what they want to vote for. Like a bunch of white liberals, they will finesse Black people to align with them for their votes. That's the one thing they care about when it comes to Black people is the vote. Because when you think about elections, it's like the only time where really all people are equal because everybody gets one vote, right? Outside of elections, life really is not fair out here. But when it comes down to elections, presidential elections, whatever type of election, whether you're poor, you're rich, you're middle class, you're Black, you're white, you're a woman, you're a man. Everybody, when it comes to election time, we're all equal because everybody gets one vote. So for that, they will kiss your behind. They will finesse you. They'll make some quick donations, right? Because they want you to align with their policies, what they want, right? That's what they want. Okay, you want, we got abortion over here. We got abortion over here. Why? Okay. And a lot of Black people, because they want to be accepted by white folks, they'll go, okay, you my friend. Girl, she's not your friend. She wants your vote. She wants your vote. Like when you really think about, what elections are here in this country and these political parties, it's like Black people are like prisoners. You're held captive. You got the white liberals here. You got the white conservatives here, right? And they just like pull on you to see because each of them is fighting for their culture war. White liberals have a way they see America going. White conservatives have a way that they see America going. But unfortunately, everybody only gets one vote. So now you say, okay, here are these Negroes, right? Let's pretend to care about them. So they come over here and they vote for what we truly want, right? And then once they done get your vote, you go over here, they go over there. They never go out their way to make you wealthy. They never go out their way to put you in positions of power. No, they'll finesse you a little bit. They'll play some hip hop. They'll cuss out a few white racist people. They'll talk bad about conservatives. That's it. But when it's all said and done, it's like how when you align yourself to a white liberal, how does your life truly change? How does your life truly change? Like consequentially change? It will not. The whole point is not for your life to change. Your whole point is for them to get the vote out of you. They want you to vote for what they want. And once they have what they want, they have the America that they want, according to what they want and what makes them feel comfortable. To the streets, you go. They don't care about you. They don't. Right? But what I'm saying. So it's like they've abused people too. But in America, it's okay to abuse Black people. In America, it's okay to be an immigrant. It's okay to come from abroad and just treat Black Americans like crap. That's how it goes out here. And the sooner people understand that, the better we're going to be, right? That's how it goes. That's also how capitalism is. For capitalism to work, somebody has to be poor. Not everybody can be rich. You know, capitalism runs on exploitation. Somebody has to be exploited. Somebody has to be poor. Somebody has to be a criminal. And unfortunately for Black Americans, they have been chosen to be the poor people. Now, once in a while, they might let a few Black Americans escape from the plantation and become wealthy. But overall, the majority of them are not meant to be wealthy. They're meant to be oppressed. And then every 4 years, these white people will pretend like, oh, we have a solution for you. We have a solution for you. But the real solution is you got to start this whole mug over, which they don't want to do, right? This is why America is intrinsically racist. America is systemically racist. Black people, Black Americans have been chosen to be at the bottom. And that is a truth. It is a truth. Now, the part that is kind of sad is that so many do not want to open their eyes to see what it is for what it really is. Like, oh, hold up, wait a minute. I'm being effed over. Absolutely. Because this is not okay. But as long as they make small acts of gesture, you forget what is truly happening. And that's not okay because you also got to be woke. Okay? So it's like, no, they have done a lot of harm to people too. They're not innocent. But you can't criticize them because, oh, they went through the Holocaust. Who has not gone through a Holocaust? Okay? What people haven't experienced a Holocaust? Native Americans on this land have experienced a Holocaust. The descendants of the enslaved have suffered a Holocaust. Like, there have been so many genocides of Black Americans in this country, but it's barely talked about. But they always want to make you feel like what the Jewish people went through is so different. It is so distinct. It is so shut up. Okay. Oppression is oppression. Slavery is slavery. Trauma is trauma. Okay. Being targeted for your complexion, being targeted for your religion. You're not the only people who've been through it. They're not the only people who've been through it. But when white people go through stuff, oh my gosh, the world has to stop. Like, oh my gosh, can you believe they kill white people? Yes, I can. Because white people also kill Black people. Next. Like, whatever. Like, nah, you're crazy. Hold on, let me see if I can find this one. They're like, it's pure madness. Let me see. Maybe this one's a good one. Oh, Lord. Hopefully I don't get a copyright, but let's go. Let me see.
The following program was produced by the United States.
Why is the volume so low?
Thurgood Marshall, the civil rights crusader, a man who was instrumental in ending legal segregation and later became the first African-American justice of the Supreme Court. In this special series we call Moments in History, we remember a man who challenged our legal system to create a more perfect union and forever change our country.
Yeah, of course. Oh yeah. I'm American, but my family is of Indian descent. I do also agree that Black people have gotten the short end of the stick, but there are things that Black people as a community can do to succeed. Yes, and I will also say the same thing about your people too, Jeffrey. Right? If you're a lot of Native Americans today are alcoholics, right? That's the thing. It's like people only want to point out the negative sides of just African Americans. They're not the only ones, right? Everybody in their community is effed up, right? If you're Native American too, Native Americans, because of what they went through, like the way before these crazy Europeans show up, right? Native Americans have a way of living life. It's you respect nature. This is what the white man calls holistic, right? But before, when they got here and they found Native American people living holistically, they called them savages, right? Right now it's like, oh, let's do natural. Let's be natural. Let's connect to nature. Let's be in sync with nature. Let's recycle. Let's think about our emission. Let's think about our carbon footprint. But you think about that, it's like, yo, Native American people were onto that years ago, like centuries ago, right? So you take them away, you call them savages. Oh, you're Indian American. Okay, sure. So that's a little different. Okay, so you're Indian too, right? But it's the same thing. Just like you say, Black Americans can do things to help themselves, the community to survive, right? But in your country too, you have a caste system, right? You have a caste system. I could also say to you, well, the Dalits in your country, they could do things to help themselves. Why don't they help themselves, right? You have a caste system too. So in your country, the Dalits, they're the Black people of India, right? And how hard is it for them to make it? Is it because they're not ambitious? No. Your caste system says when you are a Dalit, you are unclean. You can't go here. You can't work here. You can't live here. You can't. So I do, like, this is the part where I do find it funny. It's like, you'll have people from India, right, who will come here, Bangalore, the whatever, you know, the Punjabi, the whatever, no problem, right? But it's like how people come in here and they quickly forget that what you have in your country, the same thing is happening here too, right? But when you come from a different country, you are released from the caste system. Right? You can be a Brahmin. There, of course, the Brahmin are at the top because those are also people of Jewish ancestry who took over India. They kicked out the Buddhist people because, you know, they kicked out the Buddhists, right? Yeah. And then they brought the Hindi and the Hindu and their practices, right? So you have the Brahmin. A Brahmin like Vivek Ramaswamy, whether you are in India or you come to America, you're used to being successful anyways because you've always been at the top. If you take anybody else that's in the caste system that's under the Brahmin, especially the Dalits, and many of these Dalit people, they look just like us, right? You have Dalits that have the same complexion as me. It's just that their hair probably be a lot slicker and they'll have like more brows than me. But I have seen Indian people who have my complexion. Right? So in India, can they thrive? Can you really go up to a Dalit and say, oh, you as a Dalit, if you really wanted to, you could push yourself, you could go harder? Even if you go harder, you're not supposed to thrive. Now, a few Dalits might make it, but the other ones, right? When you've seen your ethnic group for centuries be told that you're dark, you're impure, you're unclean, the oppression has settled. People have given up hope. It's like the majority of them are gone. Now, you might have a sprinkle of Dalits who believe in themselves and will push forward. I have seen Dalit people who became singer. I have seen Dalit people who became businesswomen, right? But it's not easy. But it's not to say that the desire to succeed is not in most Dalit people. But India is quote unquote racist too. But if you are a Dalit and you find a way to get into tech, you study computer science, and you come to America, you're free. You are truly free. Because here, most people don't know the difference. If I meet a person named Ashwini, if I meet a person named Majit, if I meet somebody named Deepani, I don't know nothing about this. And the majority of white people, you know how they are. They don't know shit about people. Don't even care. Right? White people, the most they might care about you if you're a foreigner is your food and what kind of cuss words they can learn from you. They love to learn cuss words. These people are so limited. Okay? But you're free. When you're a Black American and this is all you know, you're here. How do you really free yourself? So I feel like sometimes I know that there's a lot of knucklehead behavior that you see on TV that's crazy, but even that too, I feel like also that's intentional. But sometimes you also got to have empathy for African Americans. But it's like, okay, where can they go where they can say, I release myself from even being African American. I release myself from seeing myself as Black every single day. I release myself, because even me, Marlene, if it ever gets way too real, deuces, I'm going back to the Ivory Coast. This is too much. This is really too much. But see, I have the option to say, I release myself. I can go back to the Ivory Coast. Unfortunately, my husband is Black American, so I guess I got to take him with me, okay? So he don't have to suffer, right? But it's like, people got to have empathy for people. It is so easy to judge Black Americans and Black Americans, because you come here and you watch the news, you get fed by white people, and then you look at Black Americans with an eye of contempt instead of saying, you know what? They also deserve empathy. They also deserve empathy. All of us who have been abused by the British and the French, right? We all need to have some kind of common support for each other, because we all should know what English oppression does to people, right? Like me, I'm from Africa. I'm West African. I'm from Africa, right? I spent over like maybe 30 years in America. So like, I'm like this, I guess like African American-ish type of person, right? But it's like, well, even when I look at the story of India, I have empathy. Right? Because once again, British people, here you go. When I sat here and I saw that Britain stole like 45 trillion. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. I was like, how much did you steal from these people? Right? It's insane. You see, look at this. Look at this. Right? You have, according to the economic historian, Nick, the British colonial regime looted nearly $45 trillion from India. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Like, I'm like, $45 trillion. Like, I'm like, when you see all these poor Indian people by the Grange River, using all this dirty water, like, all this poverty, you see all these young people don't have jobs. India has about, like, you guys are close to like 1 billion people in population, right? But almost like what? 200 million, 300 million of your people are still living in rural settings. I'm like, you think about 45 trillion, had that money stayed, in India, where would Indian people be today? I mean, it's just wild, right? But it's like, I guess also Indian people are very creative. They're very smart, very intelligent, right? So you were able to manage to still be a technological hub, right, for the West and things like that. But I'm like, but damn. Imagine if $45 trillion had stayed in India, right? Even the attitudes about the caste system, if there was more money in India, if more money had stayed in India, right? The attitudes about the caste system, they probably would have been gone so long. Because when there's a lack of money, when there's a lack of resources, people become more racist, people become more misogynist, people become more tribalistic because there's not enough. Right? When there's an abundance, it's just like here, you see the same thing with inflation and hyperinflation. When there's a lot of money, people don't go steal. It's not worth it, right? People are going to have more morals. When a country is financially abundant, you're not going to see all the stealing, all these crimes, become a sex worker. It's like, what the heck? It's so ghetto, right? Because when there's money, people have higher morals. When there's a lot of money, people are kinder, people are more patient because there's money. It's very ghetto to act crazy, right? But when there's a lack of money, people become more racist. People become more divided. People become more misogynist. There's even more domestic violence. There's more tribalism. There's all kinds of foolishness because you don't have enough money. And when there's lack, people show the worst version of themselves, right? So it's like, if you think about India too, if that 45 trillion had stayed in India, let's just think what India will be like. The attitudes people will have, the weird type of thinking people would have thrown away. Like, this is just too archaic. This is ghetto. This is ratchet. We don't want to be those type of people, right? But that's that. And you see, everybody who's been touched by the British, any people who has been oppressed by Great Britain, right? The people become more hateful. They become more hateful towards themselves. They become more hateful towards their fellow countrymen. They start looking for how we're different than each other, how we need to oppress each other, how I need to be on top of you. You're going to be at the bottom, because that's the white psychology. That's the white psychology, right? So I'm like, I wish for a lot of Indian people that when they come to America, that they realize the same thing. What Black Americans go through, what African Americans go through, right? It's the same thing that goes in your country too. It's just that when you leave India, wherever you left India from, and you come over here, You are free from that caste system. But I'm sure as soon as you go back to India, you are put right back into, oh, you're a Dalit, you're a Brahmin, you're this, you're this, you're that. Black Americans, this is their India. So it's like, how do they break out this caste system? Because it's really awful, right? Even like when we watch Slumdog Millionaire, right? When you watch Slumdog Millionaire, not to be like, oh, whatever, but you see that there's also crime in India, right? India has slums, right? And the slums are really bad. And there's violence in the slums too. So like, do these people too, they could do better. Right? They could do better. There's a lot of violence. There's a lot of misogyny. There's a lot of domestic violence. It's all kinds of crimes that happen there. But we could say, oh, y'all, get yourself up by your bootstraps. Imagine if I went to India and I go into a slum and I tell this grandpa over here, well, grandpa, why don't you pull yourself by the bootstrap? Do you not see that family, the guy who got married, the people who live in a $1 billion house, whatever? You don't see how he did it? Why don't you do it too? We got to stop. Like we really have to stop. We have to stop. You know, everybody has their own BS and everybody has their own form of like racism and a caste system. But the way America works, there is a caste system in America. It's real. It is very real. It's very real. And all these black girls can lie to themselves because they have a white husband or whatever, but it's very real. And the majority of them, that white man, he cracking jokes about your ass. Okay? He cracked jokes about you. He cracked jokes about your hair. He's not going to say it though. Right? But white people, one thing they do is microaggression. He might not say it to your face. So you can lie to yourself about being married to a white man or married to a white woman. Lie to yourself all you want to. But when you get undressed and he sees that your vagina is black on the outside and pink on the inside, don't think he's not laughing about you, right? When you take your clothes off and underneath your butt, it's like darker than the rest of your body, don't think he's not cracking jokes. The way your hair is long, then it shrinks, don't think he's not cracking jokes. You are more than welcome to lie to yourself, right? But this weird equality that you want to have with white people, it will never happen. Because why would a white person ever want to be equal to a black person? Make it make sense. I'm like, you think their ancestors worked this hard to enslave you, oppress you, erase your history, erase your name, erase your faith, erase your religion, just so that one day you could wake up and be equal to their great-great-great-grandkids? You're delusional. No, but it's true though. It is true. They make fun of you. You think when a white man sees your black titties, your black areola, he not cracking jokes? Okay? You think they really not cracking jokes? You really think so? Like, oh yeah, sure, right. He's laughing at you though. He ain't gonna say it. I'm just saying they crack jokes too though. They crack jokes. It's like, oh, but the black guy said this. Black guy. No, the white guy, he might not say it, but he's also thinking on the inside. So I'm like, people should not lie to themselves. People should not lie to themselves. Be of a sober mind. Like me, it triggers me when people try to put white boys on a pedestal. Like, no, be of a sober mind because they also have their demon in them. The thing about white people, they might be a bit more sophisticated and not say it to your face, but they're laughing. They're laughing with their friends. They're laughing with this. They're laughing with that. We know even this one girl, come to find out, when she was years ago, she was on Facebook, she was laughing about black girls and how big their butts were, right? So it's like, stop it. We know your mindset. So my thing is, when you talk about each other, that's fine. But don't you ever feel like a white man is going to be your oasis. A white man's going to be your solace. A white man's going to be your great place of refuge. No. He might not say it to your face. And I think like just like when I look at Joe Biden and I look at Trump or Democrats as a Republican, right? The issue I think most black Americans have is that Republicans will say it to your face. Democrats, they think it, but they ain't going to say it. Right? So it's the form of everything. Because he doesn't say it to my face, I'm going to pretend like he doesn't think that. Do not pretend shit. Be sober and accept what it is. Right? I've watched plenty of videos where these black girls date these white boys and they do content and you can see how he's laughing at her. I'm like, do you not see what just happened here? Right? Because microaggression is part of who they are. Microaggression, it comes with them because they are trained, they are raised to believe that they are better than everybody else. When you go to school here in America, you go to history school, you take an English class, you take a history class, you take a math class, right? It's always white man this, white man created this, the white man invented this, the white man did this. Da, da, da. There's no way you can have 18 years of proper American schooling and not leave that place thinking that white people did everything and black folks just sat in the cut waiting for white people to make a way. Right? Because that's what it is. Education in America is nothing more than brainwashing you into being oppressed by white mediocrity until you do your own research. Like, oh, no, hold up, wait a minute. Okay? That's not really how it went down. But when you're in school, though, that's what you have to do. Everything is the white man made this, the white man created this, the white man invented this, the white man did this, the white man, like, child, please. And then they give you like 2 or 3 pages for Thurgood Marshall, MLK, Harriet Tubman, and then Frederick Douglass. Their 4 favorite Negroes. Okay, here come the 4 Musketeers, and then it's like you just keep going with your life like nothing happened. But your whole life, all you learn about is white people did this, white people made this, white people wrote this book, white people thought about this, white people. It's anything that is good is always them, right? That's it. That's that. Like, go sit down somewhere. I'm like, it's really funny how when they teach you about American independence and they teach you about how big America got to be, first of all, they never mention the Haitian Revolution. That's number 1. Number 2, they never draw the connection between how the Haitian Revolution allowed Thomas Jefferson to acquire like 1/3 or 2/3 of America through the Louisiana Purchase, right? It's like, oh no, one day Napoleon woke up one day and he just felt like selling this land to the white Americans, and then Thomas Jefferson just bought it for $1 million. Like, stop the madness. Okay, I don't know, but y'all, my thing about these black men, one thing you have to do too as a black woman, you have to be honest with yourself to recognize where did he learn to be this insecure. You see, because y'all love, the thing I cannot stand sometimes, right? Y'all love to remove white people, their responsibility from the way black people treat each other. Y'all love to do that crap, and it triggers me because all this behavior, we learned that from somewhere, right? But because you put white people on a pedestal, you want to exclude them from the way we treat each other. This stuff is not random. It is not random, right? If today you have a bunch of black men who hate black women, you need to ask yourself, where did they learn that behavior from? Okay? Where did they learn that behavior from? Right? And I said, and the problem is, a lot of people, a lot of black people, especially these black women who speak on black men and their issues, many of them fail to study what happened on the plantation. Study what happened on the plantation. And then I'm going to ask you yourself, if you think you can leave a plantation and have self-love or understand that your loyalty to family and this, and that, right? When you have a people who were murdered for being married, when you have a people, you could be married to, first of all, marriage amongst enslaved people was not even legal. That's the thing. Like me, I don't even have a problem with people saying like, oh, you know what? We got to fight for more marriages in the black community. Absolutely. Because it's a good thing. Right. But one thing for me, for example, being West African, one thing I will recognize, right, is that for us, even though they took African people out of Africa, even though you have colonization, you have all the stuff that we went through, but because we stayed in our homes. Well, if you're African and you stayed in Africa, even if you're being abused by white people, you are still connected to your roots. You are still connected to your roots. They cannot take you away from your roots because that's who you are. And if you get fed up too, you can always go back to the village. You can always go back to the village, right? You are looking at some weird ass psychological experiment that is being done on a people of African descent. They're brought onto this land. They're like weird stuff. What's it called? Weird stuff is being done unto them. Okay? They understand marriage. They understand family. They understand certain things. But after a while, the stuff they go through, it makes them really different. It makes them real different. It's the same thing. If you ever study South African people, if you study black people from South Africa too, they're very different. From the rest of Africa, they are very different because the apartheid, it really did something to them. It truly did something to them. You understand? Because it's really crazy to see people who are black, people who are African, and have so much hatred for other Africans. The amount of xenophobia in South Africa. When you first encounter the xenophobia of South Africans, you're really confused. Like, why are you acting this way? Because we're all Africans, right? And when the apartheid was going on, every African people felt bad for South Africa. So now to see their reaction to other Africans, burning other Africans, lynching other Africans, putting tires on other Africans and send them on fire. Like, what the heck is wrong with you? Right? But you understand, these people right here, they're no longer normal because the stuff they've been through, it has done something to them psychologically. The way they had to survive or cope, it did something to them. And a lot of them need serious mental help. When you come here too, and you come here and you look at Black America, right? You cannot take away what slavery, plantation life has done to them because they learned this somewhere. Marriage is not even legal. You're not even allowed to be married. While enslaved Africans are not allowed to be married, these Europeans can marry. They get to keep that tradition, right? These people are property. And you are asking people who are descendants of property. Like think about this. Are we doing this on purpose? Are we seriously doing this on purpose? You are asking descendants of property to understand the importance of marriage. And what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Right? First of all, so marriage is not legal. Some of them, they did the whole jump the broom thing, but you still had to pretend that you were not married. Right? You could be married today. Tomorrow, the white man sells your wife. He sells your husband. He sells your children. These are real. These are real psychological scars. And it doesn't happen for 1 year. It doesn't happen for 2 years. It happens for 150, 200 years. This is what they go through. They have a place. They have a place in New Orleans called the Congo Square. And Congo Square is in Treme. It was a place where enslaved Africans, every Sunday, you were allowed to reconnect with your family. You could see your children again. You could see your husband again, because everybody was sold onto different plantation. That's really diabolical. A white man could come and grape your wife. And grape your wife. And you don't think that you have black men who try to stop that? And then what happened? And then what happened? And then what happened? Okay? And then what happened? You get killed. They will cut your Achilles. They cut off your Achilles tendon. This is some wild shit. And I'm like, there's no other people. There is no other ethnic group in America where you can say when the man tried to stand up for his wife, he was beaten. He had his Achilles tendon cut off. He had his penis cut off. He was castrated, right? Show me a people here. Show me any male group in America who was castrated. Who? Even Native Americans were not castrated. A lot of these enslaved African people, they cut off their testicles. They cut off their testicles. A lot of them, if you didn't make and you kind of see that in Congo with the Belgian people, like with Leopold, with the Belgians, when the Belgians take over Congo, if you don't give enough, if you don't make enough crop for the day, they will cut the limbs of your children. They will cut the limbs off of your children. Here too, you don't make enough cotton, the man can go smash your wife. Right? When they passed the law in the 1800s, they passed a new law that forbade the trade of more African slaves. So when they are no longer allowed to import more African slaves, what they do? They go on a graping spree. They go on they just start graping. I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know. I really don't know. Or is it because you, for the past 25 years, you've allowed Black Americans to have access to education, your stupid ass, liberal ass colleges, that somehow you think that should fix everything? You think you fix a people that you've damaged for 375 years? You think you can fix a people in 25 years? What kind of fucking joke is this? What kind of fucking joke is this? You think you can damage people back to back to back for 375 years? Because be so for real. Even though the Brown versus the Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, it happens in 1956. Places like Louisiana do not become fully integrated in their schools until 1975. So right now it's 50 years. You damage somebody for 350 years. And because now you let these people have access to your bougie ass schools, your goofy ass liberal colleges, because you give them the Cosby Show, you think somehow you fix them? Your bitch ass. You think somehow you fix them? This shit is fucking evil, y'all. This shit is fucking evil. You study the stuff that went on in the plantation. You're you start to have, I don't know, you start to have tremors. What the freak is this? What the freak is this? And they conveniently do not properly explain this to people, but they want to fast forward to the 90s, the late 2000s, when Black Americans are acting a fool. They robbing the grocery store. They shooting up the gas station. They don't want to get married. No, tell these people what you've done to these people. Because I don't even know how anybody can survive this crap. It is sick. It is sick. You see, we as African people, I'm West African, so I'll speak on it, right? Ethiopia is a little different, but it's even though they stole African people out of Africa, even though we went through colonization, right? But we are still on our land. My dad, he still speaks his language. My mom, she speaks her language, right? A lot of African people, they speak their languages. They know their villages. They're still attached to their roots. right? We might not be as rich as we could have been. We might still be going through stuff with these French people, those British people, but you can still be like, yeah, I'm going to my village. You know your village. You know your people. You know your customs. You know your traditions. You know who you are. So like if you compare West African people, for example, you compare us to Black Americans, of course, we're going to have a stronger culture of marriage. We're going to value marriage more. We're going to value family more because even though we went through all of this, we were still home. And there's nothing like being at home, surrounded by your own people, speaking your own language, know where you came from. It probably also makes it easier to support the trauma. But when you talk about descendants, like you talk about the enslaved Africans, their descendants and what they had to go through, what they connected to. The top part of America is Canada. It's full of white French people. What kind of backup they gonna get from them? Okay. The southern part of America is full of who? Native Americans, right? So that's why even here too, Latinos go through some BS, but Latinos are more likely to rise above the fray because they're still connected to their home, right? You know how many Mexicans come here every single day? Do you know how many people in America speak Spanish, right? Like the whole bottom of the South America is nothing but Native Americans. So they have backup. But when you think about Black Americans, like it's like they're just like, you're the only people who does not get reinforcement. You're stuck. It's just you. You might get some reinforcement from the Africans who come here, but then y'all love to do diaspora wars, so that's a little bit weird, right? But even if you can be African and come here, you still need to have a visa. You're not going to walk here, right? Whether it's legally or illegally, right? Latinos can always have access to America. So their numbers will always grow. And as their numbers grow, their sense of cultural pride, their sense of cultural identity, like, like they hold on to their culture because they have a constant supply of Latinos in America. They can live here and not even have to care about white people because there's a constant supply of Latin Americans. Constant supply. Between America and Africa, you have the Atlantic Ocean. You can't walk across the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, to make your way here, you need a visa. You got to get through a visa. And when you get here, you got to get a visa. And you still can, when you get to the airport, they can still send you back. They can still send you back. How can I say this? Like, it is a weird type of isolation that is happening. And it's the only people who is really isolated from having an influx of Black people to make their numbers bigger. Right. But I'm like, it really, like, I just find it very disappointing sometimes when nobody really wants to consider the kind of trauma that both the Black men and the Black women are experiencing on those plantations. And even after the plantation life, it is a lot. So it's like certain things that they do, even though it's not okay, but you can understand how when you are put in unhealthy situations, you are more likely to have you're going to have an unhealthy mind. You're going to have unhealthy family dynamics. You're going to have very unhealthy gender dynamics. Even the kids going to be unhealthy because you people were never even meant to be a couple. You were never meant to be a family, right? It's like if you really think about it, Black Americans, like the descendants of the enslaved, they were never even meant maybe to be alive, okay? Because they're not brought here to be successful. They're not brought here to be what's it called? They're not brought here to be successful. They're not brought here to be healthy people. They're not brought here to have businesses. They're not brought here to have families. They are brought here to make white people wealthy, right? Now, maybe you could say by God's grace, through their resilience, their courage, they find a way to carve something out of themselves. But it's not a people who was brought here intentionally to be equal to white people, to be successful as white people, to be this as white people. No, they were brought here to make white people rich. The African is brought here to make white people rich. So he's not even treated like a full person. Like you have a legacy where you have Dred Scott who goes to court and he's being told that he is 3/5 of a human being. So the other 2/5 is what? Animal? Right? But these are not people who are brought here so that they can also like enjoy the American dream and they can succeed. When you look at the Irish people who immigrate to, especially like after the war, you look at Irish people who immigrated here. You look at Italians who came here. You look at all Russians, all kinds of people, especially those people who came to Ellis Island, right? They came here to be successful. Right? They chose to come to America. They chose to get on these boats. They chose to come here. They came here for a purpose. They came here with a vision. Oh, I'm going to go to America and have a better life, right? I'm going to go to America. I'm going to build something for myself. I'm going to go to America and be successful. That is not the same story when it comes to people who are descendants of the enslaved or those who were enslaved. They didn't have a choice in coming here. And they didn't come here to be successful. They came here to be tools of wealth for white people. And I'm sure if they could have had their way, white people probably would have killed them all and be done with it. And that's exactly what happened in Argentina. In Argentina, when they were done using these black people, these African people, they killed them all. And then they created a homogenous society that's full of white people. Argentina is predominantly white because they killed the majority of the black people. You see the same thing in Brazil, right? The majority of poor people in Brazil are black people. The majority of people who live in a ghetto in Brazil are black people. And I'm sure if you go to Brazil too, the same kind of issues you have between the black men and the black women, you will find those issues in Brazil amongst the black Brazilian, right? There's a reason for that, because these people are not brought, they were not brought to these lands to be successful. They were not brought here to be educated. They were not brought here to, we're going to work hard together and then somehow we're going to share equally in the success of this nation. No, you're here to work. You're here to serve. You're here to be quiet. And you're here to have as many kids as we need for us to be as wealthy as possible. So I'm like, giving people 20 years or 25 or 50 years of free education is not going to fix the damage that you've caused onto these people. Like, I'm like, this is pure madness. This is madness. Whew. Ooh. You know what I'm saying? This is pure madness. But the trauma is real. The trauma is very real. I was like, what the heck? Sorry, you guys. Oh, shoot. We went to this one plantation one time. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? I really don't know what fixes it. I don't know what fixes it. I don't know. I really don't know what fixes it. But I do feel like sometimes people need to, everything also has to have context. Every issue that we face as a society, it needs to have context, because how did we get here? How did these problems happen? Because some of these problems that are imposed on Black people of all across the diaspora, but especially here in the West. If you look at Black America, you look at like Black Brazil and things like that, right? Some of these problems, they're like manufactured and they're imposed on these Black people. You know what I'm saying? They're imposed on these Black people. Yeah, living a better life is but what is a better life to though, T? Right? Because to understand what a better life is, or like even what better is, people has to be healthy. People has to be healthy. You know what I'm saying? But when you are not, when you come from a people who was just there to serve, to I don't know, be like an animal, I guess, right? Like, are you ever allowed to live in a healthy space? It takes a lot. You know what I'm saying? It takes a lot. Even here, if we say, even if we say, yeah, Black America should want to have a healthy life and things like that. I'm sure they do. I'm sure a lot of people do, right? But when you're also, you want to live healthy, but you're constantly bombarded with ratchet behavior, ghetto behavior, this type of behavior, that type of behavior. It's really hard, right? It's really hard. Because it's not like you don't want to do the right thing, but you're constantly being bombarded with images of filth. And then you're shown how people who are filthy are way wealthier than you. Right? Like, and that's the thing. It's like people are not left alone to be healthy. Right? Because at least if you left them alone to be healthy, that's one thing. Right? But you're not leaving these people alone to be healthy. You want them to be sick. They want you to be sick. And when you refuse to be sick, they will find a way to make people who look like you come against you, because sick people want to have more sick people, you know? But it's really, I'm like, to me, it's like, it's really not that easy. It's doable, but it's not that easy, right? Because it's not by happenstance that we have all the sexy red. It's not by happenstance. It's intentional. It really is intentional, right? It's not by mistake that you have the likes of the Cardi B's. Okay, it's not by mistake. It's not by mistake that you see them putting the pornography on every young man's computer. It's not by mistake. So I don't think like, people are against being healthy, but when you look around, you are surrounded by sickness, and there's so much sickness, and there's billions of dollars behind these sicknesses that you start to think, well, okay, maybe everybody's doing it. So then you start engaging in that too. You know, you start to engage in that. Because one thing I have noticed about America, they are really good at making you focus on this one thing. And they are really good at just making you listen to just one perspective. And you see it with the elections, right? You saw it with the jab, right? They tell people over here, the jab. They are really good. These people are really, really good. The way they use their media, the way they use celebrities, the way they use their algorithm, if you're not really awakened, it's so easy to look at life in just one way and think just one way and this, and that, because they're good at making you think that this is the only problem. That's all you have to focus on. And if you do what we tell you to do, somehow it's going to be fixed. But it's not that simple. Nothing never is that simple. Right. But there's when it comes to Black America, I really do feel like they are manufactured problems that are taxed, that are levied onto Black Americans, because the more they focus about these goofy ass issues, the less time they'll have to focus on what truly matters. Right? Because distraction is the name of the game. You distract the people, you make them waste their time, you make them angry, you make them have rage. By the time it comes down to actually focusing on what really matters, they're too tired for that. They're too tired. America is a country of distraction. They know how to distract people from their purpose. They're really, really good at that. You know what I mean? Like, rage baiting, they're so good at that. Distracting you, they're good at that. Being divisive, they're good at that. They manufacture these issues. They create the headlines, the taglines. They have the perfect influencers to push these issues on you and to make you think like that's the only thing you have to focus on. And then you just give all your energy to it. But the stuff that really matters, that you should give your energy to, that stuff is never talked about. Right? And it's funny how, when it comes to all kinds of people here, when it comes to all kinds of ethnic groups out here, right, they really encourage people to talk, have dialogue, forgiveness, wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump though. But when it comes to Black people in America, very seldom do you hear forgiveness. Very seldom do you hear people say, come together, forgive, try to understand, empathy, da-da-da. All these fancy words they got going on for themselves, right? They don't bring it over here, right? Forgiveness is never really talked about. Because why? Because once you start teaching to forgive, they're going to start seeing who the real enemy is. But as long as you keep the intra-fighting going on, you can continue to abuse these people for another 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. That's how it goes. And the same thing that happened in Africa. In Africa, they use ethnicity. So as long as they can continue to put this ethnicity against this other ethnicity, this country will never move forward. And that's exactly what they want. They don't want you to progress. You have to be stuck. And they keep you stuck by keeping you talking about stuff that honestly is quite irrelevant. They like it when you're stuck. And then once in a while, they'll show up with a cheap ass solution, act like they're trying to fix something, but they're not really trying to fix anything. Okay? But I'm like, no, you cannot do this. You can't do this. You can sit down with a white family. You can sit down with an Irish family, an Italian family, an Anglo-Saxon family, a French family, a German American family, and they can sit there and they can have photo books of marriages after marriages, weddings after weddings after weddings after weddings after weddings after weddings. I wonder why. But then you'll go to a Black American family and ask them if they have this legacy of marriage like this. No, they don't. And there's a reason why they don't. There's a reason why they don't. And so for me, it's like, you cannot take me. One thing I will never do, okay, is remove the guilt from white people. They have as much of a part, if not a bigger part, to play in the dysfunction that is occurring amongst Black people. You really do. You truly do. Because the thing about keeping a people under control is that you have to keep them divided. And there's nothing more powerful than division, than a community that has no family, that has no marriage, that has no sense of unity. Because that's where you learn. That's where you learn. That's where you learn to say, you know what? I'm Black. I love myself. I love my brother. I love my sister. I love my neighbor next door, right? If you don't have family, you don't have anything. If you don't have family, you don't have anything, right? But it's really sad how you have to read stories like that of Black men that used to have to work to pay for their wives' freedom. And a lot of people don't talk about that kind of stuff, right? But there were people who were sold in different plantation. And the man had to work to pay for his wife out of freedom. Then they had to come together and work and pay for this one child to be released. Then pay for this other child. I'm like, what the? So sometimes I read these stories. I'm like, what the freak am I reading? Right? Nobody has that story. Even Native Americans. They might have the Trail of Tears and things like that. But it's like, what other people can say, I had to work to pay for my wife to be freed. And then I had to go pay for my son to be freed. And then I had to go pay for my daughter to be free. And these are taking years. Because they're making pennies. They're making pennies. And I'm like, so to sit here and act like, yeah, we haven't, to some extent, we as a white society, we have not effed up these people. To me, that's some goofy stuff. Okay, that is some goofy stuff. Like, to really sit here and act like you haven't played a part in their dysfunction, I can't. I seriously cannot. to do that goofy shit, like to, you know what I'm saying? Like you go to any African country. I don't care how many degrees a person has. You can even take an African and throw his ass all the way to India, throw his ass in China, throw him in Brazil, right? When the time comes to get married, he understands his culture, right? Especially if he wants to marry a woman from his country, he knows he has to pay dowry. No matter where you throw his ass, you throw him over here, you throw him over there, you throw him over here. He knows, because he knows his culture, because he's connected to his people. We might not be the wealthiest, but because we stayed on the continent, we got to keep the culture. They can take a lot of things from you, but as long as you have your culture, you gonna kind of be all right. You come over here, you look at Black America, they have nothing. They truly, and I can see why sometimes Black American women or Black American men can be like, oh, I have my degrees. I can see, because it's like, what else? What else? The language is not your own. Religion is not your own. Your name, only God knows where you got your last name from. Like, how can you do this to a people? It's really inhumane. It's really, really inhumane. Tradition, maybe like what? Like Thanksgiving is a tradition, maybe. January 1st is a tradition. Black Eyed Peas is a tradition. But is that truly enough? Is that truly enough? You know what I'm saying? Is that truly enough compared to all these other people who live here, compared to all the other cultures, the other nationalities, the other ethnic groups who live here? Is that really enough? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Earning your freedom, but you can still be kidnapped at any moment and sent back. You see? So you see, once again, the dishonesty of white people. They'll say, okay, sure, if you pay this money, you'll get your wife back. But they can still kidnap her and bring her back. And that's the thing with them. They sign contract, but they write these weird clauses that allow them to get away from what they actually agreed to do. You know what I'm saying? You live in fear. It's sad. It's really sad. You know, and that's why I always say, like, for African people, when you're African, you live here, you know, certain things I get, like, there are certain things about Black American culture, but I always say it's the mainstream Black American culture, right? Because it's two different cultures. You have mainstream Black American culture, and then you have the true Black American culture. But unfortunately, real Black American culture is being hijacked by mainstream Black American culture, which is not even funded by Black Americans. It's funded by Jewish people. Okay, that's the truth though, right? So you gotta really have mercy on people, because they're really going through spiritual warfare. Like, African Americans are going through spiritual war. I don't even think a lot of them realize that it's spiritual warfare, because they think it's the Black American woman versus the Black American man. It's like, no. If you're a Black American woman, you think your biggest enemy is the Black American man, you've missed the mark. This is spiritual warfare. You are truly under attack. And you've always been under attack, like, if we're being honest, right? But it's spiritual warfare. This is bizarre. This is very bizarre. And the fact that it only happens over here, that also lets you know it's very bizarre. Because why is it that other people don't go through it? Okay? Why is it that other cultural people don't go through it? It's only over here that it's happening. Because it's manufactured. It's intentional. It's a burden. It's a damn tax. Okay? These people know exactly what they're doing. Me? No. You're crazy. Like, you're really, really crazy. Like, you are absolutely crazy. You people are really evil. You're truly, truly evil. But they don't want to take accountability. So, you see, they're fighting. No. You did something to these people. You did something to them. You really, really did something. Like, you effed them up. You effed them up. And now you give them degrees that they have to pay for. It's not like it's free. Okay? That they have to pay for. That are very expensive, by the way. Right? That you put them in debt. Okay? Like, you're freaking evil. You are seriously evil. Then you said, like, well, but we gave them degrees, though. We gave them degrees. Yeah, you gave them degrees. But did you actually create a form, a platform, an avenue, a space where they could learn to love each other again, to love themselves again? Right? They got you thinking that as long as you get one of their little goofy ass liberal arts degree, that somehow your life is fixed. No, it's not. No, it's not. You've done serious harm. You have done serious harm. You need to be sued. Anyways, you guys, let's go back to my let's go back to my auntie over here. It's very evil. Yeah, it's very, very evil. Like me, I was like, Louisiana had me traumatized. Like, I was really traumatized. I'm like, wow, this is some real evil stuff. This is really evil. This is seriously evil. Oh, we were watching her. We're watching Thurgood Marshall. Hold on, y'all. This live might be long. Wait a minute. Where's Thurgood Marshall? Oh, here we go. Let's keep watching this.
Thurgood Marshall was born in 1908 in Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh,
His mother,
Baltimore.
an educator, and father, a railroad porter, steered Marshall into a law career. After graduating with honors from Lincoln University, Marshall applied to the University of Maryland Law School, but was denied because he was African American.
Oh, yeah, you
So
go.
he traveled for an hour daily to Howard University Law School under the tutelage of a prominent NAACP attorney, Charles Hamilton Houston.
One of the suggestions made to Thurgood Marshall by Charles.
So, I didn't even know he was from Baltimore. Okay, be more. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so he's from Baltimore. Tupac is from Baltimore. Jada Pinkett from Baltimore. Okay, Baltimore. God bless y'all. Okay, for contributing to Black history. All right. So it's like Thurgood Marshall. Okay, so his parents are Black, but they look mixed though. They look, well, they're Black. Okay. But yeah, so he goes to Howard Law School, HU, you know. Okay, so you have that. But you see how you see how he's connected to NAACP, right? Like, be honest, stand on business. We Black. Like, NAACP is not, oh, I'm going to join this, like, American League of Liberty. No, I know American League of Liberty over here, child, okay? NAACP, here we go. Let's
Charles
go.
Hamilton Houston was to go to the deepest South, into those pockets of the country where resistance against equality and desegregation were the toughest, and pay attention to the people, listen to them, hear their stories, and understand that you're working for a cause that's bigger than being a lawyer, bigger than being a law graduate, bigger than even anything you can imagine in your life. And pay attention to the people. Thurgood Marshall by Charles Hamilton Houston was to go to the deepest South, into those pockets of the country where resistance against equality and desegregation were the toughest, and pay attention to the people, listen to them, hear their stories, and understand that you're working for a cause that's bigger than being a lawyer, bigger than.
And my thing is, like, as you watch these videos, because it's a lot of videos, because he recorded a lot. He was like a how you call him? He was a daily vlogger. Like, he was vlogging before vlogging was a thing, because they recorded a lot of things, right? But it's like, look at how these people live. Look at how they live. Look at how they live. Right? Like, this is how you see, like, white people are full of shit. Like, oh my gosh, they're so full of shit. They never had to live like this, right? Look at how these people live. You saw that little mama with all them little babies around her, right? But somehow you have the least amount, but they white people want you to catch up to them and be just like them, be just as civilized, be just as married, be just as, shut up, shut the heck up, shut up, like, just be quiet, okay? But look at where the people come from. You know, you would think that this is somewhere in Africa somewhere. No, you are in America, and you're seeing Black people live like this, and they had to fetch water the same way they were fetching water in Africa. They had to go fetch water here too. I'm like, this is wild. This is really wild. This is wild. This is crazy. Keep watching.
Being a law graduate, bigger than even anything you can imagine in your life. And Thurgood Marshall took on that mantle.
In 1934, Marshall graduated magna cum laude from Howard. The
Congratulations.
following year, he started a private practice and eventually succeeds his mentor, Charles Houston, to become the NAACP's chief counsel. During this time, Marshall systematically dismantles the 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson ruling that upheld racial segregation under the separate but equal doctrine. He argued 32 civil rights cases before the Supreme Court, winning 29.
Wow.
He wanted to establish the building blocks of earlier cases. He didn't want this issue to come up early in the litigation. And I learned a lot about how a person can try to influence the development of an issue over a long period of time.
Wow.
In fact, it was 13 years before Marshall had a chance to challenge separate but equal with the Brown versus Board of Education case in 1954. The ruling ended segregation in the U.S. By now, Thurgood Marshall is a household name, but not everyone is in favor of the landmark decision.
It took an enormous amount of guts. He told us the story about how he'd have to move sometimes 2 or 3 times a night from home to home in order to stay safe. He told us the story about how he was very close to being lynched one time. It wasn't just his client, it was he who was in danger.
Justice Marshall was a great admirer of the man I wound up working for, Judge Harold Tyler. And Tyler had been an assistant attorney general in charge of civil rights. One day in the fall of 1960, Marshall was down in New Orleans and was advised that the Klan was coming to get him that very night.
And you see how sick they are, and this is something they'll never teach you in their little goofy ass history books. Huh? You go to school here, because I went to school from the 6th grade, right? I've been here since the 6th grade, right? They'll never tell you that they had the Ku Klux Klan was out here trying to kill people just because you wanted children. Yeah. Yeah, he lived it. Like he's not. I'm telling you, like T. It is not that long ago. It is really not that long ago. Like there was a YouTuber here. I don't know if she's still posting though. T. Oh my gosh, I forgot her name. Essie, right? When I started YouTube like years ago, Essie's African American. She's from Virginia too, right? But like Essie was like, yeah, Marley, my granddad was a sharecropper. I was like, what the heck? Like, girl, what? Okay, like you still had like sharecropping and slavery. I don't know if anybody said it's still slavery. You have Black Americans who were sharecroppers like in the 80s. Like it was not that long ago. It really was not that long ago. I'm like, stop the crap. Like the burdens and expectations you have for these people when they've only been outside for like 40 years, 50 years, you're doing too much. You've been outside for almost like 400 years. Okay, shut up. And you're still ratchet. Right? It's funny how white people never focus on white people who live in trailers. Why don't you go help them people out? Okay, and they white. Well, how come they can't buy property yet? Why you still have trailer parks with a bunch of white folks? Okay, make it make sense, right? You would think 400 years of a head start, no white person should be in poverty or no white person should be living in a trailer park. But many of them live in trailer parks. Many of them get government assistance. Right? Many of them are also very ratchet and very uneducated. It's called West Virginia. Okay. And they practice incest over there. All right. But I'm like, it wasn't that long ago. But imagine the savagery of these people. All these people, all them KKK people came out because this man wants children to have a better education. Like, seriously? The level of hatred. Like, these people are so dumb. Like, I really think, like, to be a racist, you really have to be an idiot. Like, you are seriously cursed. Like, you are a true idiot. Because it's not possible. Over education, you're going to come out at night to burn a human being. To burn a human being. And people wonder why Black people out here have some weird PTSD. Black people out here have some weird Stockholm syndrome. They will burn you over school. Like, who behaves like this? Who behaves like this? Who behaves like this? You're going to be so triggered. The mere mention of Black children going to school, just school, to learn ABC, to learn the U.S. Constitution, white man so great. That thing got you so triggered. You're doing all of this. You're like savagery. These people are savages. You are a bunch of savages. You come from savages. Like, who does this? Who does this? But then they're going to make, but then you fast forward, they're going to make you feel like education was a gift. Like a gift from them. Oh, we wanted y'all to be here. Yeah, that's why you're charging me $100,000 for a piece of paper. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. They make it harder for you to have a thing, but when you have a thing, somehow they want you to convince yourself that they played a part in you having it. No, you did not. Like, it's really evil. Okay, hold on. They've done something to people. I'm like, psychological warfare is real. It is real. I'm like, it is real. It is real. It is real. It is still going on. It is still going on. I don't care. But you see this? This is New Orleans. That people came to get this man. And if they were able to if they were able to get that man, they would have burned his ass up. They would have burned his ass up. And then you wonder why so many Black men have learned to be afraid, to be serious, to be educated, to stand up, right? Look at Black history throughout the world. Anytime you're a Black man, you stand up, you end up dead. The only people who can stand up as Black people are Black degenerates. If you're a Black man and you want to be a degenerate, you want to be a clown, you're going to live long. You're a Black man, you start saying intelligent thing, boom, boom, they will put bullets in your head. They will turn you into Swiss cheese. Okay? If you're a Black man and you're an idiot, you are a clown, you pander to them, then you don't bother them, you're going to live long. You're going to live, you're going to be successful, you're going to have a big house, right? Because they love themselves a coward. They love themselves a coward. Okay? Show me one Black man who stood up to white people and he's still alive. Okay? South Africa, Nelson Mandela, they don't snatch his ass up. If they could have killed him, they would have. But they're like, oh, we don't want him to be a martyr. So they kept him alive. Okay? But they sure threw his asses all the way at the very tip of Africa. It is so cold. Okay? And then he had to wear shorts. Everybody had pants. He didn't have pants. Because they wanted him to freeze to death. When he talks about how these white guards in there, the way they would torture him, they got tired of torturing him. So eventually they became his friends. White people, a hateful bunch. It's a hateful bunch of people. I don't know what everybody says. It's a hateful bunch of people. They used to call him all kinds of names. But then the man dies. The same white people show up at his funeral and say, oh my gosh, he was a man of peace. He was such a man of peace. Huh? In India, they don't traumatize these people. Mahatma Gandhi, all them people, they bullied the dog crap out of them. They had to starve themselves. People had to starve themselves to tell white people to stop. Can you imagine? You can't reason with the person because it's so hard to reason with these brutes that you have to starve yourself. Mahatma Gandhi was out here not eating food for 90 days. He was not eating food for 120. He's just like, look at the leaps, the bounds, the measures you have to go through just to have white people have mercy on your soul. Because these are not the people that you can reason with. 120 days, you don't eat food. 200 days, he's still not eating. I think Mahatma Gandhi went up to a year without eating food. You have to starve yourself to get white folks to say, you know what, maybe we're doing a little too much. My God. Or do these people have a soul? Do they truly have a soul? Do they really have a soul? Like, this is just concerning. I'm like, who have you not bullied? They went to Australia. They killed all the Aborigines people. And they would write letters to England, to other British people in England, bragging about how they would behead these people. They would chase them on horses, and then they would throw the boomerang. And then as the man is running, you throw the boomerang, and then it grabs the man's neck, and it's like, pew! And they would collect the heads of Aborigines people. And sometimes they would ship their heads to England so that their family members could see what they killed for the day. I'm like, have people ever sat down and ever read what white people have done to take over the world? My Lord, Jesus Christ. And you want to make it seem like we're the problem? No, I don't think so. You're crazy. You are really crazy. You are crazy. Nope.
Called Tyler. He had Tyler's phone number. Within an hour, the FBI picked up Marshall and put him in a secure location and saw him through that. And Marshall credited Tyler with saving his life.
The death threats didn't stop Marshall. After the Brown versus the Board of Education ruling, Thurgood continued to defend civil rights demonstrators until he was appointed in 1961 to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. Of all his rulings, none were overturned by the Supreme Court.
Period.
And by 1967, Thurgood Marshall became the first African-American Supreme Court justice.
It was fascinating to see the multiple aspects of his personality, the personable, sociable storyteller, the precise
You see, and this is what they do. This is the shade of white liberals, right? They put you through hell. They put you through hell, right? They know they're being mean to you. They know they bully you. But then you don't give in. You don't become bitter. You don't engage with their low vibrational, crappy selves, right? And like, oh my gosh, he was so personable, and he was a sociable storyteller, and he was a precise tastemaker. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, right? But if you had done this to a white person, they would have acted batshit crazy on you and have been perfectly fine. See, when you're black and they torture you, you are still expected to be gracious. You want to say, oh, he was so personable. He was such a sociable storyteller. Although my kinfolk, okay, kept chasing him to burn him to the stake, right? But look how nice he was. Look how friendly he was, right? That's how it goes out here. They bully you, they bully you, they bully you, and you still have to be so kind to them. You got to be so friendly, accommodating, loving. Say, oh, after all of this, I still want to have a white husband. Okay, I still want to have a white wife. Oh, I don't think all white people are bad. Oh, I still shut up, right? Because when it's them, you touch one of them, they will kill 1,000 of your people. You touch 50 of them, they will kill 500,000 of your people. They're not reasonable. And they'll tell you like, yeah, I had to do it, right? But for them, it's okay. But when you're black and you go through abuse from them, you're still supposed to be nice to them. You're still supposed to be gracious. You're still supposed to be friendly. You're still supposed to be personable. That you put somebody through all of this terror, but he's so personable. He's so nice. Is that normal? And then, because once again, I don't think they see black people as human beings. Because you should ask yourself, if somebody had put you through this and the person still came out nice and personable, is that normal? Is that a normal reaction to trauma? Is that a normal reaction to being hunted down like a dog? And even a dog, they wouldn't even do that to a dog. Because white people, I think to me, they put dogs on a higher scale than they put black people. I think if they had to choose between saving dogs and saving black people, they would save their dogs. I really do. Okay, when I was in New Orleans too, like a lot of people who work for me, they would tell me like during Katrina, right? White people would let their dogs occupy the places on the bus. When there were a bunch of black people who were waiting for a seat, they would put their dog right there. And one lady who worked for me, I forgot her name, but she was like, yeah, she had to get into it with the white woman. Like, no, nobody is against you saving your dog. You know, he's a part of your family, save your dog. But you can put your dog on your lap, right? And you can allow another human being to have a seat. White people will save a dog before they save you. Okay, I don't care what you heard. They will prioritize a dog before they prioritize you. You think what's happening in Palestine, if they were killing a bunch of dogs, they'd be okay with it? No, they're killing a bunch of Arab children. Who cares, right? But go start kill dogs, drop bombs on dogs, start starving little puppies, and see how these white girls will lose their crap, start crying, call their senators, call their daddy, call their mama, okay, do all kinds of stuff. Because when it comes to touching animals, they don't play about animals. But when it comes to the life of other people, white people always have, well, I don't know, well, maybe, they always want to justify why it's okay to attack, abuse, dehumanize, enslave other human beings who don't look like them. But when it comes to a dog, oh no, they get it right away. When it comes to empathy and dogs and cats, especially dogs, you don't have to broker empathy out of a white person. They quickly understand the dog needs help. That's how I know these people are not dumb. They just play dumb. They're not dumb. Like, white people are not dumb. They play dumb. When it comes to a dog, you don't have to broker empathy out of a white person. They get it. They get it. Because that's how much they love their dogs. They love dogs. They will save a dog over a human being. Think if your child, you can have your child in the pool. I'm not knock on wood, but a black child can be in the pool. A dog can be in the pool. And the dog is drowning. The black child is drowning. White people will save that dog. They will save the dog before they save that black child. An Indian child can be in a pool, a black child can be in a pool, and a dog can be in a pool. They can only save one. They're saving the dog. They are saving the dog. Oh, please. They are saving the dog. Because to them, dogs, they come first. I was like, what in the world? She's like, yes, Marlon, you should have seen. Hurricane Katrina was a hot mess. Because they didn't have enough buses to get people out of Louisiana. They didn't have enough buses. And a lot of these buses left. Some of the buses who left were not even full. Some of the buses who left, they was full of dogs. Okay? And all these black people were waiting for transportation to get the hell up out of New Orleans. Okay? But the dogs got priority though. And ask yourself if that's normal behavior. No, it's not. No,
Taskmaster, just an amazing and remarkable, unique human being.
What was most delicious about the clerkship were these stories.
No, T, hold on. Let me answer T real quick, right? T, it's not so much that we care what we think, what they think. Let me tell you something, like on your day-to-day life, like Toni Morrison said, man, who cares, right? But when it comes to how can I say this? When it comes to politics, we kind of have to care because how they write the laws, unfortunately, do affect us, right? When it comes to federal funding, we kind of have to care about their mindset because how they distribute the money, it affects us because everybody pays taxes, right? Like their personal choices, who they want on the red carpet, who they want to give a Grammy to, who they want to give a Golden Globe to. Honestly, I could give two. Okay, but when it comes to like political things, or especially when it comes to like federal funding, state funding, we do have to care because everybody puts money in there. You know, everybody pays taxes. So it's not fair that we pay taxes, but when you cut the check, you're only cutting the check for things that benefit white people. Hold up, wait a minute, because we all put our money there. When it comes to the Cannes Film Festival, like I said, this is in France. It's in the south of France. White people took their money. They create the whole film festival. It's their money. It's their investment. They don't owe me nothing. My money is not in there. So I don't really care. It's your country. Do what you want. Right. But when it comes to things like where we all contribute to it, but when you write the check, all the money goes to that side, we do have to give an F because we are paying too. Everybody pays taxes. So we can't all be paying taxes, but only one side gets to eat all the money from the taxes. That's not fair. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part that's problematic, right? We can't all be paying taxes in the county, but in the county, the only good schools are for white people, and then black people have the bad schools. No, because we all pay taxes. So if you don't want to help my child or black children have better schools, then that's fine. I'll keep my money. We don't have to pay taxes. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the thing to me. Where we contribute equally as citizens, we deserve to have an equal voice. You know what I'm saying? But the Golden Globes, the Grammy, how much they pay Taraji P. Henson, child, girl, what? I could care less. That's my problem. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, I get it. Hollywood was built by Italians and Jewish people, so it's their thing. You know, like I said, to me, Taraji, you can sell your shampoo, make your money, create your own studio, create your own films. You don't need these people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing, right? Like if a white person says, oh, I don't really like you, I don't care, I don't like you also. Yeah, I don't care, I don't like you also. I don't care about you. You know what I'm saying? But it's like the things that do where I do care is like if you have white people who are elected official and then they decide how to distribute the taxes and when they make their choices is only for things that benefit white people when we're all contributing to these taxes. Now that part I do have a problem because it's not your money. It's our money. So our money, our voices. Right? But the frivolous things of the world, like Golden Globes, the Cannes Film Festival, I don't give two shits. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Not give me all your shit. Like, whatever. You're crazy. You know, but education, schools, you know, predominantly black schools deserve better funding. They deserve better funding. These are U.S. citizens. You know, these are U.S. citizens. They're not immigrants. I mean, even if they were immigrants, but I'm like, if they're here legally and if the law says that they deserve a good education, then they do. But it's like if you look at schools, especially schools, right, from K through 12, right, black children deserve better schooling. They're U.S. citizens. They deserve to have. If this white school has 25,000 computers, they should have at least 1,000 computers, right? If they get some of the best teachers, they should also have some of the best teachers. You know what I'm saying? If they have access to counseling, the black kids should also have counseling. Right? Because we pay taxes. We're not asking you for a favor. Like, this is very different, right? A Golden Globe, I don't know. White people shit, I don't know, right? But if we're all paying taxes, black children deserve to have the same school. They deserve to have great schools. You know, they deserve to have great programs. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're U.S. citizens. And it's their right to have a great education, right? If they need to have a special IEP plans, they deserve that. We're not asking you for a favor. We pay taxes. You're not doing me a favor. If Black America did not pay taxes, and the white man says, because, oh, you don't pay taxes, so therefore your kids gonna go to a shitty school. You know, I can kind of see it. You know what I'm saying? You can't eat what you didn't sow. But when you do sow in the pot, I do believe that because we sow in there, we're not asking you for a favor. And that's the issue with Chicago, New York, etc. Because the majority of these school districts are in predominantly black neighborhoods. So the black people are saying, but over here, we contribute the majority of the pot when it comes to taxes, right? So black Americans are the ones, those districts that have the illegal immigrant issue, right? It's the fact that the people who contribute the most are black Americans, right? So they're paying taxes for their kids to have access to better schools. But now that you have all these illegal immigrants, now you got to have more ESL teachers. You got to have more counselors. Like, you need more resources because you have children who are coming into this country who don't speak the language. So you got to have ESL teachers. Then things ain't cheap. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have extra services because these kids, that's the way the law is. Like, children are entitled to a certain level of education here. Whether they're here legally or illegally, you know, it is what it is, right? But if you are paying for all of this and your children barely have enough, and now you're being told that out of your tax money, they're going to go pay for ESL teachers. Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute, right? But the white liberals, they don't have an issue with immigration because the majority of these immigrants are not going to their school districts. They're not paying for that. Right. So once again, white liberals, they're always in love with the ideas of like being these like open-minded people who welcome all people, but they don't foot the bill. So it's very easy to be open-minded when the bill don't show up at your house. Right. Like Meryl Streep and her goofies, oh, let the illegals come in, let the immigrants come in, because they will never be able to come to Beverly Hills. So she's not going to have to foot the bill. They will go to predominantly Black American neighborhoods, right, where Black American people mostly are blue-collar worker people. And they're the ones funding these schools. And the money there is barely enough for their children to have a decent education to even say, like, you know, based on the scores of the school, most kids can go into college. These schools are actually, they're already underfunded. So out of this, then the people have to, they're going to use their taxpayer money to find an ESL teacher for what, Manolito, for Margarita, you know, and no offense to Miguel and no offense to Margarita, but it's like, it's not really fair though, because your papito, he's not putting any dineros in over here to make the school better, right? Because like, if we're being honest, Latinos, or any illegal immigrants who they work, they do work, they don't pay taxes, right? They don't pay taxes. So tu mama, tu papa, trabajo, they all work. They work, they have jobs, but they're not paying taxes because they're being paid under the table. So they're not contributing to the schools, right? But the Black American, the mom, right? Like if you and Kevin, let's say you and Kevin were married, right? And you have a child that goes to a public school in those places, in those districts in Chicago, you and Kevin are not illegal. You have a social security number. So you can't escape taxes. They will get that money one way or another. You can't escape. So they will take your money because you have a social. And once they tax your money, they will use that money to pay for the school, not just for your child, but they'll also use the money to pay for Miguel, to pay for Margarita to have an ESL teacher. Meanwhile, Miguel and Margarita, their parents, they work, but they're not paying taxes. How's that fair? How's that fair? And that's the part about immigration, especially illegal immigration, that people don't want to talk about. Is that when there's illegal immigration, those who are illegal can work under the table and not pay taxes. But yet their children can claim benefits, right, that are subsidized by the people who are legal, who do have a social, who have to pay taxes. And that's not fair. That's not fair. But oh, that makes you a bad person. No, this don't make me a bad person. It's not fair. Point blank, period. Because now, not only am I paying for my child to go to school, I'm also subsidizing Miguel and Margarita and their free lunch, their ESL teacher, their special counseling, their special integration to the American school system. Hold up, wait a minute. Where's Meryl Streep and her big old her paycheck? Okay, bring your girl, bring your checkbook over here. I'm trying to see something. Yeah. Exactly, right? Exactly. So before they could, because I'm like, if you ever study, you guys, this stuff is real. This stuff is really real. I don't make stuff up, right? If you ever study predominantly Black schools, predominantly urban schools that have a higher population of Black students, right? There are too many students to teacher. The teacher to student ratio is too high. It is too high. And a lot of these kids too, based on where they come from, they have a lot of trauma. So, but most of these classes should be split in half. Most of the classes should be split in half, Hazy, or the teacher should have a teacher assistant to help her cope with how many kids are in the class. But they're like, oh, we don't have the budget for that, right? But then when Miguel, Margarita, Paola, okay, Española, when they show up here illegally, somehow now there's a budget to get them ESL teachers, special counseling, and this, and that. And it's like, hold up, wait a minute. What? Okay. So that's what's happening in Chicago. Okay, people are waking up. People are like, hold up, wait a minute. Because who's paying for it? Who's paying for it? But Biden not paying for it. All right now.
And they ranged from hanging out with Langston Hughes and Lena Horne, Joe Louis, meeting with Prince Philip, helping draft the Kenyan Constitution. So every single story was like gold.
One of Marshall's favorite stories, and Marshall told stories all the time. Many of them were about race relations. Many of them were serious subjects.
Hold on. They're boring me right here now. I wish they had better videos of him.
My to-do list used to look like this. A jumbled mess, projects back to back, and I would waste so much time.
I know.
Born in 1908 in Baltimore, Maryland,
why is the volume
Justice
so low?
Thurgood Marshall was the first African-American Supreme Court justice. A descendant of enslaved grandparents from both sides of his family, Marshall's father and
for once we have a cancer doing something great. July 2nd, that's a cancer, right? Good job, cancer. Good job, Baltimore.
instilled in him an appreciation for the U.S. Constitution and the rule of law by taking him and his brother to watch legal proceedings in court. Growing up, Marshall attended segregated schools and went on to attend Lincoln University, a historically Black institution. After graduation, Marshall applied to the University of Maryland Law School, but was rejected because of his race.
Wow.
Instead, he attended Howard University Law School.
But this is when they say, like, when rejection is a blessing. You know what I'm saying? Rejection is a blessing. Because what if he did get into that school in Maryland, right? Would he have been the same person? Or the fact that he went to Howard, he became like pro-blackity black. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people be telling you no. I'm like, yeah, it'd be working in your favor, child. Okay, so shout out to Howard. Howard has done a lot for Black people, though. It really has. Without Howard, y'all, we would not be in these fancy schools. I kid you not. Howard has done a lot for Black people, child. Unfortunately, they have a Puffy as an alumni. But besides that, they've done some great things for Black people. So shout out to Howard University. Okay, God bless them.
Graduated magna cum laude in 1933. A year
amen.
later, Marshall began working with the Baltimore division of the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. In 1936, he became the NAACP's Assistant Chief Legal Counsel, focusing on cases that contested racial segregation. Marshall successfully challenged many state-sponsored discrimination practices. Most significantly, he was chief counsel in the landmark 1954 Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court case. Marshall won the case, which declared that racial segregation in public schools was unconstitutional. Later appointed as a circuit court judge by President John F. Kennedy, Marshall wrote more than 150 decisions supporting civil rights for immigrants and minorities. In 1967, President Lyndon Johnson nominated him to the Supreme Court, and Marshall was confirmed as the first Black justice to sit on the court. His dedication to ending racial discrimination earned him the nickname.
Yo, look at all these mean ass looking white people, Chad. Wow. They look like some mean ass, racist ass, evil ass white people. Okay. And he's the only one. Child, that's an icon. That's an icon. Icon living. Drop the mic, y'all. Drop the mic. This is crazy. They all look. Is that William Rehnquist up there? Hold on. He looks like him. No? Yes. Hold on. Wait a minute. It looks like him. I don't know if you guys know, there was a Supreme Court justice called William Rehnquist. This guy right here looks like him. He favors him. We're going to have to look that up later. Like him, they look alike. Is that you?
Earned him the nickname Mr. Civil Rights. Thurgood Marshall served on the Supreme Court until his retirement in 1991. Throughout his legal career, Marshall fought to overthrow racial discrimination and to guarantee civil rights for all Americans, regardless of skin color or background. Justice Thurgood Marshall is buried here in Section 5.
Well, we might have to go to his graveyard and take a picture. Like that's what's up, right? So my point with this video was like, it's not just enough to say, oh, this person is Black or this person is phenotypically Black and go crazy and try to claim the person, right? But it's like, you have to see, what is this person doing for the advancement of Black people? And so when it comes to Felicia Horowitz, though, I give her a nasty side eye. Okay, so let's go over here. Her life bores me. It really does bore me. So in June, let me read this. In June, Horowitz was further recognized for her effort, receiving the Everyday People Award at the Wearable Art Gala. You see, there you go, a bunch of foolishness. A benefit for the Waco Theater Center founded by Tina Knowles Lawson and her husband, Richard. So she's going to be next to Beyonce's mom. Okay. Also this year, Horowitz served as a judge for the Youth of the Year Award given by the Boys and Girls Club of the Peninsula, another local organization she supports. I believe everyone, see, once again, the everyone has potential. Y'all, like Val said, she's giving all lives matter. She says, and I do what I can to make sure that people with no opportunity get one, right? That's why she could have a white husband. Okay, so that's her psychology. And it's really giving all lives matter. And that's why most likely she has a white husband. And this is why most likely she has a white Jewish husband, a very wealthy one, because you have to believe that all people can help themselves. And we're here for all people, not a specific group of people. But somehow her husband, when he writes the checks, like if you look at how they invest their money, the majority of people he puts money in are Jewish people. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. I'm not interested in that. Right. So like I told you here, you have Glossier right here. And I'm sure if you look at the people that they've invested in, you'll see these are all startups or companies that were funded by they have Jewish founders. Okay. They have Jewish founders. So when it's them and they give money to their own people, that's okay. But when it comes to helping other people or other people having a mission specific goal to focus on their communities, now that's problematic. Why is that? Okay. So now let's go back to YouTube. Here she is with this man. Child, please. You already know. This dude right here, you can already tell his psychology. So anyways, I think I found this video. I didn't watch this video, but I realized that she subscribed to my channel, Didi. So I was like, okay, let's play her video and see what happened, right? So now we're going to start with the whole genesis of this. What happened when there was a false statement out there that was saying that Ben Horowitz was saying that Black women are for grown-ups and this, and that, da, da, da. And I'm like, please. He married a Black woman, but he does nothing for Black people. Yeah, right. Go somewhere. Let's go.
Hey loves, it's your girl Didi and welcome back to the channel. So I am back with another video. As you guys see by the title, so billionaire Ben Horowitz, there was a post that he allegedly posted that said that he preferred Black women. They are loyal and guard your interests. Black wives are for grown-ups. Now, when this post went out, oh my God, Black women all over the universe were out here so excited, smiling. They came out in their bonnets and droves, and they were excited about the fact that billionaires prefer Black women, and baby, they lost their mind. You know, as if this was really going to be their saving grace, as if this billionaire and all the billionaires in the woodwork will just want to come out and start grabbing you, get this woman and her kids, you get this one and her kid, you get this, like they were going to come out and just rescue them. They were so excited. Like, you know, somebody told them that the billionaires were coming for them. I thought this was interesting because the statement, it was incorrect, and it wasn't a statement that he actually made. It came out a little later that this man did not post this. He, you know, made a statement saying that he did not post it. He was going to send out a cease and desist.
So here he said this. He said, I never said that. Woo? I wish I could find the false statement though. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Let's see if we can find it on TikTok. Because you know you can find pretty much anything on TikTok. Right? So this is what the fake quote was saying. Billionaires prefer Black women. They are loyal and guard your interest. Black wives are for grown-ups. Okay. So then the man came out and said that he never said that. And actually he sent a cease and desist to the person who wrote this because he does not want to be attached to saying such things. Can you imagine? Okay. Can you imagine? This dude is weird. Okay. I never said that. I've never even spoken to the woman who originally posted it. I sent her a cease and desist, but whelp, I love my wife, but I don't talk like that about groups of people. I don't talk like that about groups of people. What does that even mean? I love my wife. Your wife is what? And once again, I promise you, this dude probably the type to be like, oh, I don't see color. She's just Felicia to me. She's just Felicia to me. But then if you go to his website and you see how he makes his financial investments, he sees color. He doesn't even see color. He sees the last name. He sees his Jewish interest. Okay. He sees his culture relation to you. Right. And then he gonna write you a check. Okay. And on your free time, you can go and look at his website and look at people he's invested in. And you'll see most of them are his kinfolk, right? But he's like, I love my wife. Who is your wife? What is she? What is she? And I also think it's very peculiar and it's very strange. It's very odd when a white man, right, does not acknowledge the cultural identity of his wife, the history of his wife. I don't see anything wrong with that. When Black men talk down about every Black woman, I think it's weird. Yeah, you could think that too. That's fine, right? But my thing is, if you are a white man in America, if you are a wealthy white man in America, if you are a white man that's worth $35 billion in America, if you are a Jewish white man in America, and I'm sure you talk a lot about your cause, you talk about the Holocaust, you talk about, because you'll see his dad has a lot of books. His dad has a lot of books, right? So I'm sure even in everything that's going on right now with Israel, I'm sure he has contributed money also to what's happening in Israel. Okay. I'm sure he has. I'm sure he's very okay with them bombing the dog crap out of these Palestinian people. Right. But yet when you are married to someone who is a Black woman, who talks about the story of her Uncle Roy being kidnapped, forced into slavery, being made to pick cotton and things like that, for you to not also talk about the cultural legacy, the historical legacy of your wife also, it is very bizarre to me. It is very bizarre to me. I find it very bizarre when people can have empathy for one cause, but when they see the same cause and different people with different skin color, somehow they're like, I don't see it. I don't quite see it. You don't quite see what? You don't see what exactly? What's missing here? Color? Okay. Me, I find that to be very weird. Because your wife, she dropped out of the heavens. She just fell on your lap. She came from people. Who are her people? Who raised her? What's her background? Right? Like, I'm serious. My wife, your wife is what? She just dropped out the sky. She's a human being. She has a history. Who are her people? Right? Hey, Aquarius, what's up? Right? Do you know about Uncle Roy, Mr. Ben Horowitz? Right? I never said that. I never even spoke to the woman who originally posted it. I sent her a cease and desist, but well, okay? I love my wife. Sure. Because she fits into your bubble. It's easy to love a wife who becomes what's it called? Converts to Judaism, right? It's easy to love a wife. Hold up, wait a minute, y'all. Hold up, wait a minute. Right? Where is it? Right? It's easy to love a wife who makes it her business to take care of the American Jewish world service, right? It's very easy. Shoot, when your wife makes your entire culture, your entire identity, your entire religion, her new identity, her new culture, her new, what's it called? Her new mission of life, of course you're gonna love her because she's consumed by your world. She's not in opposition to your world. She's not in opposition to how you see the world. Yeah, but that's exactly my point. That's why I said it's easy for her. It's easy for him to say he loves her, right? It's very easy to love people who say yes, 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 yes to everything you want, right? Right? Because you're white, you're Jewish, you're rich, right? And you have a Black woman who allows you to think that, oh, there's nothing wrong. We're all people. We are all people. And we all can make it. We all deserve opportunities. We all. Of course you love them, right? And I feel like that's the majority of like these interracial couples is that the Black person in that couple poses no objection. They tell him, oh, there's nothing wrong. Just like Candace Owens, right? You think Candace Owens makes her husband feel away about being white? No, of course not. Everything is these Negroes' fault, right? Because you cannot have real conversations with these people. Because like how? Like tell me this, right? If you know that the majority of slave ships who came to America were owned by Jews, right? Can we have this conversation? If you marry a Jewish dude and then you want to start, if you're engaged or you date a Jewish man and you want to start talking about some of the first slavery ship out here were owned by Jews. There are a lot of Jewish people in America made money from slavery. Can we have that conversation or no? We just want to talk about the Holocaust, right? Because then it's like, oh my gosh, you people were so victimized, right? Do we talk about how the majority of plantations were owned by Jews? Huh? Do we talk about the fact that a lot of plantations in Louisiana were owned by German Jews and French Jews? Of course we don't, right? Do you, like, if you're married to a Jewish person, can you really tell him about himself? Of course not. Because everybody's after y'all. Y'all are the most persecuted people in the world, right? Of course you're going to love her. There's nothing more. I understand. Like, seriously, I truly understand a lot of white people. Because if you can surround yourself with minorities, people from diverse background who tell you, oh, the white man is not that bad. Slavery happened all around Africa. There were Africans who sold other Africans, right? And the Holocaust was the worst thing that ever happened in human history. Okay? If you're surrounded by a bunch of colored people, the diversity people, the DEI people, right, who tell you what you want to hear, of course you're thinking like, oh, you know what? As a white person, I'm not that bad. It's not always my fault. These people can help themselves. Everybody can make it. You've been married to a white woman you've been married to a Black woman, a Black American woman, and her uncle was Uncle Roy for the past 30 years. And you still believe that all people can make it in America? The jokes, they write themselves. I can really see why some people have white husbands. I can really see. I get it. I really get it. And you, he's able to sleep well. Because me, Marlene, you cannot marry me and sleep with as a white person. I'm gonna wake you up every day. your ancestors, okay? But when you have if you marry a black woman who is like, I can see how you think you're a good white person. Like, oh yeah, I love my wife. Of course you love her because she affirms all the goofy things you think about the world already. Of course. So of course you're gonna love her. Of course you're gonna love her, right? Me, Marlene, you probably would not love me, right? Because imagine me with a Jewish person. It's not gonna go well. Because I'm not gonna play into your whole Holocaust victimhood. I'm not gonna let you know that, oh, he wouldn't even marry me, bro. He would not marry me. He will go complain about me. They will call me anti-Semitic. He will complain about me. Because we're not playing these games. We're not doing this, right? Because it's so convenient how in America, they never tell you who brought the slaves here. Because they don't want people to be quote unquote anti-Semitic, right? It's very interesting how when you start saying what they've done to black people, they do everything they can to shut you up. You think what happened to Kyrie was random? No, Kanye didn't lie. It's just the way he went about it. It gave like another Kanye emotional meltdown. Kanye didn't lie. He didn't lie. We want to sit here and talk about black history, like black music. Because black music, if you take the catalog of African-American music, that thing is probably worth trillions of dollars. It is not a joke. And people out here fighting to be invited to country music. You worried about country music? Worry about the entire catalog. Oh, but black people created country music. You see, that's the problem with black people sometimes. Always worried about the small things instead of worrying about the whole big picture. Okay? Worry about the entire catalog. If you take the entire catalog of Black American history, how much is that thing actually worth? From not just this goofy ass hip hop and rap. I'm talking like bluegrass, country music, R&B, soul, gospel, hip hop, rap. What else is out there? Jazz. I put jazz in there. Take the entire Black American musical catalog, you guys. How much is that thing worth? How much is it worth? And then take the difference, the different copies, people who took over here, mix it up with this, mix it up over here. Whoa. Okay? So the whole catalog plus the different instances or the whatever of it. Take that. Ask yourself, how much is this catalog worth? Black American music, how much is it really worth? Trillions of dollars. Then you look at most black musicians, how much are they worth? You know what I'm saying? But nobody wants to talk about that. The fact that the majority of black artists, Black American artists, have always had a Jewish manager, and somehow they always end up poor, they end up broke, they end up destitute, right? And they funny, right? They end up dead somewhere. They end up dead in a bathtub. They end up dead over here. Clive Davis. How many black people don't die under Clive Davis? But you can't talk about it though, right? Right? Oh no, they're just drug addicts. So everybody who signs to you is a drug addict? How convenient. How convenient. She's an Italian colleague once told me that he was upset with Italy because they were too lazy to participate in the slave trade. I never spoke to him again. But now they take advantage of a lot of these African immigrants. It's Whitney Houston and somebody else. I forgot, you guys. Who was it? She was also signed to Clive David. She's Felicia. Is her name Felicia? She's light-skinned like this, very, very pretty. She got big eyes. Her too. Hospital, drugs. I said, oh, everybody who signs to you end up being a drug addict. And somehow they die and you get all the royalties, you get all their music. How convenient. How convenient. Then you find out the relationship between Clive Davis and Quincy Jones. How convenient. How convenient. Okay. It's like, of course you do. Of course you do. Of course you do. Because she made she's in your religion. She helps your people. She carries the burden of your people. And she does everything that does not make her too black. She does everything that doesn't make her seem like, oh, she really takes a stand for her people. Right? Because that will trigger you. You can do it, but she cannot do it. People need to start coming over here and telling these girls what it really takes to marry a white man. Be honest. Tell these other black girls what's really involved in being the wife of a white man. And if you want your marriage to last to a white man, tell the people here what you really have to do to keep the white man happy so you continue to be his wife. Okay? You want to know? So I'm like, girl, bye. Of course you love your wife. Of course you love her. Of course you love her. And I bet you they raised their children to identify as Jewish, to identify as like palm colored people. Okay? All right. So child, please, let's stop.
Let her keep
for people who are putting this out here that he said that because he doesn't even think like that. Now he is married to a black woman, but this just shows you that a lot of women are just lost. I'm just saying, they're not really looking and searching for the truth or trying to get help or better themselves and think differently. Everybody's lost and stuck in this whole, just mindset altogether, thinking that they're going to get some type of amazing, results out of this mindset, and it's not going to happen. But I think that it was very interesting that a lot of these women didn't take offense to this statement, if this was a true statement, because this is what they're good for. Oh, black women are good for guarding your things and making sure, and they're loyal and whatever cost, and they'll just do whatever to make sure that you're good. It's kind of disrespectful. And Sade talked about this too, and I liked her input on this because it made a lot of sense. So if this was something that Ben Horowitz said, which he did not say, he made that very clear. I would have taken offense to it, because I'm like, that's not what all what a black woman brings to the table, and shouldn't it be much more than that? But anyway, it didn't seem to me that a lot of these particular women took offense to it. They were just excited. They were another race of a man's choice for once. They felt like, oh, that means we're special and we're onto something here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip. I found this clip of this young woman who talked about this, and I like her take on it. And we're gonna go ahead and play what she had to say. Then I'm gonna give my 2 cents on it, y'all, and then we'll be out of here. Let's go ahead and play the clip. Here we go.
Billionaires prefer black women. They are loyal and guard your interests. Black wives are for grown-ups. Except he ain't say that. He has confirmed via the Twitter. I never said that. I never even spoke to the woman who originally posted it. I sent her a cease and desist, but well, I love my wife, but I don't talk like that about groups of people. Yikes. His tweet was so timely because I was actually working on a post where I was trying to figure out the original source of the quote and how this post fooled so many people. Because how would y'all let a post like this fool y'all into thinking this was a real quote? Because y'all know y'all can hit Google and just Google things and find where the original source is. You would have found out that this is bullshit.
You could, but when you like what's being said and you're buying into it, you don't want to figure out the truth. You want to accept it for what you think it is and roll with it and feel proud and good about it. So no, when you don't like the narrative of something, then you want to go try to prove it wrong. But when you like it, you don't want to prove this wrong. You want this to be right. Let's continue.
The best part about this is he wasn't even a billionaire when he married her. They've been married for 30 something years. He was a bartender. She worked the night shift somewhere. They met on a blind date.
I mean, he wasn't technically just a bartender. He did have he has a BA from Columbia. He has an Ivy League education though. So he's not like your regular bartender. But I did think that'd be kind of funny because I'm like, Ebony Williams, you who wouldn't date the bus driver. But he has a BA in computer science from Columbia. Then he gets a master in computer science from UCLA, right? So he's educated. He's not dumb. His dad is also very smart. His dad has a lot of books. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Hold on.
Regular people. He didn't choose her because she was a strong, black, loyal woman that he needed by his side because he was a billionaire. He chose her because he was in love with her. Because he loves her, the person, not her, the black woman. We have to stop with all these weird.
But I do feel a way about him marrying somebody who doesn't have education. I do feel a way about him marrying a black woman with no education. Because why would he want a woman that doesn't have education? Right? I don't think she has a college degree. Maybe she went to college, but I don't think she graduated because I looked it up and I'm like, I couldn't find a single degree. So I was like, why would this Jewish boy want to marry a woman with no education? Is it because it's easier to mold her? Ask yourself that. Because I'm like, he was in the department. You were in the computer science. I mean, you could say back in the 80s, they didn't have that many women in the computer science department. But I'm like, yeah, but you were still in college though. Why would he marry someone that had the same degree as him? Because she has no education. She has no education. So I'm like, you can see she wants to sing. She want to be a singer. So so I don't know. That was suspicious, right? Does he want to be the smartest man in the household where he doesn't have a woman who can contest him? And I could see maybe I don't know. How can I say this intelligently? Maybe the fact that she's not college educated too could be a reason why she's very passive about certain issues while being married to somebody that's worth $35 billion. Because you would have helped my people, Jay. Yeah. A lot of successful men marry women without education is pretty common. Yeah, I was like, Is it too big her? Why is she sent for student education? Because maybe she's being a wife full time. But she has no education.
Because you type her up, nothing comes up. You can see his education, right? So look at it here too. You can see it. So he was born Benjamin Abraham Horowitz in London, England, and was raised in Berkeley, California. The son of Eliza Kroktamer. So she's mom was Jewish, and a conservative writer and policy advocate, David Horowitz. His dad has a lot of books. Horowitz's great-grandparents were Jewish immigrants from the Russian Empire who arrived in the U.S. in the mid-1900s and early 20th century, right? So imagine his people, like his granddad and his grandma, when they came here, their experience probably very different, you know? And that's what I was saying earlier, like when it comes to these European immigrants, they came here. They chose to come here in pursuit of a better life. They could actually look at America and be like, yeah, this is a land of opportunity, right? The majority of people, black people who came here, they came here as slaves, okay? They came here like tightly packed like sardines on these big ass ships, naked, okay? And they were sold naked, right? You understand? But it's like, ask yourself why you don't have a lot of Africans in the 19th and 20th century coming to America thinking like, oh yeah, we about to go be over there and be rich and it's a land of opportunity. It's funny how America in the 19th century, 20th century is only a land of opportunity for people who are white, right? So I'm sure he can say, well, my grandparents came here as Russian immigrants, you know, running away from the Tsar, whatever they run away from, right? They were able to pull themselves up by the bootstrap. And my daddy went to Columbia and I went to Columbia. So you're Black American. How come you could do it, right? I would be surprised to find that type of mindset over there. I would not be surprised. So he got a BA in computer science from Columbia, 1988. And then he got a master's in computer science from UCLA. So he had a pretty great education. Even his dad also went to Columbia. So he's a Nepo baby. So even though he's working at a bar, like he's not all the way like bummish. You know what I'm saying? He's not all the way bummish. But it's like you would think, why does a man with a, you know, an Ivy League education, computer science education, would marry a woman who doesn't have any degrees, who's Black? I don't know. Was he rebelling against his parents? Only God knows. Let's go.
As tropes that we are assigning to people's race. It is getting crazy. Their relationship is the result of two people who had chemistry and who had...
What kind of chemistry did they have? How do you know this? You know, we don't know this. We really don't know this. You know. Yeah. I don't know. They had chemistry. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Shared values and shared vision and partnership. Many of y'all have to admit that the reason you struggle in your relationships is because you're not looking for partnership. You're looking for someone to solve all your problems.
Listen, nothing but facts, no lies told. I completely agree with her. And this is something that I talk about all the time. Yeah, everybody wants the man at the finish line. We talk about this all the time. You don't want to have to go through anything. You just want a man for financial stability. You don't want him for love and everything else that comes with companionship and family and building together. You just want somebody to take care of you because you're tired of paying all your bills by yourself. And that's not going to yield you the results that you want. Anything that's worth something, you have to put in work for. And if you want this type of relationship, if you want a man who has these type of values and worked hard to get to where he is, and you can, you know, benefit from something like this, you're going to have to put in some work, boo-boo. It's not going to be you just sitting around thinking that you're everything since sliced bread. Man just gonna come out of the billionaire status and grab you up and your kids, because that just ain't happening. So I don't know why now these women were excited, because it's not going to benefit you. We got a lot of work to do, and if women don't want to be accountable and do the work, then it's going to be hard for those particular women. Not every woman, because there are a lot of successful relationships out here with Black women and Black men and other races as well. It shouldn't be a race thing. It should be a quality thing, and learning how to understand each other and relationships and what's important in a relationship, not just the money. So y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Comment, like, subscribe. Y'all know what it is. Leave your...
All right, so that's what she said. What else? What else did we have? So like they really they were just going crazy. Let me see this one. Let me see, what about this one? No, maybe I'll go to TikTok. I'm trying to find this video for you guys. Okay, so they had this one, I guess like this one KG, she had a lot of oh no, I am not convinced. Because I feel like if you really love your wife and you really love your husband, you will have empathy for their people. You see what I'm saying? Like me, I'm West African, right? My husband's African American. Now, it's not to say because I'm married to Jimmy, that's why I have an empathy for African Americans. I don't know, not really. Growing up, from like, because I grew up in two, like before I came here, I grew up in the Ivory Coast, and I grew up in Burkina Faso, right? So as a West African child, like the way my family's set up, I really do feel like my parents were more like Black militants in a way. They kind of simmered down a bit, but we're militants. Like this, it was just like that F white people. Like, I really kind of grew up like that. But my dad was even worse than my mom. My mom sometimes she could be worse than my dad, but so it's like back and forth. But I always grew up like learning about all Black history. Right? From African history to Black American history. I always care because I'm like, what happened to all these Black people? Like they just like threw all around the world. And I was born in 1985. So living in Africa, being born like in 85, 90s, like, you know, you knew about the apartheid too. Apartheid was really big for us as African people because I couldn't understand how white people could do this to African people on African land. Like what is going on with these weirdos? Right? And then also like everybody knew about Malcolm X. Malcolm X is big in Africa. Dr. King also is huge. You know, Muhammad Ali also is very huge. So I grew up that way. When we moved to the States, because I was born in February, I'm Aquarius, right? And Black History Month falls in the month of Aquarius. I was like, oh, I'm going to use my birthday to learn more about Black history. So I started like learning about Black American history like in the 6th grade, right? And it started off with the book on Sally Jefferson. Because I was like, oh, I've heard this man's name before. Child, I was not ready. Okay. Then I think my second book, because I went to Lanier. I went to Lanier Middle School. Because I came here in the 6th grade. So 7th grade, I think my first book was Sally Jefferson. I was really confused. Child, I read the little book as a child. I understood some things I had no business understanding. And then one of my other books was James Baldwin. Right? That's when I learned that people were gay. Because, you know, gay in French means to be happy. So when I was reading, I thought he was just a happy person. I know it meant homosexual. I said, oh, okay. Oh, I love James Baldwin. And then James Baldwin, he looks like my mom's people. If you ever see my mom's people, I was like, child, he looked like he could be one of us. Where is he? He's so funny. This man cracks me up. Okay. He looks like something like he really looks like my mom's people. Like this is what they look like. So I was like, this dude, he could be my uncle sometimes, you know. Oh, look at what they did to my people. I've always wondered, like it always made me sad. Like, what'd you do to these people? You brought them here, and what did you do to them? So like that thing, like it always like I always wanted to know, you know. What happened when they got here? Like, it was just something to me. I just kept reading books. I read, like, Maya Angelou. I know what the Cage Bird could sing. Once again, I learned about more sexual trauma I had no business learning about. Like, child, every time I read one of these Black books, child, somebody get abused. I said, this is crazy. This has really been crazy. So that was always my life. Like, what the heck? What have you done to Black people, you freaking evil people? Okay. And then I guess, like, then I get married to somebody who's African American, but like dating James also, like I saw things I didn't see. Like he used to get pulled over all the time. And what kind of weird stuff is this? Like when we were in his car, he was always getting pulled over. But when we drove my car, he would not get pulled over because like the registration is different. The last name is different, right? And I was like, this is when I really understood driving while Black. Because I'm like, this is insane. Like, do you get pulled over like this all the time? This is pure madness. This is pure madness. This is just like, this is insane. Right? So he had a white Volvo. I had a champagne colored Explorer, but the registry is different. You understand? Because I do feel like in the DC area, especially certain parts of DC, like DMV area, I do feel like if you do have a certain I have a big old African last name. Like, you would think it's Nigerian too. Like, that's a bunch of O's in there. I have like a big old West African name, right? Because a lot of African people who work in DC, some of them tend to have special status because you have a lot of embassies out here and things like that, right? So I never experienced that. But with him, he was always getting pulled over in his car. But when he would drive my car, he would have no issues. And I was like, oh, so Jimmy introduced me to driving while Black. I didn't know it was a thing. I really did not know it was a thing, yo. But it's like when you see it, like it's real. I was like, oh my gosh, this is insane. So he started driving my car. I'm like, this is pure madness. These people could really mess up your life doing this kind of foolishness, right? So, but I do feel like, and then I guess that too. So I learned about his family, like his mom, where she came from, because she's actually from Tennessee. And then her dad, I think like the Black people, like where she's from in Tennessee, her dad, he was like one of the first Black person to have a master's degree. And they wanted him to be a janitor. And he didn't want to be a janitor. And also he didn't put up with their BS. Because, you know, when you get educated, there are certain things you're not going to put up with. So that didn't fly with those white people. So eventually they had to like pretty much run away. They had to flee Tennessee, and then they settled in Hampton, Virginia. And that's going to bring all kinds of hardship. It's like, it's crazy. Then it's like his dad's family, they're from DC, but his mom is from Lafayette in Louisiana and stuff like that. So you start learning about that stuff too, you know. But I do feel like when you marry someone, if you really love them, you try to get to know who they are. You try to get to know their culture. You try to get to know their history. You know, you start having empathy for them. You start being an advocate for them too, you know, because you're like, no, something is off over here. But when you marry someone and you claim you love a person and you don't try to get to know their culture, you don't try to get to know who they are, you don't try to understand, like, you know, it's just like, oh no, your life doesn't change. Like, you stay in your bubble and they're the ones who fit into your bubble. I don't know if that's really love. You know what I'm saying? Like, even me, sometimes I get mad at James because I feel like he's not triggered enough. I was like, hold on, wait a minute. How am I more triggered than you? Like, you should be really more triggered than I'm triggered, right? When I saw the whole post about like New York City trying to give 800,000 illegal immigrants the right to vote, I said, hold on, wait a minute. What are we doing? Okay. Yeah, he sounds great, but sometimes, even him, sometimes I don't think he's triggered enough. And I do accuse him of being a liberal. I'm like, you're too much of a liberal, and it triggers me, right? Because to me, I don't understand how you're not triggered. Why am I triggered and you're not triggered? Right? Because you want to give 800,000 immigrants. I don't know if they're legal or illegal. Hold on. I don't do it twice. We meet these other. Oh Lord, this belly of mine. Right? So this is what New York was on. New York was on some crap like this, right? So they wanted to allow 800,000 non-citizens to vote, right? In New York. And I was like, hold up, there's a problem here, because for Black Americans to get the right to vote, you have to go through Emancipation Proclamation, right? You have to go through 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, like, no, Emancipation Proclamation, right? The Civil War, right? Then you got to go 13, 14, 15 Amendment. They're still not guaranteed, right? Then you have to go through all the crap you go through. Then you fast forward, like Civil Rights Act, you fast forward. But I'm like, look at how much it took for Black Americans to get the right to vote, right? But somehow these people just got here like 2 months ago, 6 months ago. They barely even put down their suitcase. And you want them to start voting? That's a problem for me. That is a serious problem for me. Even me, as an immigrant too, I had to wait until I became a U.S. citizen to vote. It didn't happen overnight. I had to wait to vote. I had to become a citizen before I could vote. So whether you want to look at it from like the African-American perspective or like being a Black immigrant perspective, I'm like, this is not fair. This is really not fair. And how is it that people are not mad about this? Because why? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. But even if I didn't know him, if I didn't know James, because James is not, we don't always align politically. Even if I didn't know James, I don't think it's a James thing for me. It's a Marlene thing. Maybe it's an Aquarius thing. Maybe it's a life path number 9 thing. Maybe it's the way I was raised type of thing, right? I don't like injustice. I truly do not like injustice. I don't like when things are not fair. I don't like when people mistreat Black people. All types of Black people. It doesn't fly with me. That's one type of BS from white people I don't take. Like, even we had a situation recently, and I told this white man off. And he was like, oh, but, you know, you made preconceived notions. I was like, well, when you said what you said, you had preconceived notions, right? I don't let white people pee on my foot and tell me it's raining. I don't put up with their bullshit. You know, but before I met him, after, I don't know, but I don't think it's him. I guess being married to him too, like, you probably become a bit more like, yeah, what's up? You know what I mean? Like, it's gang, whatever. But it's like, oh, hell no. You understand? Just like, it's not a big deal, but it's kind of like a big deal. It's not really a big deal, but I don't think Jimmy's gonna mind, right? My husband's African American, so you know he does like the reefer, okay? And the reefer has got him in trouble because young people like to be careless with the reefer. So the reefer did get him in trouble, right? So when we were graduating college, for example, right? because here is DC, and the DC area, you got to have a security clearance to work. Well, your boy couldn't get one because he was messing with the reefer. Okay. So he was applying, y'all. They kept saying no and no and no because they didn't want to do the background check. Because the security, to get a security clearance, I think a business has to like spend like 10 grand or something like that. So they didn't think he could get it. So they were not willing to do it. Whereas like you're supposed to do it and see how it goes, right? So I'm looking at my husband because at first he was like, he was very confident. Then he applied for like 12 jobs. And the people kept saying no and no and no. So I was like, okay, cool, whatever. But then it got to a point, he started to get really sad. And I was like, you're not about to mess his self-esteem up. I said, we want to go get a lawyer. And he was like, but Marlene, how are we going to pay for it? I said, James, I got it. Right? So I think I paid half, his mom paid half, whatever. We went to see this white lady and we brought baby James. It was him and I and baby James. We went to her office. It was in DC. Okay, went to see this white woman. Maybe she was Jewish. I don't remember, but. And so she listened to us and she really she took a liking to baby James because he was so cute. He was all cute. And I guess she liked us too. And so she was really upset. So we left the office. She was like, yeah, she could write a letter or something like that. And it was going to cost I think like $1,000. I can't remember. So like, okay, we'll think about it. And then at that time, it was over the summer. I was doing some like math research thing with Dr. Gaddison. And so her assistant called James. And he was like, oh, she wants you to call him back. She wants you to, call her back. So then he called me. He was like, oh, do you think she wants us to pay the money for the letter? I was like, I don't know, right? So he finally called the white lady back. And she was like, you know what? Here's this company. Call this, y'all, white people in real time. So she tells James, call this company because the main legal counsel for the company, right, was her friend. He's like her bestie. So she called him. And I guess because just first impression, she put herself out there and she told her friend, like, yeah, let him in. So she gave the number. She's like, apply. He called the man. The man said, apply. So Jimmy applied. They let him in, right? So when it came to doing his security clearance, they did it. They did it. And then so he had a manager. He got the security clearance before his manager. You guys, like stuff like that, it really opens your eyes to the bullshit. It really opens your eyes to the BS. Like it really does open your eyes to the BS, right? So I guess like he got the clearance before his manager because everything would have been fine. Had these other companies, had they not been profiling and do all kinds of goofy stuff, they could have just ran the security clearance application. It would have gone through. Okay? Because all of them have to use the same services for it to go through, right? And then on top of that, his manager was white and he got it before the white man. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But they'll use things like reefer to be like, oh, we can't qualify you for this. We can't qualify you for that. Yes, they can. If you know the right person, they'll just make a phone call and then boom, you're in. So then that's how his career started. So I think he was there for like a year or so, then he moved on to other jobs, right? It was crazy. It was really, really crazy. But getting a lawyer, a white lawyer, I have to see where she is. Maybe she's Jewish. But it's like, it changed everything. Okay. So you start to wake up to certain injustices. Like that's some BS. That really is some BS. So maybe not. But I do feel like, I don't know. I don't like when people mistreat Black people. It really triggers me. It really, really triggers me. Like that's one thing right there that really triggers me. Because I like, and especially if I know what you're doing, like it really does trigger me. I get seriously triggered. So the white man yesterday, he heard from me because he was like, oh, you made assumptions, like you made assumptions too, right? And when you deal with people, you gotta be very mindful of cultural biases and cultural sensitivities. Because what you think might not be harmful, when another person who reads it, who's not from your culture, when they read it, they might take it a certain way. Ooh, Lord Jesus. Oh, my back hurts. Makes sense? They might take it a certain way. Oh, Kevin said that man is part of a community that is, they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I was like, child. So like this for me, like the 800,000 people, 800,000 immigrants getting the right to vote like this overnight, that thing really triggered me. You know what I mean? It really, really triggered me. It really triggered me. So let me see here. Hold on. Where are we? So here is KJ. Let me come back to this one right here. Oh, y'all, sorry. This live is a bit like, it's a lot. I'm trying to breathe, right? So here you have KJ, her right here. There is a cosmetic company called Mented. I don't know if you ever heard of Mented Cosmetics, but they were like created to make makeup for Black women, right? So she's one of the co-founders, right? KJ and her co-founder, they went to Harvard. Actually, let her tell it. Let her tell her story real quick. Why am I even wasting my time talking? She can do it for herself. Let me see a video where she talks about herself. Okay, here it is.
Hey TikTok, it's KJ. I recently crossed 150,000 followers and I realized I've never done one of those about me style videos. So for all you guys know, you could be following a serial killer. You're not, but it does seem like a good time to go over this. First of all, KJ stands for Kristen Jones. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I've lived in a bunch of other places in the US like Chicago, New York, Boston, and Philly, but I'm back in Columbus, Ohio because this is the place to be. In my last video, I mentioned that I went to Harvard Business School. Many of you were surprised by that.
Listen carefully, huh? Listen carefully. Then you're going to really ask yourself, by the time I'm done talking about this girl, you're really going to start asking yourself, like, a Harvard degree for a Black person, what does it really do? What does it really do? Okay, she said she went to Harvard twice. She went to Harvard undergrad and she went to Harvard Business School. Okay. Don't forget that part. Don't forget that part. Don't forget that part.
So it might surprise you to know I also went to Harvard for undergrad. The best thing to come out of Harvard for me was my husband, who I met on the very first day of school. We spent...
Okay, so here's the husband.
Come out of Harvard for me was my husband, who I met on the very...
Okay, so she just said here that the very best thing that came out of for her was the husband, that not her Harvard MBA, because she has 2 degrees, right? So she has a BA from Harvard and then she has an MBA from Harvard, right? And I'm sure she spent a whole lot of coins. So the greatest thing that came out of Harvard for her was her husband. But when Harrison said, your life ain't gonna start until you become a wife and somebody's a mother, okay? Oh my gosh, okay? But the husband, this man right here, okay, is the best thing for her that came out of Harvard. But when she's on her TikTok all day, she's fighting Black men. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, do y'all love your husbands or not? It's very bizarre. Okay? Okay, cool. So she went to Harvard twice. Best thing that happened to her was her husband. I guess he's Black, huh? Yeah, he's Black, out of Harvard. Okay, let's go.
Very first day of school. We spent 4 years pretending like we weren't in love, but yeah, we figured it out.
Okay.
The second best thing to come out of Harvard for me was my co-founder, who I met at the business school. Speaking of business, I did found one.
So her co-founder, too, another Black girl, she went to Harvard. So it seems like right now, the best thing out of Harvard is the relationships that she got at Harvard. Okay.
2017, called Mented Cosmetics. I recently sold the business, but I am still staying on as the brand president. If you've gone to mentedcosmetics.com recently and seen that a lot of the products are sold out, I apologize, but we are relaunching this summer. When I'm not busy running Mented, I am creating content. I've got my TikTok channel, of course. I recently started a YouTube. You should go subscribe over there. And I have a podcast called 2 Queens, 2 Crowns. On this show, we look at women who have been historically pitted against one another and make the case for why they've actually helped each other and benefited from one another. I think it's a lot of fun. You should check it out. When I'm not creating content or running Mented, I'm teaching. So another thing that has surprised a few of you in a couple of my videos is that I teach at Yale School of Management. That has been one of the best things I've ever done in my career. I designed a course called Entrepreneurial Ventures in Consumer Products.
So she teaches, y'all please note this, huh? So she teaches at Yale. She teaches a course called Entrepreneurial Ventures and Consumer Products, right? Okay. So double Harvard, husband out of Harvard, co-founder she met at Harvard. And now she teaches, she had a company, but she sold the company. And now she teaches courses at Yale, and then she makes TikTok videos. Like I said to y'all earlier, you're going to have to ask yourself, these Ivy League school degrees, how do they help these Negroes? But I don't know, but we shall see. Let's go.
But even before that, I taught an online course called Startup Starter Kit. I will be launching it soon. So if that's something you're interested in, stay tuned. The final thing I will say is that I have been a lifelong Beyonce fan, a relatively new Swiftie, but both of these women have impacted me in so many ways that an outsized portion of my content is about them, and I make no apologies. All right, that said, hopefully you have enough information to decide if you want to keep following me. And
okay, cool. So she told you all her story, right? All right, cool. Let's fast forward quickly. So then she made this video because Miss Harvard over here. So she went to Harvard, she went to Yale, but she don't fact check her sources. So she saw the fake tweet, the fake post, and she jumped right on there. Okay, she jumped right on there. I think it starts over here. Let's go.
So apparently Ben Horowitz has said billionaires prefer Black women and some Black men are upset. But do you know what's so funny is every time one of these Black men who don't date Black women, and I have met several, every time one of these Black men who don't date Black women is called out for it, what do they say? It's just a preference. It's just a preference. I'm not racist. I'm not colorist. It's just a preference. Oh. So it's okay to have a preference, just not when we're the preference. So apparently Ben Horowitz has said billionaires prefer Black women and some Black men are upset. But do you know what's so funny is every time one of these Black men who don't date Black women, and I have met several, every time one of these Black men who don't date Black women is called out for it, what do they say? It's just a preference. It's just a preference. I'm not racist. I'm not colorist. It's just a preference. Oh. So it's okay to have a preference, just not when we're the preference. So apparently Ben Horowitz has said billionaires prefer Black women and some Black men are upset.
Now, this is where sometimes I wish people would stop lying to themselves, right? So this Black girl right here, right? She told y'all she went to Harvard, undergrad, and what? And her MBA, right? She also told you she met her co-founder at Harvard. She met her husband at Harvard, right? She jumping in and she's saying billionaires prefer Black wives, right? But then ask yourself, the majority of dudes who go to Harvard, how much they worth? Like, this is how you know people are full of shit, right? This is how you know people are really full of shit. And they just say things on TikTok to galvanize these Black women when they know what the tea is, right? The people who go to Harvard, the majority of people who are at Harvard, are their parents poor people or are their parents rich people, right? The majority of these white people at Harvard, what kind of family, what kind of lineage they come from, right? And we've seen when the lady got fired, Claudine Gay, what's her name, right? Hold on. The Black woman who got fired, is that her name, Claudine Gay, right? Her right here. Claudine Gay, I already spelled her name, right? This Haitian lady right here who got fired from Harvard, right? Right? Who got her fired? Who got her fired? Is it not all these rich white Jewish people who called in, like Bill Ackerman, right? So Bill Ackerman was one of the people who was calling for her to be fired, right? Bill Ackman, okay, right? Another Jewish boy, right? This Jewish boy right here, he was calling for her to be fired. He kept putting pressure on the school to fire her. Like, if they don't fire her, he's not going to keep giving money and this, and that. The majority of people who go to Harvard are Jews. The majority of people who go to Harvard are wealthy Jews. The majority of Harvard's donors, alumni, people who give a lot of money is them Ashkenazi Jew people, chat, right? So my thing is, if white people prefer Black women, if white billionaires prefer Black women, how she managed to leave Harvard without being married or engaged, married to a Jewish boy, right? They prefer, like, you were there, you were in the midst of them, and you left that place with a Black man. Make it make sense, right? Like, y'all don't even believe you don't even believe the bullshit y'all be saying to yourselves. You don't even believe the crap. Like, I'm like, people can't be this delusional, right? You cannot be this criminally dishonest. It's intellectual dishonesty. Because if these white boys, these white billionaires truly prefer the Black girls, right? Why don't they marry you guys who go to get these MBAs from Harvard, right? Why don't they marry y'all? Y'all graduate. You guys graduate without Jewish boyfriends. You graduate without Jewish fiancés. Your man is not, you don't get picked by the Jewish man. It's a lot of Jews out there, and they come from a crap load of money. They don't pick y'all. Stop lying. Like what? And on top of that, it's not even just in terms of romance, right? When it comes to business, y'all, when it comes to business, meet these two most likely Jewish girls over here too, right? They also went to Harvard, just like KJ and her co-founder. Same thing, you guys. Same thing. It's the same story, different turnout. You guys, I promise you, I would never lie to you. Okay? Let's do this. Let's be all the way. They want to put these white people on a pedestal so badly. We will not do this. You're going to treat these people for exactly who they are. You're going to apply the same energy. This is KJ and her founder, both Black girls too, right? They both went to Harvard. And I've made a video about this before. It's probably here somewhere, but it's on private, right? Four of these women get into the same program. Okay? No, that's not what I want. Okay? 4 of these women get into the same program, right? So they're all at Harvard. They're all getting their MBAs, right? Katya and this white girl, both most likely they're both Jewish, right? These two Jewish girls, even their first year at Harvard MBA, at Harvard, the MBA program, they raised $1 million. Listen to me carefully. You know, hold on. First of all, let me tell you, what business did these two start? These two started a business called, are you ready? They started a company called Birchbox. Have you ever heard of Birchbox? Okay, come forward. Okay, have you ever heard of Birchbox? So Birchbox is a business where you pay a monthly subscription to receive samples. Okay, I remember years ago, it wasn't even like that. Like it just got like these are full-size products. That's BoxyCharm too, huh? That's not Birchbox. Okay, so here's Birchbox, right? When Birchbox first came out, it was just like real samples. Like, you know, the little plastic bags of samples. Let me see if I can find like the early days. Hold up, wait a minute. Mediocrity. There you go. These like the first Birchbox thing, it was nothing but like samples, you guys. It wasn't even like you were getting full-size product, because later on, they're going to start doing full-size products. When Birchbox first came out, you were getting samples. And I remember thinking like years ago, like, how stupid is that? Like, why would anybody want to invest in that? Because you could just go to Sephora, because at that time at Sephora, you can walk up and you can serve yourself samples. If it was anything they could put into a jar, like squeeze into a jar, you could get a sample of that, right? Or you could go to like most department stores at the counters. They would have samples in those sachets. So you are paying a monthly subscription to get a box of things that you could get from Sephora for free as samples, or you could go to any department stores, the beauty counters. I'm talking like Clinique, Clarins, Bobbi Brown, Estee Lauder. They all have sachets they can give you. Why am I going to pay for that? I was like, this makes no sense. This is giving like white mediocrity per usual, right? Per usual. So, and their first year, because the MBA program is 2 years, right? The first year, Katya and this girl right here, that was their business plan, right? Charge people to receive samples and sachets of different kind of makeup products. And the majority of it was crap, right? And somehow they got $1 million. It's not even like they've been here for 2 years. Their first year, they were able to raise $1 million off of this subscription program to send people samples for like $12.99, right? Cool. When it came to hold on, wait a minute. When it came to KJ and her co-founder, not only they graduated Harvard, so she did it twice, right? But these girls finished the MBA program, the same program as Katya and her co-founder, right? They didn't raise any money. They raised no money. It took these girls 2 years, maybe 2 to 3 years, for them to raise $1 million. Listen to me carefully, right? Don't stop being full of crap, okay? It took these 2 Black girls with an MBA degree 2 years to raise $1 million. And you know where they had to go? You think a Jewish man cared to give them $1 million the way Katya did, or the way Glossier did with Ben Horowitz? No. You know who get the money? A white woman and an Indian woman. So their funding here comes from this fund called BBG Ventures. Hold on. Let me show you something. Hold on. Boop, boop. Their funding comes from these people. It's called BBG Ventures, right? They got their money over here. You see? Minted, right? They got it over here. And if you see BBG Ventures, hold on. All right. So you have this white girl and you have this Indian girl. So right here, this is Nisha. Nisha, she went to law school. This lady right here, she got money because she used to be like the president of Martha Stewart's company. So you know Martha Stewart? Martha Stewart had the president for all the Martha Stewart Enterprise. This woman worked for Martha Stewart, right? And then this girl, she was like a lawyer, like investment banking, whatever. So it's an Indian and it's a white woman, right? And not a damn, and not near no one Jewish man, and not near no one white billionaire who put money into their business. So first of all, not near one Jewish man thought enough of you to try to marry you at Harvard, okay? And then once you had a business, there's not a single Jewish man that you could convince to put money into your business, right? Now you look at look over here, right? So this girl, here's what happens. When they were at Harvard Business School, their first year, right? Katya and what's this girl's name? I forgot her name, but they raised $1 million as students. Not even graduates, just students alone. They raised $1 million. By the time they're done with their MBA program, they already raised like 60 million. They already raised like 60 million. Okay. Today, when it comes to Katya, even though the business has failed, this girl is worth $1 billion. This girl is worth $1 billion. This white girl is worth $1 billion, right? You think that Cage over there is worth anything even close to 10 million or close to 100 million? Right? But these are the same people who want to convince you, oh, white people are so great. White people are this, white people, no. They don't respect you. They have no respect for you. They'll have sex with you. They'll have a good time with your ass, right? But when it comes to making you wealthy and making you powerful, they will not. When it comes to marrying you and putting you in positions of power and influence, they will not. The girl's a millionaire. Even when Birchbox was failing, she was still able to raise money. Read right here. I told you I would never lie to you. Okay? Read right here. Okay? What does it say? All right. Barna and Beauchamp met at Harvard Business School, right? And later launched Birchbox in 2010, right? Birchbox is one of the biggest subscription commerce service out here. It recently raised $60 million and has a valuation of $485 million. I wonder why. Right? Its business model of mailing monthly beauty products boxes has attracted over 800,000 subscribers so far, and it has now its own retail store in New York City as well. And this article here talks about, like, it was talking about, like, 25 tech rock stars who went to Harvard, right? And when you scroll through this, they don't mention not damn no one black person. Because nobody cares. These black kids who go to Harvard, they just out there just wasting their time because no one respects them. No one respects them. No one wants to marry them. No one wants to make a way for them. Nobody wants Michael Bloomberg. You know, he's Jewish. Okay. Nobody cares. You see Meg Whitman. She probably Jewish. All right. Look at all these people. Right? How come none of these people, all these white people, these rich, right billionaires who love, you see Sheryl Sandberg, CEO of Facebook, right? She's Jewish. And remember when we read about this too, how did she get her job at Facebook? Right? She was invited by this Jewish man to a Christmas party or some type of like, you know, like during the, like they have their own holidays during Christmas, right? She was invited to that Jewish man holiday party. And at the holiday party, Mark Zuckerberg was there. So as Jewish people, oh yeah, well, okay, sure, let's make it happen. Boom, 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 boom. That's how she gets the job and that's how she becomes a CEO. These girls, were they ever invited to them Jewish parties to be connected to them Jewish people? No. So why would you sit here and lie like this? Why would you like? I'm like, why would you? I'm like, what do you gain? Like seriously, in all honesty, especially when you went to an Ivy League school and you were always invisible and you came out with you didn't have the same success, you didn't have the same ability to raise money, you were not invited to the same party, like you were completely ignored because they look at you as an affirmative action student. Okay, why would you ever sit here and try to tell black girls that, oh yeah, white billionaires do want us? They want you where, sis? They want you where? They couldn't even be bothered to put like $1 million in your cosmetic line. They want you where? It took you 2 years to raise $1 million. It took these white girls their first year at the Harvard campus to raise $1 million. By the time they get out of school, they've already raised $60 million. By the time these girls have raised $60 million, you're still trying to find your first million. Okay, there's not a single Jewish investor who put money into Minted Cosmetics. It's an Indian girl and it's a white woman. You had to go to colored people, right? You had to go to colored people to get some type of investment. Even now, she had to sell the business, right? She sold and you think she sold the business for a crazy amount of money? No, even the co-founder, I feel like she just left. I think, like, you know, girls who don't know much, Like you see, like the girls who don't know much and who want to make this type of content, that's fine. Let them lie to themselves, right? But it's like if you went to Harvard and you were surrounded by all these rich Jewish people and you left Harvard with a black man, right? You know what time it is, right? When you start your business and you went to one of the biggest schools in the world and you're still out here struggling to just get $1 million, when people like Emily Weiss, who went to NYU, Emily Weiss went to see that lady's husband. She walked out with a $50 million check. $50 million. Somebody who went to NYU to study interior design. They trusted her with $50 million. There are other 2 black boys who went to Harvard. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me show you something, right? These 2 right here. I'm telling you, what's it called? The Harlem Fund. Harlem Capital. These other black boys over here. But these 2, you know, in the words of what's Tariq Nasheed, the tethers, is that how you say it? Right? So this one, Jean-Pierre over here, he's Jean-Pierre, he's Haitian. This one's from the Bahamas. Okay, so maybe that's why they're a little silly. Okay, and so one day I got really upset because I got upset for them because I'm like, this is weird because they also went to Harvard MBA. Those 2, this Bahamas over here, the Nassau, okay, and what's the little instrument they play in the Bahamas? Okay, under the sea. They have that one instrument in the Bahamas. So this dude right here, he's from the Bahamas. This one right here is Haitian, right? And they have a fund called Harlem Capital. That's why sometimes when Tariq Nasheed be cussing out these immigrants, I don't even get mad no more. Yeah, I don't even get mad because they're so goofy. It's crazy. They're really, really crazy. So like sometimes when Tariq Nasheed goes up in their asses and he calls them all kinds of feathers and stuff like that, I'm not even mad because it makes a lot of sense. I'm like, oh, don't concern me. Go ahead and have your way with these people. That's why sometimes too, when you have Black Americans who be cussing out African people too, I don't even get involved. I'm like, oh, that's what you get. Because you think you think somehow that you're so special, okay, because you went to Harvard. But like when I look at you compared to the white people who went to Harvard, you're struggling. They're not. So what's the point of getting a Harvard degree? So these people here, right? They struggle too. They have to go beg all these Jewish people to invest in them. You know, like they have 46 million. These 2 right here, they have $46 million under asset management. And I was like, how do you have a Harvard degree? You have a Harvard degree. You both have Harvard MBAs, huh? Look how y'all have to struggle. They struggle, struggling-a-ling, dig-a-ling-a-ling, shovel-ups, okay? These 2 right here, they struggle to raise $46 million because they couldn't get white people to trust them with their money, even though they went to Harvard. Because you would think, colorblindness, this is colorblind. You would think if you're Black, right, and you find a way to go to Harvard, especially Harvard Business School, that you will be treated just like anybody else at Harvard Business School. Like it's hard to get in here. So if you got in here, you deserve to be here. Because these Black people who enroll at Harvard, I really think that people don't take them seriously. I think all these white kids who go there, they look down on these people and they really think that you're there because of affirmative action, not because you're worthy. And that's why they don't trust you with their money. That's why they don't include you with their stuff. So these 2 kids right here, they managed to raise like 46 million. They have like $46 million under asset management. Now, when it comes to Emily Weiss, right? When it comes to Emily Weiss of Glossier, right? Like I told y'all, she went to NYU, right? Let me see. Yeah, you see, that's it. She has a basic bachelor's from I really think she studied interior design, like some goofy stuff. Hold on. What did she study? NYU, hold on. Y'all, this is too funny. You see, studio art. You see, bunch of bullshit. You see this? Bunch of bullshit. This is what these white girls do. Bunch of bullshit. She studies studio art. Whether it's KJ, her co-founder, Jean-Pierre and his co-founder, right? These kids have a Harvard MBA. They have a Harvard MBA. And look at how hard it is for them to raise money. This girl is Jewish. She's white, Jewish. She studied studio art. What kind of goofy major is this? Okay. Studio art at NYU. Exactly. And she goes to meet Ben Horowitz, right? She goes to meet her kinfolk, right? She goes to meet her kinfolk. You cannot tell me part of him giving her this money didn't have to do with the fact that she's Jewish just like him. And he wanted her to be successful. You cannot tell me that. 60 million. That girl, I think she walked away with like 50 or 60 million. Their first meeting. She got like 50 or 60. She wanted another Jewish boy. She has a co-founder, like this guy who helped her. He's Jewish also. So her and her little Jewish friend, they go to meet their Jewish uncle, right? They first meeting, they walk out with like 50, 60 million. 50, 60 million. And you want to tell me that their cultural connection, their immigrant connection, you know, maybe Wiseman, I don't know. If I look at the last name Wiseman, let me see. You see? This stuff is just so easy to, it's just so, oh, child, this stuff is just so, this is, okay. Weiss has multiple origin, including German and Ashkenazi Jewish. Okay. Okay. German from the Middle High German word whiz, which means white or blonde. And she kind of blonde, is she? Well, there you go. Like this stuff you can't make. Some people say, oh, you have to work hard and you got to pull yourself up. Oh, shut up. You got to be Jewish. Be white and be Jewish. You're going to be rich. Okay, shut the hell up. So she is blonde, isn't she, huh? Okay, cool. So the name actually does match, right? So white, bright, shining. It may have been a nickname for someone with pale skin or white hair. It may also have been a habitational name for a place called Weiss or Weissen. Okay? Ashkenazi Jewish from the German and Yiddish word, which means white. Yeah. In France, you'll see a lot of Weisermen also. Okay? The surname Weiss is also found in other countries, including Poland, Chechnya, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, France. Yeah. In France, the French people have a lot of Weisermen. Okay, Denmark and the Netherlands. Ooh, you see? In these countries, it is often a German translation of a Slavic surname. For example, in Slovenia, it may be a translation of the surnames Belek or Belay. Okay, according to 23andMe, the most common ancestries for people with the surname Weiss are Ashkenazi Jewish, 36.6%, French and German, 21.9%, and British and Irish, 21.9%. So they're really Europeans. Other ancestries include Eastern European, Italian, Scandinavian, Spanish, and Portuguese, and Indigenous American. Okay, Weiss. Okay, so Weiss, okay, pronounced Weiss, is a German Ashkenazi Jewish surname. Okay. All right, cool. Okay. Okay. So one day, I don't because I used to follow them on Twitter, but so these two right here, they invested in Beauty Bakery. They invested in Beauty Bakery because Beauty Bakery too, Cashmere or Beauty Bakery, her boyfriend, fiance, if they're still together, he also went to Harvard. He also has an MBA. And I think they were all in the same class. Like they graduated the same class having the MBA. Okay. And look at how hard it is for these Black people with the MBAs to raise money, right? But this girl right here, she can major in studio art at NYU and meet one of the wealthiest men in America and walk out with a $50 million check. So you see how this whole like pull yourself up by your bootstrap, go to a fancy school, go to an Ivy League school. No, a Black person going to an Ivy, a white person going to Ivy, it is not necessarily going to yield the same results because you have to also be accepted into the culture, right? It's not enough, whether it's affirmative action who got you there or because you really have good grades so you got in there. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter because they will do everything in their power to exclude you. If you remember when we watched the documentary on Chief Justice Clarence Thomas, right? Some of you are new here, so you probably don't remember. When we watched the documentary on Clarence Thomas, right? Remember how when he got to his last year of being in school at Yale Law School, nobody wanted to hire him. Remember? And they said that he had like 70 letters of rejection. Remember? Who remembers that? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Was it this one, y'all? I think it was. Was it this one? It seems like we watched this one already. Let's see.
Republican activism.
Dire disappointment.
Over the years, Thomas would downplay this image of his grandfather and express.
So it shows you, like, remember, he goes to Yale just like Hillary Clinton went to Yale, just like Bill Clinton and his mediocre behind went to Yale, right? But he has the hardest time getting a job because he's not part of the culture. Like, it's like these white people actually punish him for being at Yale because some felt like, oh, he didn't deserve it, or he took a place from another white person. He's only here because of affirmative action. So they said he had like 75 letters of rejection from all these law firms because he was Black. They didn't care about this Harvard, this Yale law degree. They don't care. And that's why I was telling a friend, she's like, oh, Mark, I don't know why you would say, I'm like, girl, bye. Stop thinking that because you're Black and you go to an Ivy League school that somehow you're going to experience the American dream. They're going to still treat you with an N-word with a very expensive degree. You can get in based on affirmative action. You can get there because of your grades, right? But ultimately, if the people who make the culture of Harvard, if they don't accept you, how far would that go? Because, being able to call upon the alumni, right? Being able to call upon the alumni, being able to, be invited to those parties, being part of those weddings, et cetera, et cetera. That's part of the stuff that's going to make you successful. You have to be able to tap into the network. But if you go to Harvard and all you get is a degree and all you get are a few Black friends, like you wasted your time. You wasted your time. If a Jewish man goes to Harvard and he goes to the Harvard MBA and he doesn't really embrace you as his peer, as someone who's just as competent, but he looks down on you like, you only got here because of affirmative action, he's never going to open doors for you. Yeah, that's really what it is, right? And when you listen to KJ, she told you the majority of people that she met there and the people that she left with as friends were Black people. So it goes to show you, even in terms of friendship, these Jewish people, these Jewish kids were not even open to receiving her. Okay, let's put the whole love and marriage thing to the side, right? They weren't open because had they embraced her, her co-founder, the same thing with Jean-Pierre and his co-founder, had they been embraced, you think they would have struggled this hard to raise $1 million? 2 years to raise $1 million. Katya got $1 million within 6 months of being at Harvard. Within 6 months. So you understand me, right? So it's one thing to go to a school, but if ultimately you're not going to be embraced in the real culture of the school, you're not going to be seen as their equal, they're not going to respect what you do, you're wasting your time going there. You are truly wasting your time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and you've seen with Claudine Gay and her being fired, who runs Harvard? Jewish people run Harvard. They run Harvard. So for you to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make these Black women believe that, yeah, we are what the white man wants, we're what a Jewish man. Girl, you went to Harvard and left with a Black husband. Don't lie to these people. They can be delulu because they don't know what it is to be around these really rich Jewish people, which is fine. They can make narratives about themselves. But for you to have been amongst these people, for you to walk the walk that you walked, there's no way she does not know about Katya Beauchamp and her co-founders, right? There's no way. There's no way that when she looked even at her graduating class, that to see where all these white kids, all these Jewish kids who graduate with her, where are they today now in their career? And where is she today in her career, right? But yeah, all you people have the same Harvard degree. You took the same classes. You had to take the same tests. You got to take the same quizzes. They went through the same thing. Because even if you want to make the argument that, oh, the only reason why you got there is because of affirmative action, no problem. But if you graduated because you were competent, right? Because there's no whether you get into Harvard because of affirmative action not going to take the test for you, right? Affirmative action not going to study for you. So if let's say a Black student really got into Harvard based on affirmative action, not because they were intelligent enough to get in there, no problem. I'll give you that. But how did they graduate? They had to study. They had to work. They had to work. They had to really work. You cannot graduate simply because of affirmative action. Affirmative action might get you in, okay? But walking on that stage, it's not affirmative action. It's you taking action, hard action to study, to be on top of things, to learn, whatever. But they took the same classes. They had the same professors, took the same quizzes. You took the same midterms. You took the same final exam. And somehow, when the Black students graduate from a Harvard Business School, they are still lagging behind, like light years behind. Like, how can these two white girls over here, okay? Oh, so you got this one here. So here, okay, here you go. And you think her Harvard MBA made her successful? No, being a Jewish woman who went to Harvard made her successful. Because it's a school for very rich Jewish people. And they don't let you in like that. They don't let you, even in friendship, you can tell it's really hard. Now imagine marriage, okay? So you got this one, but I'm like, child, all right? And it's an Indian people, like they love their Indians, okay? Jay Lee, they love their Asians too, right? They have their favorites. Okay, you got your Anglo-Saxons over here, Dixon, Draper, okay? Here you go, your Anglo-Saxons, right? And then you have this one, Barna and Katia Beauchamp. And most likely, these two girls right here are also Jewish, okay? But like, imagine, I'm like, for me, like, I was just so triggered, like, what the freak? And I'm like, it doesn't, just because you go to Harvard does not mean that you are going to be put on the same footing as the white people who go to Harvard. You will still be a Negro. You're gonna be a Negro with a very expensive degree. That's it. And then you're gonna have to sit back and watch all the white kids, all the white Jewish kids from your class become way more successful than you. They're gonna raise way more money than you. They're gonna have bigger businesses than you. And when their businesses fail, they still manage to be billionaires. Like, you see how crazy that is, right? Look, by the time they were 29, so Katia was 29 years old and the other one was 28. At 29 and 28, they had already raised $1 million, right? And it's the same thing that happens between, what's your boy's name? Bill Gates. And I think this boy somehow, he must be Jewish too, right? And Mark Zuckerberg, who's definitely Jewish, right? But who makes Mark Zuckerberg a billionaire? Bill Gates, because he liked them. Oh, I can relate to him. I can see myself in him. Wumpty wump wump, wump wump wump, wump wump. Okay, so he makes the boy a billionaire. Okay, oh yeah, they went to Harvard, but it's more than that. It's way more than that. It's their cultural. They share that cultural, religious, immigrant story thingy. They share that, and so they see themselves in their people, and they want to make their people wealthy. That's just it, right? That's it. If a rich white man says, I want you to be rich today, you're going to be rich today. It doesn't matter if you're dumb, if you're stupid, they're going to make you rich. I would not even be surprised that if you look deep down, even, what's your boy's name? Elon Musk, I wouldn't be surprised that his white Canadian roots, he's also Jewish in there somewhere also. I would not be surprised. That's just how it goes. These people are not where they are because they work hard, they're smarter than, no, they come from the right tribe of people. They come from the right village. Like, they really do. Okay. So 28, 29, 28, they already raised $1 million. She's like, what? When they graduate, she's 31. This one is 30. They've already raised $60 million. Right. And even when the company was failing, she was still able to raise money. Right. And now that the company has failed, right, the lady is still worth $1 billion. Like, when I tell you, white women never fail. Okay. White women never fail. Like, your business, she raised all this money. She lost all the money. She's not going to jail. Okay. She lost the money that she raised. The business ended up being a failure, and she still gets to walk off with $1 billion value, like being worth $1 billion. Right. Not to be offensive to KJ at all. Right. But when you see her, okay, not to be mean to her. Right. But she said she sold the company. But when you look at her, you look at where she lives and how she's living, it's not giving homegirl is worth $1 billion. Okay. It's not giving homegirl is worth like even 50 million. It's definitely not giving 10 million. Right. But when you go look at Emily Weiss, you look at Katia, you see their houses. These are women who have failed businesses. I'm not trying to be funny. Right. And when they fail their businesses, and they make all this money, nobody says, oh, you still have to work for the business. You still have to be creative director for the business. You still got to be president for the business. No, they don't, right? They don't have to make content. They don't have to become content creators. They don't have to build a YouTube channel. No, they don't. They don't. They do not. You went to Harvard, got a Harvard MBA. You struggled to raise money, right? I guess it didn't do as well. You had to sell the business. You still have to work. You still have to teach courses at Yale. You have to make content to, like, can you imagine the ghetto? The real ghetto. No, I'm being serious. Man, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But go look at Emily Weiss. You want to see Emily's Instagram? You'll see what I mean. Give me a second. Emily, come here. Your goofy ass. Okay? Look at Emily's Instagram. You see? She has almost 800,000 people. Right? It says, let me see if you can't. Tell me if you can't see. I might have to stop. No, I hate when people lie like this. I really hate Black women who lie to other Black women. Well, like, what do you get out of this? What do you get out of this? Right? Why would you ever believe that a Black woman will be the first choice for a white billionaire? Why would you ever believe that a Black woman will be the first choice for a Jewish billionaire? Like, stop doing this. Stop doing this madness. You can even get a single Jewish person to invest in your business. Okay, they couldn't even trust you. You have a Harvard degree, like a Harvard MBA. You went to Harvard twice. And look how you had to suffer to raise $1 million. That white girl, she studied studio art and she walked off with $50 million. The men gave her $50 million. That's why Glossier was so big. Like, I'm telling you, a lot of times these white girls, the reason why they have these big businesses, it's not because they have a better product, they have better packaging, they have better messaging. No, the majority of them girls are mediocre. I can tell you all this. They are mediocre. The only thing is they come from the right culture. They come from the right tribe, the right village. They have the right last name. They have the right religion. So because of that, they are in positions where they can actually win. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you cannot internalize and be like, oh, yeah, their success. Don't you ever let a white woman teach you about business success. How do you always got to show up and believe in yourself? Girl, shut up, right? These white girls will sit here and tell you that they worked in themselves. You don't need a man. But every time you look at their businesses, it's always a white man who wrote a check, right? The boss, what's that girl boss, the Sophia Amoruso, right? She sold her business to the Indian man. Right? The Emily Weiss, she had Horowitz and Anderson write her a check. When all of them, they always have Tory Burch, her entire family, all the men in her family are involved in like investment banking in New York. They're a bunch of rich people. So it's like they knew how to take her company public because that's what they do. They do IPOs. It's not random. All these white girls, you sit there and you study them, there's a white man somewhere writing a check. But they'll sit here and teach you about being independent. They'll teach you about feminism. They'll teach you about how you should be a girl boss and wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and this, and that. Girl, shut the hell up. White women love to rebrand themselves as these independent, hardworking women who are self-funded. It's a lie. It is a lie. It is a lie straight out of hell. Do not trust these people. Okay? Ooh, Lord. Not like it's like they all have a man. White women are attached to patriarchy. Without their white patriarchy, they will not succeed. They will not, like, these girls are not strong at all. They're not that strong. They're not that ingenious. They're not that creative. They're not, no, it's because they're white. And especially if they're Jewish, they will never fail because most of the men in their culture are rich. Jewish people have money. I don't care what they say. They have a crap load of money. So when you're a Jewish girl and you ask your uncles and you ask the male people in your whatever, they're going to take care of you because their patriarchy is extremely wealthy. And it's not a joke. Like Ben Horowitz, he really has that kind of money. It is not a joke. A lot of them have money. They have so much money. It's ridiculous. Right? So when you're already part of them, it's like, okay, you're one of us. Sure, no problem. And even when you lose the money, they don't get upset. They're like, it's okay. It's not a big deal. Right? There's no scrutiny, you know, but that's why I'm like, I don't know how you can sit here and ever like support these people. Like, it's crazy to me. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I gotta take this call. Hold on. Who is calling me, child? Give me a second, you guys. it's the hospital, because I was supposed to be induced tonight. And I was like, I don't want to be induced. Y'all, I read about an induction. I said, oh, heck no. No struggle for this Black woman. Nope, it's going to come naturally, right? Makes sense? That's why you can't listen to them. They're a bunch of lying-ass heifers. I don't know how people listen to these white hyenas. White women are always lying. They lie to themselves. They lie to other people. Sometimes I'm like, when I see Black women listen to white girls, I'm like, have you seen her medicine cabinet? Do you know how many antidepressant pills she's on? Like, imagine me listening to somebody who needs to take pills to have a sane mind. You're crazy. You are really like you are. Oh no, I was like, no, I'm not getting induced. Once again, it was the idea of a white woman. I said, no, you're not inducing me. You're crazy. Because I went and looked into this induction stuff. I said, oh hell no. Okay, no. They are truly like, you guys. I swear, when I was running my business, I was like, is something wrong with me? Because I was like, well, I can't raise money. Like, what is wrong with me? But I was like, Marlene, there's nothing wrong with you, girl. You Black. Okay, you just way too Black. Okay, that's it. But you sit there and you compare yourself to these white girls. It's like, honestly, they bring nothing to the table. They are mediocre AF. They are truly mediocre. But that's the way it is, though. But the problem is, if you come from if you are a woman who comes from a group where the men are very, very wealthy, most likely you'll also be wealthy and you'll also be successful. It's a function of that, because women are really tied to the success of, like, a woman's worth, whatever. It is really a function of how successful her male group is. Right. And I feel like part of the thing, like part of why most people don't want to marry Black women, is not so much because they're not pretty or they're not attractive. It's because most Black men are not wealthy. Right. Because when your male group is very successful, very competitive, very wealthy, your stock goes up because you are their counterpart. Right? You are the counterpart. When a white woman is a counterpart to a white man, she's the counterpart of a colonizer. So of course she will also be able to colonize. She's also going to be able to rejoice in the loot. Whatever he's able to steal, he going to give her something. Whatever he's able to kill, he's going to give her something. Right? Because she's his female counterpart. Right? But when you are the female counterpart of a male group that doesn't make the most money, that is not the most educated, that is not the most financially savvy, yes, you're going to struggle. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to struggle. Right? So it's like, that's what it is. And they'll make you think like, oh, if you get more degrees, if you get an Ivy League degree, if you did no. Because if you go to these schools, and you're not really embraced by the real subculture that runs that school, all you're getting is you're just spending your money to go to school, be a great student, and overpaying for a piece of paper. Because the real benefits that come from going to that school is being embraced by the culture that truly runs that school. And one thing we have noticed when it comes to Harvard, right? One thing we've noticed when it comes to Harvard, and we look at what happened to Claudine Gay, right? We quickly realize that Harvard is ran by some wealthy ass Jewish people. That's who runs Harvard. That's who pays for all these scholarships and all that stuff they're able to do. That's where it comes from. She said, so Martin, do you understand why many Black women marry? I was like, no, because I think it's actually really stupid. Then what are their benefits? The majority of Black women who marry white men, let the white man die. You'll see she's not even on his will. The majority of Black women who marry white men, they marry bottom shelf brand. A lot of Black women who are married to white men, the white man is basic AF. He is basic on so many levels, but she will put up with the basicness, the mediocrity of a white man because she wants to convince herself that she found something better than a Black man. Very seldom do you find a Black woman who married a white man that's fucking hot. Like, damn, this motherfucker's hot. Very seldom. Show me how many Black girls are married to a white man. You're like, damn, that boy fine. He is so fine. Show me. Like the Matthew McConaughey type, the George Clooney type, the Brad Pitt type, them type of people. Where they at? Okay, the majority of these Black girls, they get the residual white man. They get the white man with no white privilege. Okay, you look at somebody like Tamara. Tamara's been rich. Tamara been a child actress, right? And that white man made her sign a prenup, and she signed a damn prenup. Goofy shit. I wouldn't even be surprised if Eve has a prenup. I would not be surprised. The majority of white boys with money, and they're basic white boys with money, right? The majority of these basic white boys with money, when they marry these Black girls, they make these Black girls sign a prenup. So what's the benefit? Have you seen Adam? Have you seen Tamara's husband? Imagine a thing like that. No, it's not about lucked out. No, no, my husband, James is not the richest. James is not the richest. My husband's an engineer. He works 9 to 5. Jimmy's not the richest, right? But I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, when you marry a white man, you're off into the sunset. Sunset to where? Sunset to where? Right? The majority of black women who marry black men, they marry regular white dudes with regular jobs and they have weight issues and all kinds of stuff. And when these people get old, get ready for how sick they're going to be. White people get sick. Not to be offensive. Not to be offensive. But these white men, these white husbands of yours, they're going to be very sick because it's their genetics. They get very sick. Dementia, Alzheimer's, this type of that. They start having all kinds of skin cancers. They age a certain way. So I'm like, you're going to have to be ready for that too. They're not a resilient people. By the time they hit 40, it goes nosedive. Not to be offensive. Not to be offensive. But it's like, I don't know, oh my gosh, Hercules what? Have you seen white people age? Have you seen them age? Right? And then have you seen black people age? Okay. So if as a woman, you are also comfortable with that, more power to you, sis. They age funny. They even change colors. You know what I'm saying? No, I mean, I guess he makes good money, but I'm saying like he's not the wealthiest. He's not like there are people that are way richer than him. Right? But it's like, I'm not going to sit here and delude myself like, oh my gosh, I married a white man and he's so much better than black people. Child, girlfriend, wait until he gets older. Wait until he hits 50. Wait until he hits 50. I'm like, have you seen white people age compared to black people aging? It is real. But if you have the heart for that, more power to you. I wish you all the best. You know, but there are certain diseases that they have in their old age that you don't see from black people. Because we have we got stronger DNA. You know what I'm saying? But if you're okay with that too, though, that's fine. But it's like they go through certain diseases. They have certain mental deterioration, brain decay. You know, they go through skin cancers. They have a lot of stuff that hits them, and it hits them hard. It hits them really hard. You know, you'll see a black person be 70, and then you'll see a white person at 70. You're like, oh shit, what happened to you? What happened? Yo, that's crazy. And so as a wife, be ready. You will be in and out the hospital. I'm just saying, you know, so I'm like, people need to be realistic. Like, you need to be realistic about the pros and cons of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you got to be realistic, though. And be like, I have a lot of aunties who have white husbands. And the man is always sick. You know, and like some of them are even like the same age as my dad. My dad is very strong. He's like, you know, he moves. He swims all the time. He works out all the time. He's outside all the time, right? But the aunties with the white husband, it's like they're always sick. Mom's like, oh, Marlene, Uncle so-and-so is sick again. He's sick again. There are some of them like they've been sick since the whole quarantine. They still have not recovered. It's like, oh my gosh. And my aunties, they're strong. You know, they're like these strong African women. Like they have a lot of energy. You know, they have a lot of energy and they got to take care of these men because we don't have the same genetics. They're very frail. You know, maybe you could say because, I don't know, melanin, I guess, and we eat more pepper. I don't know. We have more antioxidants. I don't know. But it's like they don't age well. You know, I had another auntie too when I was growing up. She had a French husband. Oh, y'all, he was so rich, but he was so mean. She had to count how many steaks she could cook. Like, he was like, y'all, it was crazy. She had to count how many steaks she could cook. If you went to her house and she didn't know that you were coming, you couldn't eat her food because everything was rationed out. And mind you, this man has so much money. Like he would vacation in Monaco. He would fly helicopters in Monaco. Like his family is so wealthy. It's so wealthy. But the way my auntie was living, child, everything was a budget. Girl, one day my mom went to see her. She's like, oh, Leo, I'm sorry. I can't give you any meat because I didn't know you were coming. I was like, what the freak? What you? So she sat there and she ate her food and she gave my mom nothing. My mom was so shocked. Like, what is wrong with you, girl? Are you insane? Okay, but that's it though. Like he would leave her with their children. Because one of their children was like special need. Girl, he'd be gone. He'd be in the coast of Monaco flying helicopters. I'm like, there are so many women there are so many black women across the world who are married to white men. Honey, they're struggling out here. They're not even on the wheel. They don't know it until the man dies. A lot of times too, these white boys, especially white boys that have money, when they marry black women, she's usually like the second wife or she's the third wife. So the money, like his money, it's already spoken for. It's already spoken for. When he dies, the first wife will show up. His first wife will show up. His kids will show up. I had another auntie too. Very pretty. She was from Capo Verde. She also married a white man. Y'all, I don't think she was on the wheel. Okay. When he died, his white kids, they came and took everything. She's like, Leo, that's my mom's name, right? Leo. My mom had to pray for her, encourage her. She was already so thin. She was probably like a size 2. What these white kids put her through, she became like a size and a half. Like a 0.5, not even a 0. I'm like a 0.5. Okay. She was already frail. She lost so much weight. They took everything. They were only being nice to her because their dad was alive. When the daddy died, what these white children put that girl through, oh, they showed her she's from Africa. Okay. They tortured her soul. They tortured her soul. When I tell you the auntie went from being a size 2 to being a size 0.5, you would think I was lying. I'm like a lot of black women from across the world who've married these white husbands. They need to sit here and tell black girls what to really expect from these people. You're gonna see how they're really mean. They're mean ass people. They didn't get to colonize the world because they were nice. That's why I told another friend, like, you think all these people around the world speak English because they went on a foreign exchange program to learn English? No, they were traumatized into speaking English. They were very mean. They are seriously mean. And if you think because you're married to them, you will be shielded from their wickedness, good luck to you. Yes, a 0.5. They jumped on her. I think he had like 2 or 3 boys and a daughter. Oh my gosh. What they put the auntie through, it was really sad, you guys. She would call my mom every day, Leo. One time my mom had to go check on her to make sure she didn't delete herself. They went there, my mom, the pastor, all these African people, y'all, they went to her house. I think she lives in Alexandria somewhere, knocking on her door. Let's say her name is Patricia. Patricia, are you alive? I'm like, what the freak is going on here? Okay. Yeah. Even my other auntie, the husband, he was married to a white woman. She's his second wife. And now he's out here decaying, and she got to take care of him and take him to the hospital. The majority of the time, when you see a white man with money and he marries a black woman, she's usually like the second or third wife. So the bulk of his money, the bulk of his retirement money, it's already spoken for. It's already spoken. The first wife, she's waiting for him to die. Then the kids are waiting for him to die. And that's why sometimes too, when they marry these white girls, the black girls, the guys who have money, when they marry the black girls, they usually don't have kids with them. Because you're just here for retirement. You're here to take care of him so he don't have to go to a nursing home. You guys, I am really used to this. Trust me. When I tell you West Africans, they love to marry, especially like Burkina Faso, people from Burkina Faso, Senegal sometimes, Capo Verde. We have a few African countries, like they really love to marry white men. And when you see the end of it all, it is always tragic. It is always tragic. It is always tragic. Okay? So I was like, child, please. Let me go back to my story. Oh, yeah. So how this, let me end the story. I didn't end the story for y'all, right? So this guy right here, I was on their Twitter and I was following them and I was like, yo, like, you know, it's very upsetting. I forgot where it started, but child, the majority of them, white people are not in the business of making, white people are not in the business of making other people rich. That's who they are. And people need to accept people for who people are. Stop trying to force people to be contra nature. White people are not in the business of making people from other cultures rich. That's not what they do. They are in the business of exploitation. If they can have a good time with you, great sex with you, yes, of course. Who's going to say no? You're going to make some good food for them, They sure are going to say yes. They don't say no. But when it comes to making your ass wealthy, your people wealthy, I don't know about that part. Okay? Don't know about that part. Whereas like black people, they're more open with their wealth, their money, their this, that, like they just give it all. No, it's not the same way over there. How many black women can say around the world can say, I married before I met this white man, I barely had money. After I married this white man and when this white man died, he left me in a position to be so rich and to never have to worry about nothing. Who? Where are they? I really want to get to meet these. I want to meet these black women. Whether they speak French, English, Portuguese, whatever, Spanish, I speak it all. Come tell me your story. I would really love to know. I would truly love to know. Okay? How many black women can say, I married this white man and he changed my life and he put me in this position and he did this for me. He opened this door for me, and he died and he left me all this money and I don't have to do nothing. I would love to meet these girls. I really would. I would love to. So these two right here, right? I forgot I forgot how it went, but they were talking about something, so I got really upset because I was like, well, it's not fair because these boys, they went to Harvard, they got the Harvard MBA, but look how long it took them to raise like $46 million, right? But when it came to Emily Weiss, her first meeting, she was able to raise 50 million. So I told him that. I'm like, don't you feel a way about that? You know what I'm saying? Because I was really upset for him. Like, this is fucked up. Like, you have the degree that proves that you can handle that type of money. Like, you have an MBA. You have an MBA from Harvard. Like, what more do you need, right? Yo, this guy, for some reason, I guess because he's from the Bahamas, I don't know, he didn't see my point of view. He was like, oh, you're anti-Semitic. I said, I'm anti-Semitic. I'm anti-what? The way I don't cuss his ass out on Twitter, I'll cuss his ass out and I'll follow him. I was like, I'm standing up for you, and you want to call me anti-Semitic? Like, you don't see what I'm saying? And I imagine this goofy ass dude right here from the Bahamas. Your nostril looking ass. Okay. I said, are you kidding me right now? What I'm telling you is you have a Harvard MBA. Look how hard you had to struggle to raise $46 million. Or you're just grateful that the white man thought enough of you to let you have 46 million, right? This white girl, she went to NYU. She majored in studio art, right? She has less education. She couldn't even take any of the classes you took, let alone even pass those classes, right? But they trusted her with $50 million off the bat, and she raised way more. I think Glossier raised like $100 or $200 million, right? And here you are. You have two black guys with two Harvard MBAs. And look at how much work y'all had to put in to raise 46 million. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And it's because I said, yeah, the reason why she got the money too, because she's Jewish. And they gave her the money because she's one of them. So he said, oh, I'm anti-Semitic. I'm like, I'm anti what? Your dumb ass. Your stupid ass. That's why last time that girl who was trying to talk about Eric Adams, the girl, she's like half Nigerian, half Bohemian. I'm like, girl, shut the hell up. Okay, you gonna tell me what about what? And I should have known better than the city. I should have known better. I'm not trying to be like certain black people I need to talk to are black people who come from a place that's actually landlocked. If you're floating out there in the Caribbean, I should just I should evade you because nothing good's gonna come out of this. Seriously. So I'm like, yeah, I should have known better because there's no way you hear what I'm saying and you're coming up telling me that I'm being anti-Semitic. I'm being what? They are discriminating against you, but instead people pee on your leg, but you want to call it rain. You're slow. You are really slow. And I'm like, you can go to Harvard and get their degrees and you can still be out here being stupid as hell. You cannot be street smart and you can still get played by white people and think that they're smiling in your face the whole time they're laughing at you. You're slow. So that's when I was done with that. And then I also said to this one right here, the Haitian one right here, right? I said to him, I said, oh, it's so funny because that I can see, I'm serious. I can see why sometimes I really can't. I think sometimes like Tariq Nasheed can be a little too much, but I'm like, I can see why Tariq Nasheed be going all up in your asses, you black immigrants, and then he be calling y'all tethers and all that kind of stuff. I get it. Because I see it. And you got to call a spade a spade. But I'm like, and it's funny how you're both some black immigrants, right? Living in Harlem. Well, now this one, they moved to Florida, so they live in Miami. But I'm like, you call yourself Harlem capital, right? So it's like, Harlem, when it comes to Black history, but when it comes to Black American history, like Harlem has a very specific cultural significance in the fact that it was a place like the Harlem Renaissance. It was a place for like, Black creativity, Black businessman, Black money, Think about W. Du Bois. W. Du Bois is also Haitian, right? He also went to Harvard, but look at how much different he was. Because I'm like, if I was speaking to W. Du Bois, he would understand exactly what I'm saying. Like he would really get what I'm saying, right? But I'm like, how can you be in Harlem, call yourself Harlem capital, but you're this lax? And these two, these two crazy dudes over here, these two weird tethers, right? The majority of their investments go to white women. Because I told him, I said, oh, it would be nice if you had a YouTube channel. He said, oh, yeah, we do. You go on the YouTube channel, all you see a bunch of white girls. I'm like, so this is what you went to Harvard for? So first and foremost, you go to Harvard. They don't respect you. You graduate. It takes you forever to raise any kind of money. And when then you're finally able to raise money, then you feel like it's your job to create investment opportunities for white women. Something is wrong with you weirdos. Something is seriously wrong. So that's how I became completely done with Harlem Capital. These people right here, they're weird. No, he has a Black wife. She's Black. This one, I don't know if he's married. This guy, I forgot what, I don't know if he's Black American. I don't know what he is. I can't remember him. Let me see if I can click on that. Let me see. Oh, so you see? So this one, he's Haitian. Oh, he Pierre Jacques. Voilà. So he's definitely Haitian. This one, Jareed Tingle, he's from the Bahamas. Brandon Bryan, maybe he is Black American, this one. I don't know. right? So it's like, this is crazy. And if you see the people that they've invested in, there you go. And there you go. But definitely, Beauty Bakery is amongst the people they've invested in. Okay. There you go. So, but the Haitian one, his wife is black. He's on Twitter. She's black. Didn't they just like celebrate like 9 years of marriage or whatever? Right? But I was so pissed. I was like, what'd you call me? Your crazy ass. I'm like, anti what? Are you insane? Are you seriously insane? Don't play with me. Okay. She said, oh, I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Birchbox. Here's how it started and how I scaled my beauty company. Right? And it's like, and the thing that is so crazy with her, the thing that is so crazy also about Katia too is like, they didn't even create anything original. It was just like, we're going to get a bunch of samples for free from companies, and we're going to resell the samples to people in a box for $12.99. When you think about Minted, it's like you have to create stuff from scratch. Like you got to make your lipsticks from scratch. You have to make your foundations from scratch. You got to make your concealer. You're making everything from scratch, right? And they don't see value in that. And also because you're doing it for Black women, right? If these billionaires, these white billionaires believe so much in Black women, why don't they invest in Black businesses that make cosmetics for Black women? Because they think we're so beautiful and we're so special and we're such protectors or whatever, right? But I'm like, you created nothing. Like the whole supply chain, like how do you add value? You do nothing exceptional, but somehow you're able to raise like hundreds of millions of dollars to resell to people samples they could get for themselves at Sephora, or they could get for themselves by just going to the department store and asking for samples. You can really go up to a department store at the counter and ask for samples. Okay, you can really do that. Like it's not that deep. You created nothing. You invented nothing. This is a useless business. But somehow she's able to raise over 100 million. Right? But here you are, you making stuff from scratch. And look how you struggle to raise $1 million. Okay? Because you're not connected to the what? To the choo-choo people. You're not connected. Somebody called. I was watching this video and somebody was calling them Ben Shapiro's favorite people. I'm like, exactly. If you're not connected to Ben Shapiro's favorite people, you're not going to make it. Okay? So I'm like, this, I found that to be very disingenuous. I'm like, this is some weird stuff. This is really bizarre. This is very, very bizarre.
So apparently Ben Horowitz has said billionaires prefer Black women and some Black men are upset. But do you know what's so funny is every time one of these Black men who don't date Black women, and I have met several, every time one of these Black men who don't date Black women is called out for it, what do they say? It's just a preference. It's just a preference. I'm not racist. I'm not colorist. It's just a preference. Oh. So it's okay to have a preference, just not when we're the preference.
Yeah, girl. I'm like, that's a whole lot. I'm like, there's no way. You see, 200,000. If this was, I don't even know if Emily Weiss has does Emily have a TikTok? You see, and like,
anytime I'm reminded of this, I have a little moment.
See, look, she goes. You see, she goes like, I'm like, look at this. She goes from studying studio art at NYU, which is a basket weaving major, right? She was an intern at Vogue. Y'all remember the show, right? Remember this girl from Laguna Beach, right? She was part of Laguna Beach. This is what's on her resume. Bunch of bull, like bunch of BS. That's what's on her resume. And then this white girl gets to raise $50 million in one day. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, maybe. But it's like people have to stop doing this because it's very unhealthy. It's very, very unhealthy. Right? You see this? She was on Laguna Beach. Like while you at Harvard busting your ass, studying for hours for a midterm, a project, a final exam. All this girl had to do was show up, go to NYU, study studio art. What is studio art? Let me see what's even on the curriculum. Hold on. NYU studio art curriculum. We need to see what do you have to do to get a degree? So it's a BFA. Like, this is pure madness. This is madness. Okay. Studio art at NYU. Unbelievable. No, I swear these people meant there's something else. Ooh, Lord. So this is what you have. This is how you get $50 million, right? So foreign language, you get 4 credits. Well, I speak 4. What do I get? Expository writing, foundations of contemporary culture, foundation of scientific inquiry. These people were hilarious. Why people crack me up? Okay, writing the essay, 4 credit. Advanced college essay, education and professions, 4 credit. Text and ideas, cultures and context. Okay, then you got to take 8 credits of either core, quantitative reasoning, mathematic course by advisement. Oh, you don't even have to do the little math. There's no math involved in this, huh? Physical science or life science, CSA, psychology elective. Okay, then you got to take 14 credits of liberal arts requirement, global histories of art, contemporary art, history of art since 1945, art and contemporary culture 1. Okay, art of now, art, practice, and ideas, art and ideas, art world today, Berlin and beyond. Well, that's I guess that's for people. Okay, art history, restricted elective, additional requirement, new student seminar, writing proficiency and examination. Then you have to do 20 credits, Foundation Studios, 2D fundamentals, 3D fundamentals 1, 3D fundamentals 2, 4D fundamentals 1, interdisciplinary art practice 2, upper level studio project praxis and department elective. So here you need 46 credit. Drawing, painting, sculpture, photography, digital art, video, design, glass, ceramics. Okay, I guess you got 12 products here. Undergraduate art course, praxis. I mean, look at this, right? So this is what you have to do. Just go to school and have fun. This is pure madness. This is pure madness. And then they give this girl $50 million. Like, what about it says that? What did she learn to run a business? Absolutely nothing. Okay. Now let's do Harvard. Let's do this. Harvard MBA curriculum. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Year 1. So in the fall, what do you do? All right. So I look at some of the classes here. Okay. Okay. So look at the classes here. Take myself off. This is pure madness. Data science for manager, finance 1, financial reporting and control, leadership and organizational behavior, marketing, technology and operations management. Okay. All right. So let's look at this. So data science for manager, recognizing that data-driven insight are critical for modern business decision-making. This course equips manager to effectively lead analytics-powered organization. Okay. Students will gain an understanding of foundational data science concept and techniques that can inform business insights and decisions. Exposure to R, it's a coding language. Okay. R, statistical programming language to manipulate, analyze, and visualize data. Knowledge of how modern data science strategies and analytics are used across finance, marketing, operations, and other business functions to create value and to solve problems, right? Okay, finance 1, basic analytical skills and principal corporate finance, functions of modern capital markets and financial institution, standard techniques of analysis, including capital budgeting, discounted cash flow valuation, and risk analysis. Okay. So do you see how the people who actually went to school to study how to take care of money, protect money, multiply money, grow money, right? They struggle to raise money because they Black, right? But then this white girl goes over here. She just does art, the writing, I don't know, art, global art, contemporary art since 1945. And they say, oh, you know what? You are qualified to manage $50 million. I ask you this. I'm saying that's why I say I'm really asking the question, like, if you're Black and you have an Ivy League degree, was it really worth it though? Okay. Let me find my video on Okay, let's see. And let's look at Clarence Thomas's experience at Yale, right?
To the tables down at Maurice. We were both in married student housing. He set up his study room in what should have been, a joint storage room.
His classmate, John Bolton, would become UN ambassador, undersecretary of state, and national security advisor.
How many positions the white man got? Listen carefully, y'all. Okay? Listen carefully. These two people go to Yale Law School. How many positions did this white man get? Let me rewind it real quick. I'm telling you, like, this child. Oh, Lord. White people know how to lie to black people, man. It's crazy. Let's go. Hold on.
You got a network of folks in all walks of life in the legal community. And all you got to say is, man, I'm a Yale alum, and bam, you got a job.
Mm-hmm.
That was our perception.
You see? Bunch of Negroes being lied to. Oh, if you with the white people, if you go to the white people's school, if you get a white man's degree, if you go to a white man's Ivy League school, if you get yourself a white husband, yeah, right. Perception and reality, huh? They usually don't make one. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go.
He had thought, well, you know what? I just go make me a bunch of money, maybe go to New York and be a lawyer.
Exactly. Because you're thinking you went to Yale. You went to Yale Law School. The sky's the limit. Ha, 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 ha. The lies you tell yourself. Let's go.
He and Kathy moved into married student housing. They made a connection with their neighbor.
We were both in married student housing. He set up his study room in what should have been, a joint storage room.
His classmate, John Bolton, would become UN ambassador.
So Mr. Bolton becomes what? One, he becomes UN ambassador. Okay. Number two, what else does he get? Let's see this.
Undersecretary of State and National Security.
Undersecretary of State? I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay. All right. And then three, he becomes what? National Security Advisor. And this whole time, what you think your boy doing? What is the black man with his Yale degree doing? Being jobless, unemployed. Okay. No. White people? No, they need to be exposed for who they truly are. Hold on, wait a minute.
Security advisor.
And we started talking and talked for the next 2 years, basically. And that's where we got to know each other.
Over time, Thomas would open up to Bolton.
I don't think he was terribly happy at the law school. Look, people at Yale Law School, generically speaking, are a pretty arrogant group. They think that they're going to rule the world. For example, in the year ahead of us were Bill and Hillary Clinton. That was kind of the atmosphere. I don't think Clarence came with that in mind for himself. And I think it was kind of off-putting.
There are other black students there, but again, the black students who are there, like, he doesn't feel they are like him. He's not part of the elite.
You see? So once again, what did I tell you, right? It is not enough to get into the school. You can get to Harvard. You can get into Yale. You can get to any Ivy League school. And you can get there because of DI, affirmative action. I don't know. Because you're really smart. I don't know. I don't care, right? But if you're really not accepted in the real culture of that school, it doesn't matter. All you'll have is a Harvard degree, a Yale degree. That's it. But if the real people, the real students and their families, all these really wealthy alumni who run the school and who really make the culture, if they don't embrace you, you've just overpaid. You're just here to get a fancy degree. But your life is not going to be what it's supposed to be. It's not going to give what it's supposed to give, because the real culture that runs that school, they haven't embraced you. Right? And if they don't embrace you, your degree is not going to it's not going to yield the same fruits the way their stuff yields. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same.
They're, in his mind, privileged kids, the sons and daughters of doctors and lawyers. So he feels, again, like the outcast.
He believed that people assumed he was there as a beneficiary of affirmative action, and it grated on him.
He has this feeling of, I'm around these white students who he senses question his presence at Yale.
Yeah.
How is it that you, not just you, Clarence Thomas, but all you black students are here?
And even when you graduate with these kids, they will never respect you. And when y'all go on and start your corporate careers, and there's not a single one of these white kids who's going to open the door for you, because they will punish you for being there. They will punish you for being there because they feel like you don't belong here. You shouldn't have been there. You don't deserve it. And by you being there, it took a spot away from another white person, another Jewish person that should have been there. So your whole life, you will be punished. That's why they don't help you because they don't respect your presence there. They didn't even want you there, but they had to tolerate you. So there you go. But after that, don't expect nothing from them. Do not expect anything from these people. They're mean.
Is it because of merit or is it because of affirmative action? There was one law professor, Ralph Winter, who in a challenging way mentioned this. People don't think, you deserve to be here, that kind of thing. And Thomas doesn't take it as a challenge, he takes it as a slight.
Yeah, it is.
Rather than try to fit in, Thomas tried to stand out.
Yeah.
He dressed in overalls and a t-shirt. It was kind of a uniform. But neither one of us was terribly rich, so I didn't wear overalls, but I understood what it meant for him.
With Clarence Thomas, what you see is somebody who's isolating himself. And he's kind of saying, I don't want to try to join you, maybe because he doesn't want to be rejected again.
After 3 years of Yale Law School, graduation was nearing. But Clarence Thomas wasn't getting the offers he expected from prestigious law firms.
So, and mind you, right? Think about when he graduated Yale Law School. Let me see when he graduated law school. Hold on. Da-ba-da-ba-da. Think about when he graduated law school. So he graduated in 1991. Is that it? Right? So he graduated in 1991, right? But and it's funny that these young people who graduated law, they graduated from Harvard in 2000, 2007, 17, they have the same experience. 30 years later, still the same old BS, right? Still the same old BS. Whenever he graduated maybe not 91, no, to speak. Yeah. So he graduated in 74, right? And you fast forward to this day, Black students who graduate from these Ivy League schools, they still experience the same BS. Okay? Same BS. These degrees don't mean nothing. Okay, hold on.
He was saying that he wasn't getting the kind of offers that other students were getting. And we couldn't understand it. We thought that, well, you're at Yale, and if you're not getting offers, something's wrong, because that's the whole purpose of going to those schools. Exactly.
If you go to get a Harvard MBA, it's for you to be rich, for you to be able to raise all kinds of money, be able to have all kinds of startups. It's the dream, but not when you Black, though. You're going to go there, you're going to study. By competing with you, these white kids probably get better. They'll sharpen their skills, right? But you will never be an all-star. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. Everything revolves around these white kids and making sure that they are as successful as possible. And when you think about it too, I feel like sometimes the reason why these schools try to have the very best of Black people, the very best of Indian people, the very best of all, from all different ethnic groups, they try to have the very best in those classrooms, right? It's not so much because they want these kids to be just as successful as these white people. It's for you to help their white children become better. Does that make sense? Think about it, right? Because it's just like white people's medicine, the whole field of medical science, right? It's not really to save everybody. It's not to create medication that can save lives. It's to create medication that can save white lives. That's why white people have less instances of dying compared to Black people, right? Because everything they do to you is to learn what not to do to white people. Okay, because Western medicine was never invented, created, funded to save Black people, save Asian people. They don't matter. But if you can use them to learn something to save more white people, then you're going to do it, right? But it's not to help your. That's why when it came to the vaccine, I said, why would I take the vaccine? Really think about it. You really think if there's a disease out here that can truly kill people, and it can truly kill as many Black people as possible, you really think white people will try to save you? Think about it. Sometimes you really got to think for a second. If there was a real, this is something that white people have always prayed for, how to get rid of Black people. They've tried everything. They tried slavery. They tried genocide. They tried poisoning. They tried vaccines. I mean, they've done it all. Okay? If for once the universe could hear their prayer and bring a disease that could truly wipe out all Black people, you truly think white people will try to save us? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's what happened when you have black kids grow up on Disney. When you allow your black children to grow up on Disney and fairy tales, when you allow your black children to be raised by white teachers, this is really how stupid we become. You truly think these people have worked so hard to kill all black people. And for once, the universe heard their prayer, and the universe has a disease that can just wipe out black people naturally. And you think white people are going to stop it? You are crazy. I'm like, you are seriously crazy. Why would a white person ever try to stop it? Why? This is what you've always wanted. Why would you try to stop it? Right? And I was like, if you remember carefully, when the C-19 happened, when it was happening, they didn't show the faces of people who had the disease, because it was white people. Right? When it came, like when Ebola first came, they had no issue putting it next to black people, especially African people. Right? When it was HIV, they had no problem putting it next to black people. Right? When they don't show the face of people who are getting it, you already know who's getting it. But they don't want to show their faces next to a disease because they don't want to become the face of that disease, because they don't want to be stigmatized. Right? And if you remember, when C-19 came, first of all, they didn't want to show the faces of people who were getting C-19. Number two, black people were not taking it seriously. They were laughing at it. Like, what the heck? They thought it was funny. Then as the media kept going, they was like, oh, these black people are not taking it seriously. So then they started making up stories about how it was black people having it. Okay, there was, if you remember how this whole C-19 thing happened, you should remember the timeline, and you should remember the chain of events, because initially black people were laughing at it. They were not taking it seriously. Because like, what the heck? What are you talking about? Right? It's nothing new. They're like, oh no. So they started having a special kind of content, a special kind of marketing. They started targeting the churches to make sure that black people be very afraid of C-19. And next thing you knew, the pastors were talking about C-19, gospel singers were talking about C-19. And when C-19 really got real for black people is when the churches started to close. When the pastors decided to no longer host Sunday service and they were closing the churches, that's when it did something to black, like, oh, you know what? Maybe it does affect us, right? That's when there was a special targeting to make black people feel like it was a black people disease. Then all of a sudden, when they would talk about C-19 and they would show who got affected and who was dying, they had black faces attached to it. But when it first started to happen in the media, they wouldn't show faces because most people were white people, right? And the thing that truly hit my mind was they have to make black people feel like it's a disease that attacks black people so that black people will willingly go take the vaccine, right? Because if you take the vaccine, because this is a first generation vaccine, we don't know where this thing has been. It's only been here for 6 months. The FDA was doing special approvals. They were skipping a lot of steps. They were skipping a lot of protocol to get these vaccines approved. And I'm like, but of course, because if you can convince black people, because let's be honest, right? We have better genetics. Accept it, don't accept it, it's up to you, right? But there's a reason why we're always their guinea pigs, right? Because there are consequences. If this vaccine goes left, people can sue, right? People can sue. But if you can convince people to go against their best interest to take this vaccine on their own, you limit your liability, right? So you're going to get these black people to believe that it's something that affects them. Let the black people take the alpha, the beta version of this vaccine. You are going to then observe how this vaccine is performing, right? And then based on the results, then you'll make the modification to have a better version for white people. Everything is always about saving the lives of white people, right? Tuskegee Institute, I mean, you name it, like all the stuff. You've always seen it, right? When they do stuff to us, it's to see how it would affect white people. If our bodies take well to their new medication, right? If our bodies take well to whatever type of new process they want to do, then they will introduce it to white people because they know genetically white people are very fragile, right? When it came to anesthesia in the surgery room, who was the guinea pigs? Black people, black women, right? Whether they learn all these C-sections and all this crap that they do in the delivery room, black people, right? So it's like to sit here and to really think that white people care about saving your life, to me, it's kind of sad. Are you slow? So I'm like, you really think if there was a disease that could give white people everything they've always wished for, everything they've always hoped for, you really think they're going to give you the medication? You really think that? Seriously, for all the years you've known these people, you truly, truly think in your heart of heart that if there was a disease that could wipe you off and they could have all this to themselves, If there was a real disease that could kill all Africans and just like kill all the African people and then leave all these natural resources to white people, you think they're going to stop it? Like, seriously? Seriously? Like, please. Like, stop. Like, sometimes I'm like, they will never be your friend. Stop lying to yourself. Just because they like Lizzo. Because they can repeat bar for bar of every song of Nicki Minaj. You are insane. You are truly insane. If you think a white man is going to go out of his way to save you over a white person, something like in here, something is off. Something is, and you can't be that type of delusional. You have to like or blind to refuse to see people for who they truly are. How can somebody beat your ass for 400 years and you refuse to call them a bully? Are you slow? Are you really slow? Are you seriously slow? Somebody beat your ass for 400 years and you're like, oh no, that's my friend. That's your friend. You call that friendship? Sure. What does being an enemy look like then? Make it make sense. I'm like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. They brought these Africans here on the slave ships. They didn't care about if they were sick or not. They couldn't even give them water to drink. Right? Think about all the people who were enslaved. They never got medication. Their bodies had to adapt. That's why Black genetics also is very, very strong, because they didn't receive medication. You were either going to evolve to put up with the abuse, like the neglect, the poor hygiene, the diseases, or you're just going to die. So the Black people who survive all of that, they have really strong genetics, right? That's why they said, oh, they want to induce me. I said, no, thank you. You know, and I said a lot. I said, no, I do. I have incredible genetics. You're not going to put anything random in my body. I did not get, that's the reason why I didn't get it. Because I'm like, once you put this thing in me, I don't know what it does to my DNA, my mRNA, my proteins. I don't know what it is, but I don't trust you. I don't trust. You of all people, I don't trust. And there's another pharmaceutical company called Merck, right? And Merck has made a lot of vaccines also, like for Ebola and things like that. And at the time too, the CEO was this Black man right here, Mr. Ken Frazier. That's the uncle right there, right? Because uncle, he grew up really poor. He grew up in the hood. Okay. Right? He grew up in the hood. Like he out here. Like he grew up really poor. And somehow he becomes a lawyer and he becomes a CEO of Merck. And one day there was a video, like I forgot, like it was years before this whole C-19 stuff. And he talked about how long it takes for them to make vaccines and the things that Merck goes through to make sure they have the best vaccine. They came up with a really good vaccine for Ebola. So when this whole thing was going on, and you see Pfizer, white CEO, Johnson & Johnson, white CEO, what's it called? The other one, it's like a bunch of white people in their vaccine. And I didn't see him in the conversation. I said, nah, something is bizarre. Because why is Uncle not outside? Why is he not outside? The fact that if he had been outside, maybe I would have considered taking the vaccine. He's very legit. Like he's impressive. And one day he had to check this white man, like, who you talking to? The white man was like, oh, but you know, coming from the ghetto. Like he looked at him like, what the fuck is wrong with this white dude? Okay. So like the fact that he was not out, like it was Johnson & Johnson, white people. It was Pfizer, white CEO, Moderna, white CEO. And I'm like, why is Uncle Ken not outside though? Like, why is he not outside? Because that's not how he does business. He does not rush to make vaccines. And the fact that he didn't rush to make the vaccine, the fact that he didn't rush to give that stuff, I said, Uncle probably knows something that the rest of us need to know. But the fact that he's not outside, it made me feel some type of way. And I said, nah, if he's not putting himself in this race for this vaccine stuff, the technology is just not there. And he's not willing to do it. And I was like, nope, not my blood, not my DNA, not my veins. And if I die, so I guess I'll die. And look, I never died. I never died. Okay? Not me. One day I'll play his video. Maybe I'll play it like after we watch this one. But the fact that he was not involved in this vaccine race and he was not applying for emergency approval, etc., etc. I said, if Uncle Ken is not outside with a vaccine for Merck, something is off. Something is seriously off. This man has a lot of integrity. I said, nope. But I'm like, me? I'm going to sit here and believe that these people are trying to save my life. Since when do they care about Black people? Oh, please. Take your vaccine and shove it up your butt. You want me to volunteer as your guinea pig so you can see how it works on me. And then you'll get your data and then you'll go make modifications so that you can save these white people. Do what you must, but you're not going to do it with me. It's not happening with me. Nope, it's not happening.
Thomas would never forget the sting of those rejections.
He said he would keep stacks of rejection letters he had gotten from law firms. Even when he was like a Supreme Court justice, he had these letters just to sort of remind him of those, again, this feeling of rejection by kind of the elite law firms.
He had his Yale law degree, and he had a 10-cent stamp stuck to it. You know, like a 10-cent price tag stuck to it.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, this is what it's worth, right? 10 cents, right? No more.
Yeah, and he's right. He is truly right. He is truly right. A black man with a Yale degree can't get no job. Can you imagine? So like this thing is just worthless. Yep, they lied to you. Oh, if you work hard, if you study hard, if you pull yourself by your bootstrap, if you go to an Ivy League school, this is the conversation, right? Let me finish this one. Let me show you.
He came to blame affirmative action for the rejection he felt.
Now I knew what a law degree from Yale was worth when it bore the taint of racial preference.
It ain't worth nothing. And it's not even just a Yale law degree. It's the Harvard MBA, all these Ivy League schools. And they did the same thing to Ketanji Brown. They did the same thing to Ketanji Brown. Because when you look at Ketanji Brown, that's how you see like these liberals, these Jewish liberals, they're full of shit. Okay. When you look at Ketanji Brown too, right? Ketanji Brown was supposed to replace RKG, whatever that white woman's name is, because she's Jewish too, huh? Right? So here you have Ketanji Brown, right? She's the first black woman Supreme Court justice, right? She's also double Ivy, right? She's like KJ over there. So she goes to Harvard undergrad and she goes to Harvard law, right? Yeah. So she went to Harvard undergrad and she went to Harvard Law School, right? When Obama made his list, because it's like they swear, oh, Joe Biden elected a black woman. No, he did not. She was on Obama's short list. It's her. There's another black woman who went to Yale Law School. Because I saw a few of them, but then she ended up being selected. But all of them were on Obama's short list, right? When it came to RGB, the white woman, okay, hold on. What's her name? RJ. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. This lady, I think she's a racist too. But whatever. They're trying to paint her like she's some feminist and she was out here fighting for the rights of women. No. She was fighting for her people. Okay. Can y'all see her? Do you see my screen? Because it's saying that it failed. Okay. Make sure you can see. Do you see my screen, you guys? Can you see my screen? Because it's like, oh. Okay. Let's go back to this lady here. Okay. So her, right? She was sick. She's been sick. She was sick under Obama, right? That's something they're like, they want to blame Trump for everything. No, you're going to hold this Jewish woman accountable. You're going to hold this white Jewish woman accountable. Okay. She was on Obama. She was sick since Obama was in office. They knew she was very sick. It didn't happen overnight. Hold on. Go on to
pay $100
and she becomes your emotional support dog. But she really is your emotional support dog, though. Okay, so this lady here, RGB, she was supposed to resign. They asked her to resign. Obama and them people asked this lady to resign because I'm like, girl, you're sick, right? So let's move while you're here. I mean, it makes more sense, right? Why are we going to gamble what the future ought to be when we just know what we can do right now, right? She didn't want to go because the short list that Obama gave her had a bunch of black women on it. You see, so much for the white woman, the liberal, the white woman feminist, and the white woman she's an ally to black women. Shut the hell up. Ally to what? She hates your guts. Shut up. If you were cleaning her house, she'll accuse you of stealing. Stop lying to yourself. These liberals are not like you. Okay? And like, I'm going to play a video by Malcolm X very soon. They don't like you. They will never like you. Stop lying to yourself, right? She had a list full of black women. So she says, oh, I'm not going to resign because I want to see the first woman president. What? Right? So I'm like, yo, this whole abortion, Trump came and destroyed abortion. No, this woman destroyed your right to kill your babies. Okay? If you're mad at somebody because you can abort at 36 weeks, 39 weeks, 40 weeks, whenever you want to kill your child, blame this lady. Okay? Because she could have resigned. She could have, but she didn't like the list of people because they were black girls. And most likely she felt like those black girls who went to Harvard, who went to Yale, they probably got in there just because of affirmative action. She didn't respect them. She didn't value them. Did she even care to have a meeting with them to get to know them to see if they could take her place? No. She was like, oh, nobody can. She has a quote where she says, no one can do this better than me. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find her quote. But she has a thing where she said, like, oh, nobody could do this better than her. I'm like, do what? Girl, bye. Go sit out somewhere, right? So this lady right here, she didn't want to resign. She didn't want to resign. So what happens is, she says she wants to see the first woman president, quote unquote. She wants to see the first white woman president, right? Okay. Okay. But they're going to tell you, no, she's not a racist. Yeah, she's a racist. Okay. And you should study her background as a lawyer and the stuff she stood for. She don't like black people. Okay. So she decides not to resign. She decides not to make place for another woman. And she definitely decides not to make place for another black woman. This is how we end up where we end up. So then you go to the election. Hillary does not win. Now she's very, very, very sick. I think now she ends up dead. So Trump was there. He's like, he put somebody up there. But all of this could have been avoided if this woman right here could see past somebody's color of their skin. And if she could have seen, like, you know what, even if affirmative action, even if you feel like affirmative action got these black girls to these degrees, right, to these Ivy League institutions, but ultimately they had to do the work. They had to study. They had to pass their exams. They had to graduate. And after graduation, they had to sit down and take the same bar exam that you also took. So why is it that you can't give them credit for being really good? Like, yo, these are some kick-ass ladies. No, she didn't want to. She didn't want to. And you think if Obama had a white woman, or if he had a white Jewish woman on his short list to replace her, she wouldn't have stepped down, right? But people don't make it their business to really study these people and get to know who they are, because a lot of black people think white liberals are their friends, white feminist liberals are their besties. You need to start waking the fuck up and seeing them for who they truly are. So she didn't want to step down. And this is how you end up with Brett Kavanaugh, whoever took her place, whatever, right? But had she stepped down, and if she listened to Obama, be like, you know what, it's true, I'm sick. Hillary could win or she could not win. But one thing that's guaranteed right now, if I step down, you are president, and you can put somebody in place that will have the same ideas as I do. But nobody wants to hold her accountable because she's white and she's Jewish. Yeah, she don't want to step down. And let me see if I can see Obama's short list. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. To replace. Let me see if I can see who these people are. Let me see if I can show y'all. Because one of them went to Yale, Loretta Lynch. Oh my goodness. Because I saw her too. She had natural hair. She didn't want to step down. She was very sick, y'all. Super sick. I'm like, how can you practice law this way? You are sick. No, she don't want to do it. Look at how sick she was. Look at how sick. Look at this. Oh, ghoul, just hoarding to power. Just hoarding. Like, she was so sick. Under Obama, she was very sick. She knew she was sick. But look at the level of arrogance. But we're supposed to, oh, y'all care so much about abortion rights. You care so much about Roe versus Wade. No, she didn't. She cared about her ego. And the fact that she felt like nobody could do this better than her. And somehow the white woman is going to win. There's no way Hillary is not going to win. Instead of being more practical and saying, you know what? Since I'm here and I can step down, and you, Obama, we all were from the same party. Let me step down so you can replace me with someone who thinks like us. No, right? But they want to put everything on Trump. No, we're not doing this. Oh my gosh. There's another lady from Yale. She has like natural hair too, because they were all auditioning. But I'll look for that later, right? So let's keep going here.
I was humiliated and desperate.
He thought that his degree was devalued, that he didn't get the same kind of cachet out of the degree once he was looking for a job and trying to move in his career. He assumed that others were assuming that it's a Yale law degree, but with an asterisk next to it.
I disagree. I disagree totally.
Orion Douglas had a strikingly similar academic journey to Clarence Thomas's. Scholarship to Holy Cross, law school, eventually becoming a judge.
I ain't gonna blame affirmative action for not getting a job when you never was offered the job for 100 years before, okay? The system was still there. The infrastructure for separation, discrimination was still there. It was still the segregated mindset of white America.
Exactly, even in an Ivy League college. Okay, now let's go over here to Uncle Ken real quick. And you'll see in this one also, and you see who's interviewing him. It's a Jewish man. His name is what? David Rubenstein, right? So you got this German man over here. This is probably Ashkenazi Jew also. He's interviewing this Black American man. And you should see how he talks to him. He's like, oh, but David, tell me more about growing up in the ghetto. I was like, what the freak? So y'all see, like the whole time, Uncle just has like the smirk on his face, like these people are just so disrespectful. I'm like, who is he talking to? Who is he talking to? He was like, David, so how was it growing up in the ghetto? Like, was your dad there? Did you have a father growing up? Like, we're like zoo animals. Like, I'm like, this stuff is just, you can't make this stuff up. Hold on. Let me play this. Hold on.
Normally work at home. Have you been working remotely during this COVID crisis?
I've been working a mixture of both. I like working at home because I'm around my family, or at least around my spouse. But coming in, we still have a lot of people who have to work here. We have 17,000 people who are either working in laboratories or in production facilities. And I think it makes sense to show up every once in a while.
So if you're a pharmaceutical company, especially one working on COVID-19 vaccines, you get special permission to come to work, or you don't need special permission?
I don't need special permission, although I had a permission slip in my car for the longest time, but no state troopers ever stopped me.
You see, you see how he caught the shade. You see how he caught the shade. You see how he brought the shade. He said, "No, I had a special permission to put in my car." Like, this dude was so full of passive aggressiveness because that's what they do. They don't think you deserve your position. So every time they talk to you, they don't think you deserve to go to the Ivy League school. They don't think you deserve to be a CEO. So every time they talk to you, it's them shady ass, micro aggressive ass, passive aggressive type of comments. It's like, what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? I'm like, that's why I'm like, me, imagine marrying into that. No, we're going to fight. I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. No.
Merck is one of the great vaccine manufacturers in the world and has been for some time. I think you were among the original people that did the measles vaccine, most recently the Ebola vaccine.
Correct.
So, but when the government of the United States announced they were going to give money to 5 companies to come up with vaccines, you were not one of them. Is there a reason you didn't want to be in that program? And what are you actually doing now to develop a vaccine?
Well, we actually got a little bit of money through the program from BARTER. We got about $38 million. But by and large, I think our approach to coming up with...
Listen to this black man, y'all. Listen, when I tell you Uncle Ken has integrity, that's why I was like, no, if he's not involved, I'm not. You people, you're not putting this in my body. Oh, in the name of Jesus, you are not putting this in my body. It was very bizarre. It was very, very bizarre because he has ethics, he has integrity, and also I'm sure he's a Christian, so he does fear God. Okay, but these are the kind of black people they will never make famous. But they sure got time for them little stupid ass rappers, though. They sure do. Let's keep going.
Vaccines is we try to make sure that we are focused only on the science. So funding considerations to us are secondary, and we're working on 2 different.
You hear what he said? You hear what he said? He said the funding to us is secondary because we got the money. What does the science say? Does this stuff actually work? And now that you look back at it, the fact that you had jab number 1, then jab number 2, booster number 1, booster number 2, booster number 3, booster number 4, booster number 5, booster number 6, right? Did these people really know what they were doing? Even right, they just came out recently saying that one of the vaccines getting banned, right? The stuff it does to your mRNA. Only God knows what these people are up to. Right? The money. He said money is not a priority to us. Does the science actually work? And we're not going to rush the process. This is what you call integrity. He could have played those dirty games to get his stock to go up and sell people something very dangerous, right? But he didn't do it. God bless him. God bless him.
Vaccines right now. Both of those vaccines have certain things in common. The first of which is that we believe they both can confer protection with a single dose, which we think is extremely important. Both of these vaccines give the promise.
You see, he says he wants a vaccine that works with a single dose. You guys, this is why out here you gotta that's why you see, you be like, Martin, you see how I know so much? Because I'm outside. I'm not outside with goofy culture. I'm not outside with the goofy culture, the crappy, the rapper. I'm not out here with the degenerates. Okay, I follow the science. I follow educated black people, okay, who are not intimidated by white people, right? He said he wants a single dose vaccine, not the vaccine 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the booster 1, the booster 2, the booster 3. What's all this chaotic behavior? Because it's mediocrity. And that's one thing about white society. They will sell you a mediocre product, right? And then you got to go pay for the upsell. You always have to go buy a new version, just like the iPhone. Mediocrity. That's why they don't want to compete with the Chinese people, because if the Chinese really do come into this market, they will be done. They'd be done for because they're mediocre. I tell you this all the time. Yeah. He said a single dose vaccine. Like, he's impressive. Oh my gosh. This man, Uncle Ken, he is impressive. It's like, that was like, oh my gosh. He's just too good. And he's very calm the whole time. Every time this Jewish man throws shade, he sends that shit right back to that man. Take that stuff right back to your synagogue. Don't bring that over here. Who are you talking to? Oh, did you have a daddy growing up? How was it growing up in the ghetto? He was like, what the freak? Who was this man talking to? I'm like, you acting as if you're not talking to a CEO of one of the most powerful pharmaceutical companies in America, right? But if he was sitting next to another Rubenstein, a Wiseman, a Horowitz, if he was talking to his fellow Jewish man who was a CEO of a pharmaceutical company, he would not talk to him this way. He would not talk to him this way. Because when they see a black person in position of power, they're seeing a goyim, an akum, whatever they call people. That's what they really think they're looking at. Or you just got the job because you're black. Or you just got the job because of affirmative action. That's what they do. From liberal to conservative Jewish people, that's their mindset. These people, that is their mindset. No, go away. You're evil.
Able to be deployed broadly. In
Very
the history of the world,
disrespectful.
There's never been one vaccine that had to be given to every person on the earth, all 7.5 billion. And then the last thing is that we wanted to use proven platforms. That is to say, if you think about a vaccine, let's give a little bit of an analogy. The front end of the vaccine is the antigen, or the protein that actually stimulates the immune system against a particular virus.
Go ahead, black man. Speak in tongues, okay? He said the front end and the back end. Y'all need to listen. Listen, this man knows. And like, this is not DI. This is not diversity, equity, and inclusion, okay? This is not affirmative. This man knows his business because he's the lawyer. He writes he started off by being the lawyer. So he wrote all their laws and things like that, all their trials and stuff. He understands. He's not just the lawyer, baby. He understands the whole business model. Okay. So listen to what he's saying. Let me fast forward again.
A little bit of an analogy. The front end of the vaccine is the...
Okay. So the front end of the vaccine is called the antigen. Okay. Let me type this up real quick. For the front end, of the vax is called what? The antigen. You see? That's what we're saying about Beyonce. When it's really your product, you can explain it from front to bottom, bottom to front, back to... You can explain it all. You can't. Okay? But him, he can. Okay? The antigen. Okay, let's go. We here to understand.
Antigen, or the protein that actually stimulates the immune system against a particular virus, in this case SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. That gets plugged into what we call a platform, which is sort of like the hardware. And the two platforms we have...
So you take the antigen and you put it into the hardware. And so there are two platforms. Okay. And then the protein. And that's the thing that they tell a lot of people, because their jab from the M people, I forgot, Movado, whatever they're called, the Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, whoever, I forgot, it's an M, right? Johnson & Johnson, the Pfizer. A lot of people, they didn't tell them that they had to be tested because of their protein. Because some people, when they got the vaccine, it increased their protein load and make them very, very sick, because not everybody was supposed to take it. So it's kind of like you had to do like a test for allergies, kind of like to see if you were even a suitable candidate for the vaccine, because it increases your protein load. But you couldn't talk about it because you like, the only thing you could say is like, yeah, take the jab, take the jab, take the jab. Anybody else who asks any question, oh, you are a vaccine denier, you are a COVID denier, you are a conspiracy theorist. All kinds of weird stuff they're saying, right? You understand? But it's like the whole time, though, it wasn't suitable for everybody because of the protein. But no, you could ask any questions. Child, please go somewhere.
Chosen are platforms that have already been approved by the FDA in different contexts. So one is the measles virus platform. You mentioned that before. Measles virus vaccine has been given to billions of people around the world safely. And the second one is called the vesicular stomatitis virus platform, which we used.
Okay, so the next one is vesicular stomatitis virus platform. Yeah, the science, baby. Okay, vesicular stomatitis. So it's like, sounds like an inflation. Vesicular sounds like the heart. Virus platform. So there are two platforms, right? Okay, cool. Let's go. We're gonna listen to this today. Hold on.
Our Ebola vaccine, the most recent one that's been approved. So for us, it was really important to be able to work with proven platforms that we know are safe and effective and have been used in many, many people.
So messenger RNA, which is being used by Moderna, are you comfortable that that can work, or you're not as sure that that will be able to work?
Well, that's not a technology that we're pursuing. I think one of the great things about
He said that is not a technology that we're pursuing. So to not be sued or be held liable or to do something to their stock, it's a polite way to say that's some bullshit. Okay. Because he's the CEO of Merck, so he can't be out here talking bad about somebody else's business because it could affect their stock. They could lose money, and they could also sue him for oh, you said this, or because you said that. So he's like, oh, that's just not a technology that we're pursuing. But let those who understand what the spirit is saying. It means that it ain't shit. Okay, it ain't shit. Right? Let's go.
This whole COVID-19 vaccine situation. It's about 160 different vaccine programs that are pending with very different technologies. Messenger RNA, actually, some people think that will offer the promise of speed. But for us, again, we wanted to make sure that we have a proven platform and have confidence that a vaccine could be done with one dose. And so Merck has a lot of.
Okay. It's not about speed. It's about doing it with one dose, meaning that he knows that these people, the way they're going, chasing speed, they're going to come back and tell you to take more vaccines. You see this? Okay, let's go.
Experience with a form of vaccine that's a weakened virus vaccine, an attenuated virus vaccine. That's what we've done before. That's what we know. And therefore, that's where we went.
Okay, some of the companies have been given billions of dollars by the federal government. Is that an unfair advantage to somebody like you that's gotten, relatively speaking, a modest amount? Is that something you're worried about, or you don't care?
Well, I won't say I don't care. I have to manage a P&L, David. But at the same time, as I said at the outset, we want to be able to pursue this in a scientifically rigorous, orderly way.
Woo, Lord, the shade. Scientifically rigorous, orderly. So first there's the science, then there's the rigor, then there is the order of things. So what is he telling you? Them white folks is mediocre. They're just going to take your money and put all kinds of weirdo stuff in your body. Then you have to go back a second time, a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. Okay? The white man's ice is not always cooler. Sometimes it could actually be the wind that's blowing in your face, not even the ice itself, because it's melting. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
If we're able to come forward with a vaccine, and we're confident that we will, we think the funding will eventually be there. So I don't think it's
exactly confidence. He believes in himself. Uncle Ken, God bless you.
Say you're confident they will come through. When is the
Our internet bill went up?
Looks like you need Verizon home internet. No surprise price hikes or hidden fees because no
question get asked all the
time. He wanted this man to be so afraid, like, are you not afraid that you're gonna be missing out on money? Are you not afraid that you're gonna be missing out on money? He's like, that you worried about money? I'm worried about the lives of people.
When will there be a vaccine? At the end of this year, early next year, middle of next year?
Well, I won't speak to other people's vaccine programs, but what I would say is that we expect to go into human testing with our vaccines, both of them by the end of the year. What I can tell you is that the fastest vaccine ever developed was our mumps vaccine, and that took 4 years.
Exactly.
So now we know that.
So when he said that, I remember when I watched this and he said that it takes usually like 4 years for them to really come up with a vaccine that they can do one dose and really trust it and put it on the proper platform. I said, then there's no way these white folks don't come up with a vaccine in 6 months. Because either you had the vaccine, you've been working on the vaccine for 4 years, right? So therefore, this whole C-19 thing is fake. It's orchestrated because it doesn't make sense. So it's like either this is a setup, right, to get the entire world to shut down to make money, because that's all they care about really is to make as much money as possible. So you people, you're capable of inventing diseases and then having the cure to the disease to become trillionaires. I'll put it past y'all, right? So like that's the way you, hey Erica, that's the way you really have to think about this vaccine. Because I'm like, what? Like you, when I watch him, I don't trust a lot of people, but Uncle Ken, I really do trust him. And like I said, Ebola, they came through for Ebola. So if he's saying it takes 4 years to have a scientifically rigorous, objective way of finding a vaccine, how did you people do this in 6 months? So either you had the vaccine before, so this thing is fake, right? Or you really didn't have the vaccine before and you're just guessing. So either way, you're being reckless. That don't make any sense, because how do you come up with a vaccine in 6 months? And then you have the FDA just skipping through protocol. They just like they're throwing protocol out the window to get these vaccines approved as fast as possible, right? Why? And then at the same time, all these pharmaceuticals are being protected for liability. Huh? It's giving biological warfare. And don't you ever forget, this is the same country who gave blankets. These are the same white people who gave blankets, right, with chicken pox to Native Americans. these white Americans here, they are very familiar with biological warfare. When you give somebody a blanket with pathogens on there, okay, you put chicken pox on a blanket and you give it to children. You put chicken pox on a blanket and you give it to people because you want their land. Yeah, I don't put nothing past you. Okay, America, these white people in this country, they have done biological warfare on so many minorities, and they always get away with it. Okay, so it's like, think about this. Think about this. The way, like when you study American history, one of the fastest ways, one of the best ways that these English people got so much land in this country from Native Americans is not because they won wars, they fought wars against these people. No, they made them sick. They made them sick by the millions. The Trail of Tears is real. When I tell you white people are evil, I mean it. And it's not because I'm saying it to be funny. Like, no. The Trail of Tears is real. They looked at these people in the eyes and they gave them blankets. They pretended to be their friend. They pretended, like, oh, you know, since you helped us you taught us how to grow pumpkins and you taught us how to grow corn and stuff like that. And you showed us how to raise turkeys, right? They come in the Magna Carta. They don't know anything. Mayflower Compact, Magna Carta ship, whatever you want to call that thing, right? When they land on this place, they know nothing. They know how to do nothing, absolutely nothing. They're useless people. They're absolutely useless. And the majority of them are criminals that were running the prisons in England. So they shipped them over here. The Carolinas were meant to be a maximum facility prison. Okay, like, child, we know that child, I mean, maybe you don't know, but I do know that is the history of this country. They brought criminals to other people's countries. And the rest of these Europeans, they know how to do nothing. They don't know how to survive. Okay? These Native American people, they show them how to grow turkeys, how to grow corn and things like that. Like take care of turkeys, raise turkeys, grow corn, grow pumpkin and things like that. And as a thank you, they started wrapping blankets and putting diseases on the blankets and giving it to the people. And then when the people get sick, they start acting surprised. Like, oh my gosh, Pocahontas, why are you sick? Oh my gosh, Pocahontas, why are you throwing up? Oh my gosh, Pocahontas, what's that on your skin? Pretending to like not know what's going on the whole time. They were behind it. And they watch people die. They watch people scream. Trail of Tears is some sick shit. It is some demonic stuff. They've done so many genocide, these people. So it's like when it comes to them and playing with disease agents and giving it to vulnerable people, I don't put it past them. Me, there's no great evil that I put past white people. I don't put no evil past them. These people, they have a genius for genocide that no other people can rival with. It's freaking evil. Like, how can you give people you give children, infants, pregnant mothers, you give these people blankets and you know that these things right here, if they put that on their skin, it's a wrap. And you do it anyways because you want their land. That's how they got the majority of land from Native Americans. It's not by fighting wars or political treaties. No, just make them sick and watch them die. And they died, all right. Then they took their land. Okay? But then they keep the name of the rivers. They keep like Mappahatics, like all these rivers have all these Native American names. Yeah, they kept the names, all right. Well, that sounds like a good name. Chattahoochee River, Mississippi River. They keep all the names, but the people are gone from the land. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my goodness. Please.
The urgency of the situation is going to cause us to try to move quickly, but never, ever at the expense of safety.
So human trials, you mean phase 1, phase 2, phase 3? What phase are you in now?
Well, that's part of the way that I think people are thinking about speeding up the whole vaccine development. So for us, we're thinking about going into human trials. Often you can call those phase 1/phase 2 trials if they're designed in the right way. The FDA came out recently with some very thoughtful guidance. And what they've said, among other things, is that they wouldn't even approve a vaccine for emergency use unless there was 6 months of observation of data. So that gives you a sense that the fastest it could be is, let's say, a year from now.
Well, some companies that are getting money from the federal government under the Operation Warp Speed program are actually manufacturing the vaccine already on the hope that they get approved. Are you manufacturing the vaccine that you're developing, or you're not manufacturing it yet?
No, we're scaling up to be able to make hundreds of millions of doses of both vaccines. So that's another example of what I mean about trying to compress the time period without sacrificing safety in any way. So we're going to be prepared if the data bears out that one or both of these vaccines are useful from a safety, efficacy, from a risk-benefit standpoint. We're going to be ready to come forward with hundreds of millions of doses in fairly short order.
Well, 2 questions that arise if there is a vaccine is, how do you get it? What's the distribution and how much does it cost? So how are you going to decide who gets this vaccine first? And what are you going to charge for it?
So I'm glad you raised the
Big
distribution.
money, money, money. Who gonna get it first? Whose life you gonna save first? And how much money you gonna charge? You see, that's all they care about is money.
Issue, because often people are talking about the scientific conundrum of coming forward with a vaccine that works. In some ways, maybe even a harder problem is what you just put your finger on, which is distribution. So again, I say again, this is a global pandemic. It's everywhere in the world. I often say that none of us are safe until all of us are safe. So it's got to be given broadly to humanity. So we need a vaccine that we can make and distribute around the world. Now, one of the challenges on distribution, I'll be blunt, is that we're seeing a lot of sort of nationalistic desire to make sure that one country gets it before the other. And the challenge for us is that we believe that the vaccine should go first to certain populations. So let's say frontline health workers should get it early. People who are particularly vulnerable because of their age or because of their comorbid conditions, their other sicknesses, ought to get it next. And so the challenge for us in the first instance is to make sure that we get it to people who need it most, but also beyond that, to make sure that we can get it to people in the US, other countries in the Western world, but very importantly, it's also got to get to people in the developing countries where they don't have the ability to pay. And Merck has a long history, frankly, of working with governments and nonprofits to make sure that our vaccines are broadly, accessibly, and affordably available.
I know Merck long ago worked with former President Jimmy Carter, I think, in helping to cure some diseases in Africa, in which you were very instrumental.
Yes, river blindness, we've given billions of doses for free. And in many places in the world, we've eradicated that disease. We're very proud of that. You know, the Ebola vaccine is not something you do for profit either. We're very pleased that a couple of weeks ago, the WHO declared the latest outbreak in the Congo to have been put down, to have been stopped, to be. So those are the things that you do because, you know, it's one thing to invest, David, in the diseases that you can make money off, the diseases that affect the rich areas of the world. But there are a lot of great, unappreciated, neglected diseases that affect people in poor areas of the world that also have to be dealt with.
And you see what I was going to say, this was my point earlier about Felicia Frazier, that I say, like, see, Ken Frazier, he's African-American, right? I don't even think he ever grew up in Africa, been to Africa, whatever. But the fact that he's African-American and he has enough, I don't know, self-awareness, I guess, to recognize, like, you know, I am of West African descent or something like that, to even care about African people too. Like, you know, we have to care about Black people who live in Africa, and we got to make sure that they're also healthy and they don't die from these diseases. You see, when you're proud of who you are and you love yourself, you're not ashamed, you're not embarrassed, you're not scared to take a stand for people who look like you all around the world. You're really not, right? When you look at Felicia Horowitz, for example, you can tell that maybe she does identify as Black, but she's not comfortable to stand up for real Blackness, because that wouldn't work. That would not work. So you join the American Jewish Foundation and you join the American Jewish League of Freedom, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because you have to make it seem like, you know, I fight for everyone, but truly you fight for your husband's culture and his people. Okay? That was my point from earlier. All right, let's go.
Some people say that vaccines aren't that profitable to begin with, because if you just take it once a year as opposed to once a month or once a week, you just don't make that much money. Is that a fair comment by some people?
I don't think it's a fair comment at all. You know, if you go back to the 1980s, there were a lot of vaccine companies in the United States. Merck and Pfizer are the only two left, and Merck is the only, I think, one that really does a lot of research in this area, as well as infectious diseases. At that time, people said you should get out of the business because it wasn't a profitable business. Right. We find if you have something that makes a big difference, in our case, our leading vaccine is Gardasil for HPV. We've been able to make that vaccine a very successful vaccine from a commercial standpoint, and also from a public health standpoint. It's now being viewed as something that can help eliminate cervical cancer.
Now, some people say that pharmaceutical companies make too much money. And as you know, there's no politician that doesn't like to run against a pharmaceutical company. The drug companies are always getting beat up. And I think there are very few people you can criticize anymore. But one of the people you can criticize is drug companies. So why is it that drug companies have an image that they're charging too much?
Well, that's a complicated question. Let me first start by acknowledging that there have been some bad actors. Generally speaking, those bad actors, however, are not in the part of the industry that we are in. I think the public thinks of it as one monolithic industry. Often when you've seen these price gougers, they are people who have a single product, usually a generic, for which there's no other source, and they jack the price up. We are a research-based pharmaceutical company. We spend every year a significant amount of money. Last year, almost $10 billion on R&D. That's 21 cents on every dollar of revenue. And so when you look at our business, you have to think about, you know, what's the cost of capital for a business that puts that much money at risk for that long a period of time. It takes 12 to 15 years to develop a drug. And this is a business that's characterized by failure. What do I mean by that, David? For every 100 programs that we think are important enough to proceed with, we find out that more than 90% are not the right idea. So this is a business that's characterized by failure. And so what people tend to do is they look at the relatively few winners and they say, look how much money you're making on that drug, not recognizing that you have to pay for all the failures. So that's, to me, I think that's the issue.
In the business you're in, the pharmaceutical business, you either develop the drugs as you do, or you buy the drugs from somebody that might have developed at a smaller company. Which do you tend to do at Merck? You develop them yourself, or do you actually buy some other companies that already have developed something?
Well, we do both, but we think of ourselves as a discovery house. We invest a lot of money in basic biology. We talked about COVID-19. Before we started working on a vaccine program or on our antiviral program, because we have a third program for a therapeutic, we spent a lot of time investigating the fundamental biology of COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, as well as its impact on the immune system. So Merck has historically been a science-based company. At the same time, no company should have the hubris to believe that it can internally develop enough drugs to keep it growing, especially when you're a company of our size with $46 billion worth of revenues. So about 50% of our drugs come from the outside, generally very early in development so that we can add value. And then the other half come from internally.
Many CEOs with whom I've talked in this program say, well, people are working remotely and eventually they'll come back, but they're not rushing to come back. And they don't actually say they're going to hire everybody back because maybe they've learned to be more efficient or not sure the business is going to be there. Are you sure that all your employees will want to come back to work in the office? And are you sure you will need all those employees over the next couple of years?
I think the way in which people work in the office context is permanently changed. I think there will always be a reason for a workplace. People need to collaborate, they need to exchange ideas. But I think we've seen that for many office-based employees, they can be just as productive at home as they can be in the office many times. Now, obviously, if you're a pharmaceutical company and you're manufacturing medicines and vaccines, you're doing discovery and laboratories, that's all wet stuff. You can't do that from your home office. You've got to be in the laboratory or in the manufacturing plant. But by and large, I'm confident that this pandemic will not cause Merck to be in a position where it will have to furlough or lay off people. Our people are doing a lot of hard work. We've been able to maintain the supply of drugs. We've been able to maintain our clinical trials with our people scattered all around. They're very devoted and we're devoted to them.
So when you do manufacturing of the drugs, you actually manufacture them, is that done by most pharmaceutical companies in the United States? Or is that like healthcare supplies? We've now learned a lot of it's made in China.
Well, we do have global supply chains, not just in China, but all over the world. We do a lot of manufacturing in Europe. We do a lot of manufacturing in the US, most of it in the US, but we do a fair amount of it in places like China. And I think what people are referring to is that most of the fundamental pharmaceutical ingredients are manufactured in China. So we have these global supply chains. They were designed essentially for efficiency. And I think, again, going back to the concerns that have been raised, now people are saying maybe those supply chains ought to be completely within a country like the United States. I happen to disagree with that. I think these supply chains work well by and large. I think that if we were to try to do that, not only would it be hugely expensive to try to do that, but I don't think they would work as well as the global supply chains that we have now.
Now, the governor of New Jersey, where Merck is based, asked you to co-chair a commission to restart and recover the economy, I guess, in New Jersey, and you're co-chairing with Shirley Tillman, the former president of Princeton. So is it probable that you can reopen through a phase 3 in New Jersey, or has there been a concern that the virus is coming back a bit?
I think there is a concern. Recently, Governor Murphy, who was a fantastic governor, has made the decision to pause our phase 2. And the reason for that is, frankly, we looked at some of the experience in other places in the country. And we see that where people opened up restaurants for indoor dining and bars, we saw a resurgence of the virus. And from the very beginning, Governor Murphy has made it extremely clear that this is going to be data-driven. We're going to look at things like transmission rates. We're going to look at things like hospitalization rates. We're going to look at things like death rates. We're going to make sure that we don't put New Jersey citizens in a position where they're going to be at risk or unnecessary risk. So I think we will reopen. We'll reopen more slowly than we had hoped to reopen. And I think one data point I would share with you, at one point, New Jersey was number 2 in the country in terms of new cases per 100,000 citizens. Right now, we're number 40. And so to go from the second most cases to number 40 really reflects, first of all, the great frontline healthcare workers we have in New Jersey, but also the leadership of Governor Murphy and his cabinet.
So if phase 3 is going to be postponed a bit, maybe that's going to happen in other states, and we now see in Florida and Texas and other places with a lot of the virus catching on, are you worried that the U.S. economy will not come back anytime soon and we're going to be in this recession for quite some time?
I am worried. The vast majority of Americans, David, work for small businesses. They don't work for companies like Merck. And I worry a little bit about how resilient those small businesses can be, those restaurants, when they've now been told that they have to be closed for longer. So I am worried about the economy, but at the end of the day, with whether you're a small, medium, or large business, the best customers are the ones that are healthy. And if we don't have healthy customers, the economy can't come back anyway. So job number 1 is to protect the American people and to keep the virus as low as it possibly can be so that it doesn't overwhelm our medical system. And that really comes down to whether or not we as Americans are willing to take the advice we've been given about wearing masks, social distancing, continuing to pay attention to our hygiene, et cetera.
Now, you and I are both trained as lawyers, but I wasn't a good lawyer. You were actually a partner in a major firm, and you were obviously a very good lawyer. But you got out of that business. And how does somebody who has a legal background, you're a graduate of Harvard Law School, how does somebody who has a legal background...
He went to Harvard Law School, too. But you see how he still gets talked to? This is just pure madness. This is really madness. This is madness. This is just, oh, it just makes me so angry.
Pharmaceutical company. How did it come about that you came to Merck, and how did you become the CEO of that company?
Well, I've been extremely.
And you see, when he asked this question, you would think like, oh, he's trying to praise him. No, he wants people to look at him like DEI and affirmative action. You'll see why.
Fortunate at all stages of my career. When I was a practicing lawyer, I had great mentors in the private practice of law. But one of my clients was Merck. And I did a lot of trial work for them around the country, actually vaccine trials in those days. And the CEO of Merck in the early 1990s was a guy named Dr. Roy Vagelos. And he was maybe 2 years from retirement, and he called me and he asked me to come up and interview. He promised me that he was going to give me a job in the legal department if I would come. I came. For 1 year, I was in the legal department, and then he called me and he switched me out of the legal department. He put me in the business. For my next 6 years, I was in the business. And I think his willingness to take a chance on somebody who wasn't at the company, somebody who was an outside lawyer and was able to say, I think you can do more than practice law, gave me a great opportunity. And I think on my best day as CEO, having had access to him, as well as the other two CEOs who were between him and me, Reagan Martin and Dick Clark, I think having access to them gave me the preparation to do the job that I'm doing now.
So did you come from a middle class?
You see this? This is the part they can't help themselves. What does this matter? Because he wants them to say, I come from the hood. You see this stuff? Y'all, this is just so disgusting. Let's, oh my gosh.
To do the job that I'm doing now.
So did you come from a middle class or upper income family?
What does it matter?
That was the background you had, or what was your background?
So I was born and raised in the inner city of Philadelphia. I guess that's the new term. When I was raised in North Philadelphia, it was known as the ghetto. My father,
exactly, because he knows that's what he was going for. So he just said it. I'm from the ghetto. What else you want to know? I'm like, this dude is so crazy. You know, but he wanted to get there the whole time because this is where he wanted to get to. Okay. Because after everything this black man said, let's just remind people who you really are. You're not one of us. That's what it was. Sick piece of whatever.
Did you come from a middle class or upper income family? And that was the background you had, or what was your background?
So I was born and raised in the inner city of Philadelphia. I guess that's the new term. When I was raised in North Philadelphia, it was known as the ghetto. My father had a third grade education. He was a janitor, but he had very high standards. He and my mother had extremely high standards. And what changed my life, to be frank, is that the social engineers in Philadelphia, who I didn't know, decided to indulge an experiment called school desegregation. And so I was put on a bus in the birth order of my young.
And the bus he's talking about, the school desegregation he's talking about, that's the stuff that Joe Biden was opposing to. You see, he said he was put on a bus, right? That's this bus right here he's talking about. It's the bus that Joe Biden was against. Okay, these are the buses that Joe Biden was against. Where you're gonna take black kids from inner cities and you're gonna bus them to schools, the better schools, sort of predominantly in white neighborhoods, right? Okay, so he's one of the kids. Had Joe Biden, and also he's from where? Philadelphia, right? Joe Biden is from where? Pennsylvania. So sorry, he's from the same state as Joe Biden. So had Joe Biden had his way, he never would have gone to a good school. Okay. All right.
Younger sister and I were coming along at a time when
let's start over.
My father had a third grade education. He was a janitor, but he had very high standards. He and my mother had extremely high standards. And what changed my life, to be frank, is that the social engineers in Philadelphia, who I didn't know, decided to indulge an experiment called school desegregation. And so I was put on a bus in the birth order. My younger sister and I were coming along at a time when this experiment was being run. And we were sent to, frankly, good schools, rigorous schools. And we were given a better education than the people in my neighborhood. My neighborhood high school, Thomas Edison, I'll just say, parenthetically, is famous for one thing. It sent more boys to their death in Vietnam than any high school in the country. So you go from those kinds of schools to rigorous schools, and that closed what I call the opportunity gap that many African-American people in this country still face every day.
Now, did your parents live to see your success?
My mother died when I was very young. I was around 13 years old, but my father lived to see me become a lawyer and a partner and a senior executive at Merck.
So in the Fortune 500, there are 4 CEOs who are African-American. You're one of 4.
Exactly. And you see, they don't go to him, right? Do you ever see Democrats go behind this man? Because most likely he's conservative. Okay. All right. And imagine Joe Biden having to face him. Lord Jesus. God gonna do a new thing one day.
Are you surprised that in this day and age there's so few? And why do you think there are so few who are becoming CEOs or are CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies?
I would say that if you had gone back 25 years, the most pessimistic observer would have thought we would have had more than 4 out of 500. So I can't say that that's something that doesn't surprise me on one level. On the other level, I think we have to be honest in this country. I think we have to recognize that there's subtleties to our history around race, that people who are African-American, for the most part, find themselves in a situation where they have to overcome some customs, some beliefs, and it's much harder for many African-Americans to find their way to these positions. I just mentioned that Dr. Vagelos brought me out of a law firm and put me here. I think one of his reasons, frankly, because he said this publicly and in a book, is he wanted to have a diverse management team. And so I was brought in part for that reason, but I was also given opportunities, stretch assignments. And so I don't think my experience is typical for African-Americans in corporate America.
What have you done to increase or make certain that you have minority employees at Merck since you've been the CEO?
Well, one of the things that we try to do is to make sure that at the senior level, at our board level and at our senior management level, we are a diverse group. And I think if you look at our senior management team, it's probably, if not the most diverse team in large companies, it's close to that. On the other hand, I think you got to look at all levels of the company. And what we're trying to do inside Merck is to ensure that we create an environment where all employees, irrespective of gender, race, sexual orientation, can reach their full potential. We haven't gotten to where we need to get, I would say, particularly with respect to African Americans at lower levels, below the senior management levels. We have a challenge, and I think we're going to have to step up to that challenge. And the way that you do that is, frankly, you begin to establish targets, and you manage to those targets in the best way you can, consistent with how you have to run your company.
Okay, so it's not like America is lacking in like Black people who went to Harvard and have all these degrees. They don't want to hire these people, Chad. They don't want to hire them people. So let me fast forward over here, because y'all need to hear this. Like sometimes when I say things, I might seem a little crazy, but there's a reason to my madness. Okay, so let's go over here. Okay,
we keep talking about this thing as being North versus South. That's not the issue. It is rural versus urban. And most of the busing that's taken place to date has taken place in rural areas, whether it's be administratively ordered or court ordered. Now we're moving into applying the same standards to urban areas. And it is a standard that doesn't make sense. It doesn't apply. It doesn't hold. We're moving from trying to, in urban areas, we've had integrated facilities, but segregated neighborhoods. And in rural areas, we've traditionally had integrated neighborhoods, but segregated facilities. And they've applied the same standard and the same test. So this north-south thing is not really the issue. As Professor Nathan Glazer at Harvard has indicated, as Dr. Armour of the Rand Corporation, as James Coleman, as I just tell 3 days of hearing, two days of hearings in the Judiciary Committee on another bill I have beyond this that deals with busing. And there is uniform opinion of those who testified that it is not a north-south, it's an urban-rural question, distinction.
But no matter what your intent, there are going to be those who say it's a segregated thing. It's a question of race, and that you have set back the movement of desegregation of schools. How would you answer that?
The way I answer that is I predict that the young Black leadership of America will overwhelmingly decide with me. I predict that in 1980 and 84, my position will be totally vindicated by the sociologists and by the civil rights advocates. I come from that side of the track. That's where I'm from. I was a defense lawyer. I handle civil rights cases. I sat in on Route 40. I mean, I'm not from the other side of this. And I happen to think that the one way to ensure that you set the civil rights movement in America further back is to continue to push busing, because it's a bankrupt policy. And that's why I think I'll be vindicated.
So for him, he said if you bus Black children to predominantly white schools, because that's where the better schools are, that you're going to set back the civil rights movement. Now, when you look at Ken Frazier over here, who goes on to go to Harvard Law School, become the CEO of Merck, he was like, what? Out of 500 Fortune 100 companies with their CEOs, there's only 4 who are Black. He is one of them. So did you make sense? No, you made no sense. Because he got to go to this, he got to get bussed. He was part of the whole desegregation thing, and he went to Harvard Law. He became a CEO of one of the most powerful pharmaceutical companies in the world. So you were like, you're just saying a bunch of nonsense. Okay, even Kamala Harris also was bussed. She was bussed to her school. Okay, she was bussed to her school. Is it the same video? This is where he said that if you send black children to predominantly white schools, that is going to create a jungle. Whatever he was saying. That's going to create a jungle. Hold on. I mean, all kinds of... Hold on.
It did contribute to mass incarceration.
This unethical.
That 1994 crime bill,
And this is how you see how fake Kamala Harris is. Because he gave her a position. Otherwise, she said the man was racist. But once he gave her a job, she forgot everything about that.
it did contribute to mass incarceration in our country.
Bobby Rush, member of Congress, said the other day, I'm ashamed that I voted for the 94 crime bill. You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all. In fact, I drafted the bill, you remember?
I know that.
There are two basic steps here. One step is you must take back the streets. And you take back the streets by more cops, more prisons, more physical protection for the people. We must take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to have to become socialized.
Yeah. Once he made her VP, she remembered like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm Indian. This ain't my struggle, right? Because I'm like, she wouldn't have been bused herself, and she talked about that. She wouldn't have been bused herself. So this the stuff like, so the program had, because this is Pennsylvania, because he was in Pennsylvania, right? Had Joe Biden been successful, Mr. Ken, he never would have had the life he had. He never would have had the life he had. Like, there are real consequences to these racist acts of legislations. There are real consequences. When you talk about Donald Trump not letting his apartment to black people, the consequences are not this dire. Okay? Donald Trump can say you can't rent my apartment over here, but you can rent apartments everywhere else. When you are against children having access to a better education, like you actually want to write laws, you want to pass laws to keep children segregated from schools, from school opportunities, yeah, that's real. Okay, the consequences here are seriously dire. All right. Now I'm wanting to play this one for you guys also, because this thing, this really shocked me. Because like I said, we talk about the whole like the catalog of like Black American music and how so many of them did not benefit from it. This story here is really disturbing. Hold on.
Blow your mind. Born in 1849, Thomas Wiggins, also known as Blind Tom, was a piano prodigy. Due to his disability, he wasn't able to perform regular tasks like all the other slaves. But after hearing his enslaver's daughter play the piano, he was able to play it at the age of 4 by ear. Because of this, his enslaver's family allowed Tom to stay in a room with the family that had a piano in it. During his professional career, Tom was able to memorize 7,000 pieces of music. And he was one of the most hired professional pianists of the time. Now here's the part that's going to piss you off. Because of his disability, Tom was under the guardianship of the people that enslaved him, even after the Civil War. His former enslaver turned guardian would often rent Tom out, earning the family an estimated $100,000 a year. In today's money, it's the
I'm muting myself, right? They made $100,000 a year from him. He was black, he was blind, he was gifted. 100,000 from this black boy. So many of them have made so much wealth from black art, and then the black people died poor. Make it make sense.
It's the equivalent of $1.5 million. It's believed that the family that enslaved him and turned guardian over him earned their entire fortune off of the back of Blind Tom, a fortune that was estimated at $750,000. In today's money, it's the equivalent of $11 to $12 million. And Tom saw very little to almost none of that money. And at the age of 59, Tom died of a stroke, and he's currently buried in Brooklyn, New York. This Black History fact is going to blow your mind. Born in 1849, Thomas Wiggins, also known as Blind Tom, was a piano prodigy. Due to his disability, he wasn't able to perform regular tasks like all the other slaves. But after hearing his enslaver's daughter play the piano, he was able to play it at the age of 4 by ear. Because of this, his enslaver's family allowed Tom to stay in a room with the family that had a piano in it. During his professional career, Tom was able to memorize 7,000 pieces of music, and he was one of the most hired professional pianists of the time. Now here's the part that's going to piss you off. Because of his disability, Tom was under the guardianship of the people that enslaved him, even after the Civil War. His former enslaver turned guardian would often rent Tom out, earning the family an estimated $100,000 a year. In today's money, it's the equivalent of $1.5 million. It's believed that the family that enslaved him and turned guardian over him earned their entire fortune off of the back of blind Tom, a fortune that was estimated at $750,000. In today's money, it's the equivalent of $11 to $12 million. And Tom saw very little to almost none of that money. And at the age of 59, Tom died of a stroke, and he's currently buried in Brooklyn, New York. This Black History fact is going to blow your mind.
So let's get back over here real quick. So yeah, so I was like, so then she made, I guess she made another video. Hold on, let me see. So she made this video, Billionaires with Black Men, and she came back and said this. Hold on.
Yesterday, I made a video about the Ben Horowitz quote, preferring Black women. And now we all know he didn't say it. And there are a lot of Black men in my comments who want me to address it. Cool. Now, I did not fact check the quote, so you can drag me to hell and back for that.
But you have an Ivy League education, but you don't fact check before you run your mouth.
Yesterday, I made a video about the Ben Horowitz quote, preferring Black women. And now we all know he didn't say it. And there are a lot of Black men in my comments who want me to address it. Cool. Now, I did not fact check the quote, so you can drag me to hell and back for that. But part of the reason I didn't really feel the need to fact check it was because I wasn't really talking about Ben Horowitz. I was talking about the Black men who were angry about the quote. Black men like, these guys here. As a deeper skinned Black woman, I have heard pretty much my whole life how undesirable I am.
No, sorry.
Yesterday.
So then this is where she's going to proceed to be intellectually dishonest, right? Instead of saying, I made a mistake, I should have double checked, especially as a double Ivy and somebody who teaches a course at Yale. I didn't. I jumped the gun. Okay. No, now she's going to make it. Oh, no, but it's not about what he said. It's about the Black men who had an issue. Accountability is hard for some people in it, huh? And so then she's gonna say that her whole life, y'all think about. I was listening to her yesterday. I said, "Girl, you're full of crap. Like you're just full of it." She said, "My whole life, I grew up being told how undesirable I am by Black men." I said, "Your whole life." You mean to tell me bunch of random Black people just walk up to you and like, "Girl, you're so ugly. Girl, you're so undesirable. Girl, you're so this." Like seriously, like I'm dark skinned too. Okay, I'm so sorry. I am dark skinned. I grew up in America. I went to school in America. Now, could you say that most Black boys were excited to date a Black skin girl? No. But did I ever have any Black boys from African to African American walk up to me and be like, "Oh, Marlene, you're so dark. You're so ugly. You're so this. You're so that"? No, not really. Like I was like, this is just madness. They might not want to be with you or date you. That's fine. But to like walking up to you and telling you that you are the most undesirable, seriously. Oh, Lord Jesus. This is just excessive. But go ahead, lie to yourself.
I made a video about the Ben Horowitz quote, preferring Black women. And now we all know he didn't say it. And there are a lot of Black men in my comments who want me to address it. Cool. Now, I did not fact check the quote, so you can drag me to hell and back for that. But part of the reason I didn't really feel the need to fact check it was because I wasn't really talking about Ben Horowitz. I was talking about the Black men who were angry about the quote. Black men like, these guys here. As a deeper skinned Black woman, I have heard pretty much my whole life how undesirable I am. And I've heard it almost exclusively from Black men.
So this is like this. Hold on, you guys. I have to get up a little bit, right? So this is what she wants us to believe. That growing up, the majority of Black men she's ever met, Black boys, Black men, they would walk up to her and tell her, "You're so undesirable. You are so unattractive. You are so." I'm like, please stop. Please stop. You guys, one of my best summers ever was in New York. I was like 16 going on 17, right? Yeah, the kind of love I have in New York. I was like, oh, no, I need to move here, okay? I'm like, they really walked up to you and said these things? But somehow you have a Black husband? Somehow you have a Black men have walked up to you on so many occasions and told you your whole life how undesirable you are, but a Black man married you. Sis, are you serious? I'm like, I need to see receipts, right? But yeah, you went to Harvard surrounded by a bunch of all these Jewish people. You went to Harvard undergrad. You went to Harvard MBA. You went to undergrad. You went there for grad school, right? And you left with no Jewish boyfriend. So low-key, high-key, when those white men also tell you that you were undesirable, it makes no sense. Black men are so evil. Like, I mean, like, think about what she's saying. I'm like, these girls can be so damn goofy on that stupid app. That little stupid-ass Chinese app, right? Think about what she's saying, right? Growing up, the majority of her time, nobody else like nobody like black men told her how undesirable she is. She's so dark. She's so undesirable. She's so ugly. Like, these black boys are really walking up to her. Seriously? Like, a girl who was able to go to Harvard, undergrad and grad school. Think about what kind of neighborhood she grew up in. Ask yourself if she even grew up around black people, okay? Because to apply to Harvard, to get into Harvard undergrad, you got to have a certain GPA. You got to be able to take certain classes, and it's not giving like you're going to a broke school. Not trying to be funny, okay? Ask yourself even where she grew up. She said she's from Columbus, wherever she's from. Ask yourself if you even have enough black people there to even talk to her, okay? Like, make it make sense, okay? So these black boys from God knows where are coming up to you. They're walking up to you, and they're saying to you, oh, you're so ugly. You're so dark. You're so unattractive. You're so this. No problem. Then where were the white people at? Where were the white boys at, right? Then you go to Harvard, undergrad. You go to Harvard, grad school. You don't get a white boyfriend? You don't get a Jewish boyfriend? No. Instead, it's a black boy who marries you. The math is not math in somewhere. Because why is this black boy so different that now he's your husband? Why is he so different? All these black dudes found you so unattractive, but the one husband you left with, and you even told us the best thing that ever happened to you about going to Harvard was your husband. And that for the first 4 years, y'all pretended not to see each other, but I think they really fell in love like undergrad, right? For 4 years, he was like your bestie, right? But black man so bad, black man so evil. Yeah, like exactly. It's just these black guys are so awful. They're such colorists, but yet you married one. And on top of that, your husband is light skinned. Oh, so he wasn't grossed out by your complexion? He wasn't like, oh my gosh, she's dark skinned. I'm light skinned. Let me marry somebody that's light skinned like me so we can have light skinned babies. No, he didn't have an issue with your complexion, right? And all these white boys at Harvard, nobody dated you. Nobody proposed to you. Nobody married you. So low-key, high-key, did they not also think that you were unattractive? Okay? If the black boys didn't find you attractive, where were the white boys at? Where was the lobster and pasta at Harvard campus? Where were they at? You make no sense. And a lot of the people told her that in the comments, like, but you have a black husband though. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, but you have a black husband. I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, I don't know how, I don't know. I don't see. But every time you go outside, these black boys walk up to you and they say to you, oh, you're so unattractive. You're so ugly. You're so this. You're like, I don't know, you guys, have you ever really experienced this? I've lived in America for like 27, 28 years. I never had a person walk up to me and be like, oh, Martin, you're unattractive. Now, they might feel that way, but to like really walk up to me back to back to say, oh, you're so unattractive. You're so undesirable. You're so this. Child, that's crazy. Like, that is really crazy. This is really crazy. But your husband is a black man. Okay, sure. Let's sit over here. Exactly. And I'm like, let's sit over here. He's like, are you going to labor? I don't know. Maybe I am. Okay. But I'm like, let's really sit over here. Black men are so bad. But the one person who married her is a black man. Right? Black men are so bad. But she never got a single investor from a single white man. Right? Black men are so bad. Right? Black men are so bad. But the one who made your wife is a black man. Like, seriously? She's just having contraction. I don't know what I'm having. Okay? Like, make it make sense. But the white boys didn't step up. Should be quiet.
Nevertheless, I love black men. I'm married to a black man.
But you're married, you love black men, you're married to a black man, but you're sitting here saying this foolishness.
Makes sense. My nephews are black men. I love black men. If you're a black man who loves black women, then nothing in that video was aimed towards you. But as they say, a hit dog will holler. Anywho, the video's still up for now, so go watch it if you'd like. It may get taken down because Ben Horowitz is out here sending ceases and desists, and I'm not trying to get sued by a billionaire, but I do stand.
Look at all the comments. The energy shift from the first video is different. The switch up. Then somebody even asked her this. Somebody was like, hold on. You know, hold on. Look at this white woman here. You're a beautiful queen. Shut up. Nobody's asking you for nothing. Hold on. Y'all, some of the comments from what I saw, I can't see here. But one guy was like, but you're married to a black man. They're like, what are we talking about? Right? Hold on. Yeah, this is what this brother here said. And I was like, and I agree with this brother because I'm like, he said married to a black man, but got overly excited about a white man saying he likes black women. Make it make sense. Because I was like, and that's the thing, that's the way I felt too. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I felt. I'm like, maybe she wanted to leave Harvard with a Jewish man. You know what I'm saying? Because I really do find this bizarre. I really do. I don't know how people who are married to black men get on these TikTok apps, and they always make content bashing black men, but your husband is a black man. It's very bizarre. Like you never have a balanced perspective on relationships between black men and black women. No. You're always like, oh yeah, black men this, black men that, black men this, but your husband is black. I feel the same way about Sean. I'm like, Sean, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, is she still married or is she happily married? Does she actually even like her husband? How do you always make content and you always have bad things to say about a black man, but you're married to a black man? Like it's never balanced. Everything's always like, oh yeah, black men this, black men that. Certain things, yeah, they could do better at certain things, but so can the black women. Like be fair, be balanced in your convictions, in your talks, in your videos. Present a balanced view. Like, you know what? No, I'm good, you guys. I'm good. I don't think it might break tonight. It might not break right now, right? But I'm like, to me, it's like, it's really crazy. It's really, really crazy. So is it that you wish the reason why you got excited when you were at Harvard, did you want to have a Jewish man, but you didn't know how to get one? You know, because it's very bizarre. You're already married. You're married to your husband is a black person. Hold on, let me see if I can sit down. Okay. Because when I sit, it puts pressure on me. Let me see if I can sit down a little bit, right? But I'm like, you already have a husband. Even if there are some black guys who misbehave and you want to call out their behavior, more power to you because you should. But I do feel like if you're married and you do have a good husband, you do have a good black husband, you should also bring that perspective up. Like, you know what? Yeah, guys, yes, ladies, like you do have some black dudes who are misbehaving, but you also have some great black men. Like I was lucky enough to marry one. No, they never talk about the good sides of black men. So it's like negativity. And now that we have this Jewish man who allegedly said that black women are your peace, black women protect your money, black women do X, Y, and Z. Now you're overly excited. Like, did you wish you had a Jewish man? But because you couldn't get a Jewish man, so you just went along with the black man because he's the only one who proposed to you and who was willing to marry you? Because that's very bizarre to me. Like, that's very bizarre.
And by everything I said. So, just so we're clear. Yesterday, I made a video.
One guy said, instead of accountability, she switches it to the black man, right? Some guys said black women are so in need of massive approval, you know? So, it was like, I don't know, it was very bizarre to me. It was very, very bizarre. It was very bizarre. Because I'm like, for you to say, let her say it again.
KJ, I recently crossed 150,000 followers, and I realized I've never done one of those about me style videos. So for all you guys know, you could be following a serial killer. You're not, but it does seem like a good time to go over this. First of all, KJ stands for Kristen Jones. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I've lived in a bunch of other places in the US like Chicago, New York, Boston, and Philly, but I'm back in Columbus, Ohio because this is the place to be. In my last video, I mentioned that I went to Harvard Business School. Many of you were surprised by that, so it might surprise you to know I also went to Harvard for undergrad. The best thing to come out of Harvard for me was my husband, who I met on the very—
You see? Hold on, sorry.
Hey, TikTok, it's KJ, husband, who I met on the very first—
You see? So you see, she met him on the very first day of school. So I'm like, you got to have a great experience. Like you went to Harvard twice, right? First day of school, that's undergrad, I believe. I think this is undergrad, right? Undergrad, you get to meet him on the first day of school. He steps up, he marries you. And I'm sure he was your husband to grad school. He supported you. So I'm like, you've had a positive experience, right? You've had a positive experience. And on top of that, he's also Harvard educated, I'm assuming. So he's Ivy, you're Ivy. He went to Harvard, you went to Harvard, right? You guys met up as college and undergrads, like, so you're like college sweethearts, right? He didn't get you pregnant. He didn't bail out on you, okay? That makes something like you actually had a good thing. And then you say that's the best thing that came out of Harvard for you, right? But then you hear that a Jewish man says that black women are this, like, oh yeah, ooh, nah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Why are you excited? Why are you excited? Like, why are you excited? Like, why are you? Oh, you were so excited. You didn't even bother to go double check to make sure that what he actually said it, because you wanted to believe that, oh yeah, this is how a Jewish man feels about me. Like, girl, did you really want to be with a Jewish man? This is very bizarre. Like, did you wish you had married somebody Jewish? I don't know. This is weird.
First day of school, we spent 4 years pretending like we weren't in love, but you know.
So when you spent 4 years pretending, so none of the Jewish boys stepped up to you? No Jewish man took you on a date? Okay. White man, so great. When did these people actually feature y'all? Right? Make it make sense. You would think white men are so amazing. White men are so in love with y'all. They love your complexion so much. Why don't they step up and marry you guys off when you're in college? You know what I'm saying? It's giving that. I'm like, is she really in love with the husband? Or did she wish that she would have gotten a proposal from a Jewish boy and been married to a Jewish man? Because I can say she would have made more money. Definitely would have. Because it's very bizarre. It's very, very bizarre.
Figured it out. The second best thing to come out of her.
Okay. So I'm like, but then we go over here. She's like, oh, you know, it's because growing up, black man told me I was so unattractive. But the first day of Harvard school, this black boy steps up to you. There's a bunch of clownish shit on this internet. I'll tell you, clownish behavior. It makes no sense. All these black guys they always told you were ugly, but somehow your first day of Harvard undergrad, this black boy steps up to you, and he didn't let go of you for the past 4 years, and he married you. That child, I feel like sometimes they just make up things. They make up these stories in order to build a sisterhood. I really do. I think they make up a story. They make up stories to build their following, because there's no way. There's no way. Okay. Where's this video? Hold on.
So I want to talk about this.
So apparently Ben Horowitz has said billionaires prefer black women and some black men are upset. We're the preference.
That billionaire also apparently said that black women are loyal.
Nothing. Why would a married woman? I'm not trying to be funny, but why would a married woman, look, you're already married, you're spoken for. Why would you get excited about a Jewish man saying that you're his preference? You plan to file for divorce. I'm like, that's what it's giving. I don't think she really wanted to marry the black guy. Because I'm like, me, I don't know, based on who I'm married to, I could care less what Ben Hur was saying. Because I already married the person I wanted to be married to. Right? So I don't, a Jewish man saying, black women, or shut up. You have $35 billion. How have you, if you care so much about black women, how have you invested in black women to live a life of luxury? Okay, so miss me with that. You can have all kinds of words, but if you don't put all your $35 billion behind making black women rich and successful and living a life of leisure and ease, your words don't mean nothing to me. But I just don't understand why somebody who's already married to the man that you would assume she loves would even care what any man has to say about black women, because by being married to your black man, you already have all the validation that you need, right? That you are good enough to be somebody's wife, you're good enough to be somebody's mother, etc., etc., etc. Like, what more validation do you need? Why does a married woman run to social media excited because some white boy with a bald head and some weird teeth is saying like, oh yeah, black women are your piece or whatever? Like, you know what I'm saying? This is weird. I don't think she really wants that black man. Yeah. So I'm like, so like now you're excited, like, oh, in case this marriage doesn't work out, I might be the preference of a rich Jewish man. Girl, they wouldn't even invest in your business. What makes you think they would get married to you? Like, make it make sense. Like, you're insane.
And they guard your interests. Black wives are for grown-ups. Oh, except according to the man himself, he never said that whatsoever. Yeah, he says, I never even said that. I never even spoke to the woman who originally posted the article. I actually sent her a cease and desist. Interesting. He says, but well, now I do love my wife, who is a black woman, But I don't talk like that about groups of people. W. Ben. Because if you think about it, why would you talk like that about groups of individual humans with individual values and individual thoughts simply because they may look alike? But the amount of people that took this and ran with it as if Black women as a whole won some sort of Academy Award, well, that's just embarrassing, whether it was true or not. Why would you ever want to seek validation and blind praise based on your race as a whole? It'd be like me looking at Jay-Z, for example, and saying, hey, according to the government, that guy fits into the same racial category as me. Therefore, his accomplishments are also mine. It's like he's an extension of me. It's the diaspora. Praise me as well. The follow-up to a statement being good or bad is irrelevant when the statement is Black women do this, Black men do this, white women do this, white men do this. When you hear that, you should feel absolutely degraded, because someone is using their preconceived notions, positive or negative, to group you into this racial box. But as long as you get validated, I guess it doesn't really matter what they say, huh? Wait a second. You said the man with money said what? Oh yes, I knew it. I knew my countless failed relationships couldn't have just been my poor discernment when choosing a man or my inability to communicate effectively. I always knew that I was the prize. I'm now validated enough to say that simply based on my vague and incredibly broad race and gender, I was never the problem because a billionaire said so. Accountability and humility are starting to seem foreign at this point.
So apparently Ben Horowitz has said billionaires prefer Black women. And
let me put you here too, right? Let's look at Emily Weiss again, right? Oh, black man, white man, white man, white man, white man. Look at how this woman is living. Y'all, look at how this woman is living. And I'm like, I want people to show me how many white men have put Black women in positions to live like this, whether by investing in their businesses or through marriage, right? Look at how this girl is just living. This is pure madness. Look at this.
How Glossier is doing. It looks like it's doing pretty good. This week, Emily Weiss bought a $22 million Brooklyn townhouse. What's crazy is this is the second most expensive single family sale ever in Brooklyn. It was recently remodeled, and I had a hard time finding pictures of what it actually looks like. But in 2016, it was renting for $10K a month. I mean, it looks very nice, but it doesn't look like what I expect Emily Weiss's aesthetic to be. I bet it looks very different now, post-reno, now that it's going for $22 million. Couple purchased it through a shell company called Ruby Doggo 2023.
Emily, hold on. And do you see Emily out here doing TikToks? Like, oh, she needs to do TikTok. She needs to start a YouTube channel. See somebody into like the Hills star Emily Weiss, because they can't believe, where did she get all this money from? Where did she get all this money from? It is so shocking. You see how they live, right? So it's like white men might come over here and give you these goofy ass compliments to make you feel better or make you feel good about yourself, but it doesn't matter what people say. Words are cheap, okay? It's the lifestyle they give you, right? And I'm like, you look at this girl from just selling like overpriced Vaseline. This girl's able to buy herself a $22 million townhouse in New York. This is pure madness. And tell me, of all the Black girls who have makeup brands, because most of them are closed anyways, right? All the Black women who have makeup brands, who have hair care brands, how many of them are able to have this type of life? Like, seriously, hold on.
It looks like it's doing pretty good. This week, Emily Weiss bought a $22 million Brooklyn townhouse. What's crazy is this is the second most expensive single family sale ever in Brooklyn. It was recently remodeled, and I had a hard time finding pictures of what it actually looks like. But in 2016, it was renting for $10K a month. I mean, it looks very nice, but it doesn't look like what I expect Emily Weiss's aesthetic to be. I bet it looks very different now, post-reno, now that it's going for $22 million. Couple purchased it through a shell company called Ruby Doggo 2023. Emily Weiss fan worth her salt knows that Emily's dog's name is, of course, Ruby. Where this gets really interesting is the couple just 5 months ago purchased a Greenwich Village townhouse for $18 million. What would a couple do with two townhouses a mere 4 miles apart? Like, I understand multiple residences, but like buying the Hamptons. I couldn't figure this out, so I tweeted about it. And this girl told me that actually the Greenwich townhouse is back on the market. She is right. It's been listed for 6% more than it was sold at the end of 2023. So we're talking like 4 months, up 6% from just under 18 million to just under 19 million. But what's an extra million when you're buying a almost $20 million property? Old school Glossier and Into the Gloss fans will appreciate that the listing agent is none other than Eva Alt, who for years ran social media at Glossier and is now a real estate agent. Not just any real estate agent, but a fancy real estate agent.
You see? That's the thing about these white liberal women, right? They will sit here and call you queen. Hey, black women, you're a queen, black women. I support you. But when it comes to money-making opportunities, they stick to themselves. That's why I don't trust white liberals, right? So the girl who was doing her social media somehow becomes a real estate agent, right? And then now she's going to buy the property to that girl and she's going to get like, what, 20, 30% of the sale, right? And you think they care about like going through a black woman as a real estate agent? Or da, 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 da. No. That's why I never buy this white liberal stuff. Like, I never buy into it. Oh, Lord, I can't stand it.
On Compass, and here are the listing agents. The way that real estate works, of course, is that listing agents get a cut of any sale. So Eva will see a cut. Can't help but think about, this is the house that Glossier built. Glossier's social coordinator, editor, Eva started when she was like she skipped college. She was like a teen basically, and she's going to see.
So this, you see, the white girl who did her social media, she skipped college, right? She didn't get to go to college, but somehow she's about to get like 20, 30% of a $19 million sale, right? And meanwhile, you went to college and you went to grad school. Do you have this kind of money? Like, not only do you have this kind of money to buy that type of property, are any of these white girls that you went to Harvard calling you to see how they can put you on and open doors for you and cut you and put you in a position to make like crap loads of money? No, they're not. White girls can drop out of college, take pictures for social media, do all kinds of weird stuff, right? And they can be put in positions to have access to millions of dollars, millions of fans, millions of everything. Meanwhile, you sit on TikTok, want to go back and forth between black men. Child, you got bigger problems. I tell you, this country here, like this nation, really is a place of distraction. They will distract you from what truly matters, and that's building wealth and having access to opportunities that put you in position to never want for money again.
A significant amount of this money, but it is coming from Emily Weiss, who obviously employed her years ago, and probably the only person who thinks this is fascinating and fun. I had to share. We're wondering how Glossier is doing. It looks like it's doing pretty good this week.
Hold on. Let me see this.
Emily Weiss is officially stepping down as Glossier's CEO, and if I have learned anything about the overall trajectory of the typical girl boss, this means a book is coming. It's going to be...
And they get the book deals. And that's the thing. They fail in business. Like, all their businesses will fail. Like, y'all, it always goes like this. Their businesses will fail. They will waste all kinds of money. They'll raise millions and millions of dollars. They will fail in business, right? And they get to write a book. I'm telling you, a white woman's mediocrity is always a great novel. They will get to write books. They'll get to be bestsellers. Oh yeah, that's how it goes. Right? While these black girls are sitting here fighting with these black dudes, talking about their little gender war. You see what's going on? That's why I said earlier, the thing this country is good at is distraction. They will distract you, waste your time, drain your energy, having you focus on things that truly don't matter. But the stuff that truly matters, you don't even know to focus on. By the time you wake up, all the money's gone. Yeah. That's all of them, right? They be this is crazy. He's probably Jewish too. If you look at it, he's probably Jewish too. Okay. So like all white people have to do is give black people a few compliments, a few black squares, a few sales, a few purchases. Like, oh my gosh, white people are so good. White men so good. White women so good. The whole time they're giving you crumbs and they're laughing at you. I remember during COVID, Glossier had a fund, they put $500,000 aside and they promised to give black people money. Hold on. And you should have seen how these black women were in there. Ooh, they were thinking this white woman. Oh yeah, it was so disgusting. They were thinking this white woman. Oh my gosh, Emily, you're so nice. Thank you for thinking about us as black people. Thank you for helping black women. I'm like, y'all so damn stupid, right? And it was $500,000, right? You see, 30 founders, and she was giving everybody $10,000, right? So then these other black girls, they called me like, oh, Marlene, are you going to apply? I said, apply for what? I'm gonna waste my time to apply for a $10,000 grant. When she started her business, did she use $10,000? No, she had 50 million. I'm like, Emily knows damn well you can't run no damn business with 10 grand, right? Makes sense. But by throwing crumbs at like 500,000, she's gonna do it like what? 10 grand, right? So it's like 50 people, right? It was so like 50 people gonna get 10 grand. What can you do with 10 grand, y'all, to run a business? When she went and saw her uncle, Ben Horowitz and Anderson, did she ask for 10 grand or 500,000? No, she asked for 50 million. But when it comes to Black people, when it comes to these Black women, she knows she has to do the bare minimum. And once again, Black people be impressed. You know, like I'm like, it's giving The Prince. If you ever read The Prince by Machiavelli, he said, when you torture people for so long, you can torture them and torture them. The day you're just slightly nice to them, oh my gosh, they feel like, oh my gosh, this is God. This has to be God, because they're so used to being tortured and abused. Okay. Yes, Kevin, you should have seen the comments. Oh, it was like 20,000 comments of all these Black women just thanking this white woman. Oh my gosh, Emily, thank you for thinking about Black people. I'm like, y'all, she's laughing at y'all. Now you see how she lives, right? She bought 2 properties within 4 miles of each other. One is 19 million. The other one is 11 million. So when y'all come in here for 500,000 and she's only going to give y'all 10 grand, I'm like, this girl is laughing at y'all. Like, look at these poor Black people. Look at them. Look at them. Look how happy they are to get $10,000. Like, you're so stupid. Like, what can you do with 10 grand? I'm like, child, this, you know what I'm saying? They give them crumbs. They give them crumbs. And they're so happy. Like, oh, look at what this white woman did for me. Look at what this Black man, this white man did for me. It's like, girl, it's just crumbs. Or you just give them a compliment. You call them Black queen. You tell them how beautiful they are. And they're like, oh, look at white people. They treat us so much better. Do they put money in your pocket? No. Be quiet. Okay? So let's get back over here. Where is it? Hold on.
Emily Weiss is officially stepping down as Glossier's CEO, and if I have learned anything about the overall trajectory of the typical girl boss, this means a book is coming. It's going to be a half self-help, half business advice, half memoir. I guess that's 3 halves. I'm not good at math, you guys, but it's going to be one of those like, here's why my business didn't work out. I'm going to be fake vulnerable so that your business does work out. Maybe, whatever, buy the book. All we can really hope for is that she tells us about her experience on the hills. Also, I know Glossier hasn't officially failed, but I do think we can all agree that it trying to rebrand as like a tech company or whatever her most recent thing was not a good fucking idea. At I Am Dolma has a lot of really good videos about what the fuck happened with Glossier in the last few years. Emily Weiss is officially stepping down as Glossier's CEO, and if I have learned anything about the overall...
Let me see. You see? Then she's like... And she moves on to being pregnant, you know. That's what they do. They rob, they steal from these investors. They create businesses that don't work. And then they get pregnant, you know. They get pregnant. They keep the money and nothing happens to them. You know. And I'm like, no. That's why I would never sit here and take business advice from these people. Like, never, ever, ever. Absolutely not. Oh, her too, like this girl too, Men Repeller also. I don't know if you guys remember her from back in the day. This Jewish girl, hold on. She was another one. Let me see.
Have been canceled is not because they're worse than their male counterparts. It's because we hold women to higher standards.
Yeah, right. Go sit down somewhere. We're higher.
Yesterday, do you guys think that Emily Weiss gets on TikTok, sees all these get ready with me's?
Get ready with me to go.
Leandra from Man Repeller brought something to the blogging world that was
her too. Men Repeller, another Jewish chick. She made so much money, and she scammed so many people. And she got away with it. Y'all probably remember too from YouTube days. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her for you. Coming on this woman activist. Her name is Men Repeller, you know, and people fell for that. Where is she? Okay, Leandra Medine, right? Yes. Her. Oh, we don't need men. Blah, 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 blah. The whole time is a bunch of her people from her patriarchy writing all these checks for her to live her best life. Okay. She was, oh my gosh, this girl made a killing. this girl made a freaking killing. Oh gosh, these girls get rich. They seriously get wealthy. Hold on.
17 former Glossier headquarters employees told Insider that the abrupt layoffs of 1/3 of the corporate workforce on January 26th was the result of a years-long obsession the CEO and founder, Emily Weiss, had with transforming Glossier into a tech company. New hires from Facebook and Amazon clashed with veteran tech employees, while Weiss's unclear vision for an in-house social e-commerce platform led.
So, you see this? She had an unclear vision, but they gave her a check for $50 million. Okay.
To stalled progress and wasted resources, they said. Former employees described a founder who sometimes overvalued employees' social media clout and appearance. They said they see the layoffs as a sign the company is bound for more upheaval. To read the full story, visit this link.
That is a lot, you guys. Let me see if she. Hold on.
Part 8 of the gloss.
Good.
I don't think we talked.
I'm not surprised. Let's talk about this news and what it means. Emily Weiss just announced that she's stepping down as the CEO.
She is Emily Wise. So I want to turn this.
Please.
I followed Emily Weiss from Into the Gloss. Part 8 of the.
Here's how this beauty blogger launched Glossier and built it into a $1.8 billion unicorn while studying.
And notice carefully, right? Notice carefully. When it comes to, in America, who can have unicorn? So a unicorn company is like a startup that reaches $1 billion valuation, right? And it's funny how the only people who get unicorn status are white people, right? And it's funny how the only people who always get unicorn status are white people, and they're usually like white Jewish people, right? Notice. So when you're black, it doesn't matter what you do. You're just black. Like they will never give you no $1 billion valuation, nothing, right? But compare her to all the other black women, like whether it's like Mael, it's Main Choice, and this and that and that. Ask yourself, what did this girl do that is so incredible like this? Absolutely nothing. Besides being born in the right religious, cultural, ethnic group. That's really all it is. Okay? Like, yeah, right. Ask yourself, what has she really done? What has she really done? Right? A blog. She had a blog. Who didn't have a blog? Who didn't have a blog? Please, y'all. It kind of sucks. I can't sit down, but anyway.
Studying her undergrad at NYU, Emily Weiss interned at Teen Vogue and actually appeared as the super intern on The Hills. After graduation, she worked as an assistant in fashion for Condé Nast, and as a side hustle, she started her blog.
Please listen to her resume. Listen to her resume and tell me how this does not give mediocrity. Okay? Listen to this girl's resume. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. This might put me into labor, y'all. I probably have to go after this.
The real reason all the
yesterday.
The real.
Here's how this beauty blogger launched Glossier and built it into a $1.8 billion unicorn. While studying her undergrad at NYU, Emily Weiss interned at Teen Vogue and actually appeared as the super intern on The Hills. After graduation, she worked as an assistant in fashion for Condé Nast, and as a side hustle, she started her blog Into the Gloss, where she first built a community in the space. While writing her blog, Emily learned more and more about the beauty industry, including the fact that the industry was dominated by a few massive brands that had failed to deliver innovation in the past few decades. So Emily saw an opportunity to launch Glossier. Without an MBA or any experience raising venture capital, she raised a seed round of $2 million to launch the.
Okay, so she told you what? Without an MBA, without a proper education in this, because she went to NYU and she did like studio arts, right? She raised $2 million, right? But your girl KJ and her co-founder here, so you have two between themselves. They have 2 Harvard MBAs, 2 Harvard MBAs. Then people can raise money. but she believes that she's the preference of white people, like whatever. Girl, shut up. They wouldn't even put money in your business. Okay? Like, stop the madness. Stop the madness. Okay? Y'all saw this? She's an intern. She's a fashion intern. And they trusted her with $2 million. Then she'll go back. She'll get 50. Maybe it was like 60 or something. I don't know. Hold on.
The brand. Her pitch was simple. Emily had access to thousands of eager customers through her blog that she could develop into a global brand. 4 years upfront of focusing on building community really paid off and really highlights the power of startup.
You see, and this is the goofy stuff white people will say to you. Oh, she built a community. She built community. She built community. She didn't have any degrees. She didn't have an MBA. She knew nothing about managing money. But one thing she did was she had a community, and she was able to connect to that community and foster that community in order to create a very successful brand, right? You go raise money as a Black person, and you go tell a white man that you have community. And see how much value he puts on your community, because they don't like Black people. Okay, community. Where is your education? And that's what the people say later on, that she didn't have a clear vision for the company. Well, duh, because she has no experience doing this. And for the kind of money they gave her, ridiculous, just ridiculous. Okay, now she's leaving the company and she's going on maternity leave. Okay.
Behind the scene. Behind.
Daily reminder that Emily Weiss was turned down by 11 venture capitalists.
Behind the scene.
Turned down by 11. When Kathy Hughes wanted to start her business, she was turned down by 32 people. Okay, girl, bye. Okay, Kathy Hughes was turned down by how many people? 32 banks. She was turned down by 11, right? But she still got to raise $2 million, and then she went back and raised another 50 with Anderson and Horowitz. So it's like, girl, please. Not even. She just had to study art and be on a TV show. That's how white people let you be sick. That's what they require. Even the Kardashian. What's the Kardashian claim to fame? Being on a TV show. These people are not serious. They are really not serious. They are seriously unserious people. Let's see this one.
These are my 5.
Did you know that Emily, the intern from New York from the Hills, is the founder of Glossier? I just found out, and my mind is
a day in the life of a mature makeup.
Okay. Now ask yourself, how many Black people can come off a TV show, a reality TV show, and go on to start a business and have investors and be like, oh yeah, she built a $1.5 billion company. Please. Please. You guys. Look at her.
Founders not giving up on their idea, day 8 of 10.
And they love to say this, like, oh, white women love to give you this business advice. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Of course she's going to say that.
When she was 25, Emily launched a blog called Founders not giving up on their idea, day 8 of 10. When she was 25, Emily launched a blog called Into the Gloss. For 1 year, she worked on it between 4 and 8 a.m. before going to work as a styling assistant at Vogue. Then she quit to focus on the blog for another 3 years before pitching the idea of Glossier to venture capitalists. 11 out of 12 firms were not interested, but one was. With $2 million of seed funding in 2014, Glossier was born.
She only had to pitch to 11 people and she still got one, and the one gave her $2 million. Oh my gosh, she's so oppressed.
Online. 5 years later came a huge financial milestone, valuation of $1.2 billion in March 2019. Compounding success, $1.2 billion born online. 5 years later came...
And so in 5 years, ask yourself, what did this girl do that is so incredible that she was able to garner like $1 billion in valuation? What product did she come out with?
A huge financial milestone, valuation of $1.2 billion in March 2019. Compounding success over 9 years.
Yeah, right. 9 years, she gets to be a billionaire. Black girls do it for 10, 15 years. They have nothing to show for it. Now here she is, frolicking.
Simi, we're coming for you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Wow, thank you so much.
You know, I've gifted so many of these to my mom, to my niece. I like the balm.com because it's so moisturizing. It gives them a color.
Exactly. Thank you for letting me come over.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to meet you.
Likewise. And I really hope you enjoy.
I will. Thank you so much.
You know, they intentionally had her pick a girl that's brown so she could look like she cares about brown people. And she brought this little girl this little itty bitty gift. What you gonna do with that? Girl, please. Y'all, let me tell you something. I need to I'm gonna have to end this live because I'm getting a bit uncomfortable. I need to eat. Okay. So y'all, please don't ever be deceived. Don't allow yourself to be deceived. Like, the people liked you so much, you'd be just as rich as them. Especially that's the part, like for her, for KG and her co-worker, her co-founder, it always made me very sad. Because I'm like, I always thought, like, if you went to Harvard and things like that, your life should look just like anybody else who went to Harvard, you know? But with her, with these guys over here too. You know, I was like, damn, like being black and going to Harvard is no different than being black and going to going to any other school. All you have is just a fancy degree, but the real network and stuff, you're not gonna have that. You're really not gonna have that. You're not gonna have that. So let's stop deluding ourselves. People are people. If you date someone, you marry someone, marry because you love them, child. But don't think, oh, this ethnic group, if I marry over here, they're gonna take me from poor to rich. No, they're not. They won't even throw money into your business. But the white girls, like, they're seriously wealthy, you guys. It's crazy. Even the girl that used to do the movies, also Jessica Alba. I don't know how Jessica Alba did it, but she got plugged into their system too. And she came out with the baby honest, whatever her brand was called, a whole failure, a whole lie, a whole scam. And she got to walk away like with billions of dollars. And the whole company failed, right? And I'm like, you don't see that same type of success with like black-owned businesses, black women-owned businesses, because it's like, who didn't have a blog? Who didn't have a platform? Who didn't have followers, right? But there's something about this complexion that the doors don't open the same. And we have to stop with these like goofy ass compliments from white people and be like, oh yeah, a white man said I'm this, I'm that. It doesn't matter if he's not ready to make you wealthy. It doesn't matter. If he's not ready to make you wealthy, if he's not ready to invest in your business the way he would in a white woman, and no matter how much he can waste his money, he's not upset about it, then to me it's like, these are just cheap compliments. Yeah. Like, it's like, please, like, go somewhere, child. Okay? So y'all, I love y'all. But I do have to go. Hopefully my water breaks tonight and I have this baby by tomorrow, child, because I want my body back. I'm exhausted. I can't even make my videos properly. I am truly tired. I was like, child. Yeah, exactly. Jessica Alba, like, she ran with her back too. But you don't see, like, you don't see the same opportunities for black women like that. And I'm like, to me, that's when you show real love. Like, let me be a billionaire real quick, right? But I'm like, these white girls, within a few years, $1 billion valuation, they're buying like $20 million property. I'm like, you're like, what the heck? Tomorrow. So usually like my kids, they come on their due date, like Stefan did. And then my water breaks at night. Like, I usually like have my water break at night. So hopefully it happens tonight. I put all my stuff together though. You know? So I'm like, hopefully tomorrow I have a baby tomorrow. And I can have my body back. I am tired. I can't even breathe. I want my body back. I want my bladder back. I want my body back. I want my yeah, I should have done more videos, but it's cool. Whatever. Right? But no, it never hits the same. I'm like, please. Kathy Hughes had to go to 32 banks, right? Because 31 banks said no. But the 32nd one said yes. And they only gave her $1 million. See, you pitched to 12 people. 11 said no, but the one yes you got was $2 million. Right? When it comes to Minted Cosmetics, like when it comes to KJ and her co-founder, I would love to know how many people they had to pitch to even get the 1 million. Like before they got to BBG Venture, and I don't even think BBG gave them $1 million. I think it was a bunch of people who came together and then it made $1 million. Right? Beauty Bakery also. You know, I think Beauty Bakery, she had a really cute concept. She wasn't able to raise like goo gobs of money. She wasn't. You know, she wasn't. A lot of people don't raise a whole lot of money like that. A lot of black businesses are self-funded, like through and through. I know I was. So thank you, Callie. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right? Back to the Stairmaster I will go. Right? So y'all, please, don't let anybody deceive you. People love you that much. They wouldn't just marry you. They make you wealthy. Because they have a lot of money. They truly, truly do have a crap load of money. They have a crap load of money. But when it comes to us over here, they just give us platitudes and acknowledgement. Man, keep that. I forgot where, because Kanye said it, but I don't know where he said it. Let me see if I can find it over here. Because it's in his interview with Big Boy, but I don't know what part. I don't know where he said it with the whole Big Boy interview. Oh my gosh. Let me see. I cannot type to save my life. Oh my gosh. Big Boy lost a lot of weight. But if you have the time though, you can watch this. But if you have the time, right? Kanye did this interview with Big Boy, and this is where he talked about that. He was like, they love to give us acknowledgement, but they don't help us to build wealth. And I was like, you know what? You ain't lying. Let me show, it's right here. If you care to watch this one, you'll hear it in here. I'll probably watch it later, but in here somewhere, he's like, yeah, white people love to give you acknowledgement. Like they'll give you a Grammy, they'll give you a Golden Globe, they'll give you a compliment, they'll tell you how beautiful you are, like all this goofy stuff. But when it, or like, oh yeah, I want to marry you one day, or like, oh, you'll make for a great wife. But when it actually comes down to like making you wealthy, you know, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. So watch this one. Kanye is crazy though, but you know, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, so I'm like, yeah, I think Stefan's really excited. Stefan's excited. Trisha was like, what the heck? I'm too old for this. I am too old for this. All right. So that's it, you guys. I gotta go. I hope you enjoyed this live. If something happens with the copyright, if I can't trim it out, I'll just put it on Patreon. Okay. So with that being said, enjoy your night. Thank you, Bibo. Thank you, Elena. But I wish everybody, you know, if you're looking for love, I hope you find your person. I'm not so much obsessed with skin color. I just hope you find your person who loves you for you and allows them also to like become a better version of themselves, you know. But don't put any skin color on a pedestal. Do not, because anybody can be crazy. Okay. All right. So love y'all. Pray for me. If you need me, send me a DM. But hopefully my water breaks tonight. If my water breaks, I'll post it on YouTube. Like I'll do a community post. All right. Bye, y'all. Love y'all so much. And pray for me. Pray that everything goes well. Oh, Lord. Lord, I have to push a baby out tonight. Oh, give me strength, Lord. Give me strength. Give me strength. Okay. So love y'all. She has to go. Bye.